Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the biggest episode we've ever had here on 13 Cards. And no, Leroy's ex is not here today. What we're doing...
Bazinga.
Well, she has a big ass.
but not in a good way.
Yeah, after I got divorced, it got bigger.
Okay, fair.
It's scary.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse, of course, is here today. He's excited. Corey is back. Corey, thank you so much for coming back. Proof that people actually want to come back other than just Jesse. Corey is also proof we're not paying Jesse.
Hold on, I'm gonna hope this works because everybody's here. There we go.
And ladies and gentlemen, we also from Discover Pro Wrestling, we have Cal. Cal, thank you so much for being on the show here.
How we doing?
And during this,
go
for it.
I gotta give him a clap too.
Are we paying for the claps?
No, this is free sound
okay, cool,
effects.
awesome.
You don't want to pay for the claps.
Fair enough.
Are you you don't want to pay for the clap because that clap goes for a year.
Exactly. And this isn't Revolution. No one's paying us to cheer. Anyway. Also, we might have a fun special guest joining us in the middle of this. Corey has the insight on that, but we'll get to that in a second.
That was a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to jump right into a couple of things. Thank you. We're going to jump right into this. Cal, you are obviously with Corey and Eric on the Discover Pro Wrestling, board, I guess we'll call it here. We kind of always start the show off like this. What's your history in wrestling? What really got you into this with these guys? And you have a Mount Rushmore of DPW shirt on today.
I had to wear that to be.
Yeah, so we have the board right there.
Well, I guess my first introduction to wrestling was I was outside like any kid back in the 80s, 90s, that played outside. I was just outside riding my bike, and this kid down the street's like, "Hey, you want to come over and play Sega?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't have a Sega." So I go over there.
Who had a Sega?
We're playing
I did.
We're playing Raw on the Sega. And
okay.
I was like, this is so cool. Like all these characters. I remember Papa Shango. And,
oh, okay, yeah.
like Taker.
Yeah,
and,
We've met him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
And then next thing you know, he's like, "Hey, you want to play with action figures?" And I had action figures, but I had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, G.I. Joes, American Gladiator thing my grandma got me, And then he's got this whole box of these people that were just on the video game. And
really? Okay.
This is so cool. And he had every Hasbro.
Really?
He lived with his grandma, and he had a ring. He had every Hasbro, and then he had the WCW ones, and I'm just like, "Who's this? Who's this? Who's
okay,
this?"
yeah.
And it just turned into a friendship, and we go over there and create pay-per-views. We're playing in the sandbox. We're like, "This is Bash in the Beach, man!"
Right? Yeah.
In water, the 5-gallon bucket.
The official.
So
apparently all you need is sand.
First introduction to the characters, and then one day I just happened to find it on TV. It was 1-2-3 Kid.
Okay, yeah.
And HBK had a match. Had no idea what's going on because I'd only played the video games with the
right,
action figures.
Yeah.
And so that kind of segued into me trying to find it more and more. And then eventually my uncles, they watched it. I didn't know.
Okay.
And then my grandpa used to let me go in his bedroom and watch it on his TV, but Grandma hated it. So
right, yeah.
So I'd have to change the channel when she would come down. So I got real good at the channel return and have cartoons on.
There was a period where I think I took it so seriously that I was doing that to my father. It was he'd walk in and I'd have to quick change. Meanwhile, my mother knew what was happening. She just didn't give a rat's hairy behind. She was just like, "All right, just don't break your neck or whatever." But yeah, no, I had to do the same thing.
And I think my uncle gave me a Hulk Hogan figure before I knew who Hulk Hogan was.
Yeah.
I was like, "This dude's in yellow underwear. What is this?" But he gave it to me, and then
no fashion sense.
None.
Right?
None.
And then eventually, after hanging out with this kid that I had met, Mike, I'd go to the store and I started seeing the action figures.
Right.
And then I started getting into getting them to go with all my other G.I. Joes, X-Men, and all that.
And this is back when the action figure business was really big. Because I know Corey, you are recently getting into the second or third line of the AEW action figures.
I have all of the first line except for Brandy, I believe.
Oh, that's right, Brandy, the only female to still
Jericho.
get one. Okay.
And I could have grabbed Jericho a couple different times.
Okay.
I just haven't
yet.
I think mostly just because Jericho has a lot of other action
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
So
to me, it's not the ones that are going to be collectible. Will it be collectible because he's the first champ and blah, blah, blah?
Right, yeah. Well, you never know with that first line. I mean, prime example for me right now is Magic the Gathering is now bringing out Time Spiral. I think it's their second edition of Time Spiral or
Yeah.
whatever. But they started back in about '98, and so that was the alpha beta packs.
Yep.
Folks, a guy recently just opened an alpha pack, and he found a Black Lotus, and he was unaware that the minimum price for a Black Lotus alpha is $10,000.
Nice.
One went for $133,000
Well,
on
I mean, look at-
eBay. So,
Look at 1999 Pokemon cards on eBay right
oh
now.
yeah.
Just for a pack, you're looking at over $200
Oh,
for
yeah.
one pack.
Yeah.
So I mean,
There's a guy on YouTube. I can't remember his name. Penguin is his whole Penguin 20 or something is his handle, and he and his buddies just live in a house and they do stupid shit. But like they open packs a lot,
Yep.
and like I mean. God damn! I mean, he even said from a guy he paid $300 for an old alpha pack, and then he opened it. He made his money back for what was in it, but like, I mean, yeah, it was like $300 just for the old
Yeah.
pack.
I've
Yeah.
always wanted to open some Japanese Pokemon cards, so
Oh,
I just
yeah.
bought some off of
It's the
eBay.
25th
So pumped.
It's the 25th anniversary, so now might be the best time to go find them. You know,
I got the
25
one that
years.
has Mew on the it's got
Ooh,
two
yeah.
Mews.
Oh,
on the
yeah,
front. They're Japanese. I
Yeah.
can't think of what it's called, but it's got 30 packs.
Yeah.
in it,
So-
it's a
You're gonna
booster.
find something good
I'm
in those
pumped.
packs.
I'm pumped.
So Cal, for you, it wasn't really so much you saw the glitz and the glamour. You just kind of got enamored by the game, which obviously looked spectacular,
Yeah, and I
especially
remember
back
like
then.
I believe it's WWF Arcade where it had more of like a Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Because my brother, like, he would whoop my ass in every video game, like, you know. So that's Big Brother rights right there. But
It totally is.
the other
Yeah.
thing that kind of like captivated me and got me hooked was I remember like two things: Yokozuna being like stretchered out, I think on a forklift or something.
Yeah.
And my brother's making fun of me, and I'm crying, like, "Leave me alone! This is my thing." Go
Right.
away."
Yeah.
And then Gold Dust pops up, and I'm like, just shocked. I'm like,
Have you ever noticed? Not to cut you off there, but have you ever noticed with where 2020 and 2021 are going with like cancel culture? Then you think back to we watched Gold Dust as small children, and nobody thought that was a bad idea to like have it just like
it was
I
just
mean,
weird to everybody.
It was just weird to us. We didn't think anything else of it, but I mean, you think about it because it's actually really funny. I was at work the other day, and we were in a kitchen, so obviously the discussion is not going to be family friendly because you're in a kitchen. That's what you do. Go ahead, Corey.
Well, not necessarily,
kitchen I've
but-
ever worked in
Yeah,
has
exactly. So
family-friendly
anyway,
conversations.
I don't want to give away the whole conversation, but we got into okay, what was your introduction to like sex ed when you were like a young kid before high school and stuff? And I'm like, gonna be honest, it was Dawn Marie and Tori Wilson in the hotel room. So I mean, when you think about it,
See, I had the typical. My uncle, he had Playboys in a trunk.
yeah, there you
There
go.
we go. Yes.
Showing your
I was about to
dinosaur
say-
age there.
I wasn't gonna say dinosaur age, but
He went to school on a brontosaurus and then he ate it for lunch.
Yeah.
It's on it's on a past show. We discussed everything. But anyway, so no, it's interesting when you look back at Gold Dust popping up. You went from crying to Gold Dust being weird, but you're sitting there like you look back and you're like, oh, this was a transgendered idea character. Whereas nowadays that'd be ripped off the air in like 5 seconds.
well, back then,
and Gold Dust had a long run.
well, he's still going, Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah,
God
no,
bless
exactly,
you.
yeah,
God, looks great for his
does.
age.
He does.
He can still go.
He's called the natural for a reason, folks.
He
Like,
is. Though his weird yelling thing is still weird to me.
Yeah.
But it's funny to think back on Gold Dust because like it was probably one of the first queer characters, and yet he was kind of they kind of market him as a freak, and yet for the parents who took their kids to the shows, it didn't matter. You know what I mean? Like it didn't matter. They were just like, oh, he's this kooky kind of cartoon character.
Well, imagine what Gorgeous George looked like to the Southerner states when he was down
Right.
in those territories. I mean, you think about modern wrestling, regardless of what you want to say about the
Yeah.
entertainment factor from Vince, it is derived from Gorgeous George just doing whatever Gorgeous George wanted to do, and
Yeah,
everybody's
that's
just
right.
sitting there. Leroy saw it live, and it was like,
Well, yes.
you had to have sat there and just looked at yourself and been like, wow, this is way
Well,
different.
I honestly, I should talk to my mom and dad and see what they thought too, because they were actually watching it when it was at the deck, and Bobby Heenan was
Wow.
wrestling, not
my,
the manager.
And my grandfather
Wow.
was
And they went
actually
and saw it.
promoting those shows. He
Yeah.
was the manager of the deck when they used to come up. He's got the best stories of running the deck.
I bet.
Before we get back to DPW here, I have to share one or two for you guys because you're obviously big in the music world.
Yep.
He threatened Kiss I'm not joking. They set up steel or stone barricades for the fans. Now, Kiss wouldn't go on stage, and the fans got rowdy, and they started moving the barricade because that's how angry they were at them coming out. So my grandfather's in his office. And by the way, the reason why this is true, he's told this story for 30 years since I've been alive. It's never changed one detail. That's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's real. Yes. So anyway, he's in his office, and all of a sudden his stage manager bursts down the door and says, "Oh my God, they won't go on stage." He's like, "Who won't go on stage?" "The band." "What? Why won't they go on stage?" "I don't know. They just won't go." "Okay, here's the deal. Go get me the 6 biggest stagehands you can find." This is back before they were unionized, so they were just kids from the range who averaged 6'3", 250 pounds of minor muscles. So, I mean, these guys are just, you obviously know Peter Criss was this little dude behind the drum kit. And Paul Stanley's tall, but he's never really been, built. Yeah. So anyway, he goes there with these 6 guys. He goes up to Gene Simmons, full makeup, and goes, "Why won't you guys go on stage?" "Well, we don't trust the barricades. We don't think it's safe." He's like, "They're going rowdy because you're not on stage." And then he's like, "Nah, we're not going to do it." He looks Gene Simmons in the eye and just looks at him and says, "If you're not on stage in 5 minutes, you see the 6 guys behind me, they're going to kick the shit out of you." They were on stage in 3. The other story is actually wrestling related. They used to have the WWF came up here and they promoted. He actually found amongst his stuff an old World Wrestling Federation fleece pullover jacket that I have at home.
Sick.
And I'm talking, this is like from their old line way back before any of the Monday Night War stuff started. Yeah. But anyway, so that's probably my biggest wrestling memorabilia piece I've got. He had 2 women who thought it was so real, they were always at ringside. They would hit the wrestlers with their purses. And the wrestlers would look more purple than the baseball jersey you've got on right now. So he finally had security confiscate the purses. Straight up rocks.
Wow.
I'm talking fist-sized, sharp-ass rocks are just in their purse, and they're whipping the wrestlers with these things. And
that's crazy.
My grandfather had some of the best one-liners in the world. We were just like, "The fuck are you doing?" That's all I can say. He had no words for it. But anyway, getting back to this, so Corey's kind of explained how he got together. Actually, like I said, your episode's now on our YouTube account, episode 35.
I got 35 of them up there.
Yep. So Corey got into DPW by just kind of throwing out a lifeline there, seeing if Eric was going to take it. How did you get involved in sort of like the actual business side of DPW? Because like you've pointed out off mic, you are really known throughout the Twin Ports area as one of the bigger fan guys.
Yeah.
You're at like every show, front row.
For me, it's like I was joking like with my OCD. I got to lock the door 9 times, and as you saw, like I got to do the pre-rituals or whatever.
Yeah.
My thing is, my brain just goes 100 miles an hour. Like I'm always thinking and scheming of the worst case scenario, or if I get on a topic, like I've talked to him 100 times, like. You put something in front of me, and I'm just going to keep giving you ideas for it. Especially when he showed me this photo editing app, like every day I'm blowing up. I had never met him at this point.
Corey's got this face of like my Facebook mentions just went up.
Yeah. And I just kept sending him this stuff. Like, you created a monster because like I'm sitting at home.
Yeah.
COVID's obviously happening in the world, and somehow he came up with it, or Eric came up with it, was the little like fake wrestling promotion.
Yeah.
And that like gave me an
Pandemic Pro Wrestling, is that what it was?
Yep.
I was in that group too, yeah.
I'm creating wrestlers.
That became the DPW discussion post, was
Yep.
Pandemic Pro Wrestling, yeah.
And that's where I kind of feel like I have some sense, I guess, is like I'm very creative. I like to think I'm very creative. I'm constantly coming up with ideas, bouncing them off him usually first because like I don't know how to present it. Like I can get it up here and then give it to you, but I can't make it come to life.
Well, but that's where I think, based on what Corey, you were talking to us about your music background on the last time you were on the show. I think that's sort of the idea of there's always an idea person, but then there's always somebody that just has the wherewithal to understand where it goes, type of deal. Yep. Like my buddy's in computer programming, he can code for days. I have a stupid idea, but this guy can actually code an app
and make it happen,
and like actually make it exist. So I mean, well, because I've said this before. Apple is the first $1 trillion company in the history of the world. What people don't know is Apple was actually started by the Beatles. Mm-hmm. People don't know that. That was their recording studio for a long time. But no, Apple was created and became what it was because Steve Jobs had an idea, and I've always known people that because they hated billionaires, they would always be like, hey, why don't the engineers get credit? Well, they're engineers. They're brilliant. They're smart. I mean,
Right.
they're geniuses. Yeah. But he's a madman in the sense of they're not going to think about take this iPod, which no one had ever seen before, drop it in a fish tank, hits the bottom, there's a little bubble going to the top, and he looks at them and says, you see, there's still room in there. Get rid of that. So, I mean, Cal could be, a Steve Jobs type of idea where it's like you could have 100 ideas, but as long as you have somebody like Corey and Eric, who obviously has the clout background, if you're the guy with the wherewithal, Eric's got the connection type of deal. It's like you've got two guys to bounce those things off of, and obviously Jacob and Abby as well.
And my thing is,
Abby is not here. I apologize, Jesse.
I was looking forward to that.
We're working on it.
We'll get her on here. Oh yes.
And my
We
thing
want
is,
you.
like, I don't necessarily need to be in the wrestling business because I would just want to be at a show.
Yeah.
Like I always say, I'm the sign guy. I want to be front row.
Yeah,
I just want to sit there, watch my show. I will give you ideas. Do with them what you want because I'm not looking to make money. Like,
No. Yeah.
I feel like, these guys are more invested than I am because I just want to go to the show. I want to promote shows so that I can go to more shows.
Well, our first experience of getting into the wrestling business was we knew Dave from MAW.
Yep.
We went to Women of Nations, the charity show.
Yep.
He did everything he could for us that day. Seriously, I say this in the show a lot, but I'm going to say it again because it deserves it. He never said no to us at that show.
Nice.
He's promoting not just a wrestling event, but he's promoting a Women of Nations charity event, the state's involved, all of this crazy stuff. He's got to have 30,000 things on his mind. Things are going wrong every 5 minutes. And every time we would go to him, he had something for us. He never said, hey, guys, I'm too busy. Give me a minute. He was always cordial. And so we were just very thankful for that. So when we went to the Turtle Lake show, we had eaten prior.
I went to the buffet there.
Yeah.
A decent buffet.
Yeah, it was
all right.
It's a casino in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin.
Yeah, they did all right.
You're lucky there were mashed potatoes. Anyway.
Well, they'd have cheese, of course.
Anyway, so we're sitting out in the car just waiting for the show to start. Dave happens to walk by because he was going to his car there. Ladies and gentlemen, the special guest has arrived. Might as well. There's an Orange Cassidy doll being given here. Eric is actually here from DPW.
Called it a doll.
That's an awesome setup. Yeah.
Don't be shy.
We were just going over all the shitty things they have to deal with you in DPW. So you walked in at the prime time. Oh my God!
I need more funding for markers. I'm the sign guy. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. But no. So anyway, to finish up the story, he literally just looks at us after I had said, "Do you need some assistance or anything?" And he's like, yeah, you want to go help set up the ring? And of course, we're fanboys at this point. Eyes wide open. We just say yes, sprint to the freaking thing. And from that day on, we just started setting up rings at any MAW event we were in. So,
what a fucking job that is, by the way.
Oh, God. Anyway, he even asked us, Leroy, I don't know if he asked you, but he mentioned to me after the show, you guys wanted something for it. I'm like, you already gave us more than we could have ever wanted as fans.
Okay. He gave me access. He gave me a shirt, and I'm sitting there doing security for autograph signing, and in front of me is Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Yeah.
Right next to him is Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah.
I mean,
your kids could not have had bigger eyes.
I know.
I mean, it was so
and
good.
Then partially through it, he goes, one guy one of the ring guys that we got to know, he goes, you want to get a picture and stuff with him?
Because we were told that
anything?
it was
no,
free.
I was like, yeah. So I got a picture with Hacksaw. He goes like, can you sign this autograph for my son, Evan? Yeah. Signs it. I'm like, wow. I mean, I don't need anything else.
You should not have driven home from that show.
Oh, I was fine.
No. That's the problem. You had too much adrenaline. This is a Wisconsin highway.
It home.
In 90 minutes. That's not okay.
Well,
you sped through 4 towns, man. Anyway. So Cal, I mean, we've talked to Eric, who of course is here. We're setting up a mic for him. Corey, we've gotten your stuff. Might as well. You're here.
I'll get you on.
Okay, so with you not really wanting to get in, be any form of a star. What do you want to see from DPW now that we don't have dates, but you guys obviously have announced you have the venue and you're able to do the shows.
Badass wrestling shows and deliver.
What is that? What is your hope to come out of this? I guess.
I've told Eric, I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything too much, but I just want to promote the shows, not necessarily be the promoter.
Yeah.
I want to be the guy out there with tape, sticking up a sign saying, "Hey, come watch this," because if you come watch,
you're our Jesse who has 50 subscriptions in one night.
Yeah. You,
I'm so excited about that.
You get to watch it. Now I get to watch it because I put up that damn sign.
Okay, yeah.
I just want more wrestling so I can sit front row, get my stupid sign ripped up, get on camera.
You're still mad that happened to us.
Well, I mean, I had a whiteboard.
I wasn't mad. I was happy.
I had a whiteboard.
I'm talking about him mad at us.
I had a whiteboard ready for Ken Anderson, and I talked to the guys. I was like, "Hey, when Ken comes, let him know when you get back there. Tell him to break this thing. That's why I brought it."
Yeah.
And the promoter's like, "You sure you want that broke?" I was like, "Yeah, it's freaking $10."
Yeah,
my wife would kill me. I was like, well, I don't have a wife, so break the damn whiteboard.
Holy crap.
Well, then Lil Nate comes out, and my thing is if I make fun of them, that's when I start to like them because I get kind of.
To clarify, Lil Nate, another local indie guy from the area, which we'll cover more when there's more shows to do so. But he is, every time I've seen him, flawless. Flawless in his presentation.
Oh, yeah. He puts on a great show.
He's flawless in that the fans are always reactive to him.
Yep.
He's so good at knowing where he is, what he's doing, and I love Lil Nate.
And I wrote on, I think, I put "Who are you?" because I think this was the second show I saw him at, and I didn't really know who he was.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I'm going to use my classic "Let's get attention" thing. Who are you?
Yeah.
And he grabbed that whiteboard and just destroyed it, and I'm like, crap, that was for Ken. I have this mini feud with Ken Anderson.
This is why you bring backups.
He probably doesn't think that we have this feud, but in my head, I feel like me and Ken have this connection. I'm the douchebag with the sign. And I'm going to stop there every time.
We got a story from Ken at the MAW show from Wrestlers Court in TNA. That was some good stuff. That was a fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say about that story is he talked about Tommy Dreamer was there, sitting in a freaking Speedo or something, and the boys were hanging out.
Must be playing Tommy ball.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
we by the way, at that show, were supposed to interview Animal and Paul Ellerling because they were at the show being inducted into the Minnesota Wrestling Hall of Fame. Animal had to go for a family thing early, and then Paul kind of went with him. So back to Dave loving on us the whole show. He looks at us and he goes, "You guys want to interview D'Lo?" I look at Leroy. He looks at Jason. Jason looks at me, and we're like, yes, we want to interview D'Lo Brown. So that interview was so much fun because that was shortly after Kofi Mania had just happened. Mm-hmm. So that was a great insight to get from a guy like D'Lo who had obviously been in the Nation of Domination and all that stuff. So we didn't ask him about the walk. Still don't. Probably should have asked about the walk, but I felt like it wasn't the best time to ask about it.
Fuck my neck up again if I
when I talked to those guys, I remember that was back to the beginning when I first got into wrestling. Ahmed Johnson came out. He's just like, stacked. I'm like, that's an action figure, man.
Right? Yeah.
And I told him, I told Ron Simmons, I was like, you came out and beat up Ahmed Johnson. I was like, well, if he can beat up that guy, I'm gonna love Ron Simmons from here on out.
Right? Yeah.
And they just started clowning on Ahmed, and I was like, and then I started reading some stuff later on. He's not very well liked. And I'm like, stuff like, now I don't like him.
It's interesting. It's interesting. Ron Simmons was actually at that show.
Yep.
Leroy got inducted into the Nation of Domination.
Jason, honor members.
$20. $20. That's all it takes, I guess. But anyway,
my name was Leroy, so it
that's fair. That's fair. Jesse, you're not in the Nation, but Leroy is.
Son of a bitch.
Hey, don't worry. Have your people talk to my people?
Your people are your kids.
Well, good.
But
good
it works. That's fair.
I have 3 people who know MVP, so I'll work my way through that.
There we go.
There we go. You got
anyway,
me there.
So he actually talked about Ron Simmons in the interview, and he didn't have a single bad thing to say about Ron. Did he, Leroy?
No. Sorry.
Leroy's geeking out here. We're gonna. All right, Cal. Thank you for that. We're gonna get more back into DPW. But Eric, welcome back.
Thanks, man.
We're gonna get right to.
I actually brought you guys something.
We can see that. Before we get to that, I actually.
You gonna wait?
Yeah. No. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Because here's the deal. We've actually been updating all of our listeners on your medical stuff.
Oh, shit. Wow.
So we've been mentioning that ever since. How are you doing
you.
currently?
I feel amazing, actually. Yeah, I feel really good.
What was it now? Okay, what exactly was the actual neck procedure?
So if you remember what Chris Benoit had,
Yeah.
he had a disc that basically exploded.
Right, yeah,
and
yeah.
It started to like go into his spinal column.
Yeah.
So I basically had the same thing.
Mhm.
It was my C6 to C7 disc. I had fallen off a fence back in July.
Okay.
Oh wow.
And I was chasing a puppy, and it had gone under the fence, and
Right.
so I like tried to grab the top of the fence and
Right.
just like fucking, you know,
Yeah.
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 basically jump over the
Yeah.
fucking thing.
I don't want to say this because I feel like he's gonna get angry at me. But so I'm coming out of a UMD hockey game, and like this is like middle of winter, and I'm just with my friends. All I have on is a jersey because obviously I'm still sweaty from the
Yeah.
game, and I slip in the parking lot and fall flat back
Oh.
on the concrete.
Oh, dude.
But nothing happened. I bounced right back up. I just bounced up. Nothing was wrong.
I think it was like January 16th. Like I don't know why I remember the day, but my dad and I went and tried to buy a new TV, and this is like a month before the surgery, and I was like just walking behind his truck, and I fell flat on my back, and I was like fucking
Balling.
like, openly,
Yeah.
like just like Family Guy, like Peter Griffin.
Yeah. Thank you, Corey.
In the Walmart.
All right.
parking lot.
Well, thank you. Well, we are so glad to hear that
Yeah,
you're going.
no shit,
We've
thank
gained
you.
an audience of our kids in here, folks.
What's
so,
up?
Eric, you have a special surprise for everyone here
Yeah,
today.
I brought the Dpw Championship belt.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
the Discovery Pro Wrestling Championship, which okay, we can say this much: it'll be awarded in an 8-man single elimination
Yeah,
tournament
yeah.
at DPW
Wait. I thought me and Cal were fighting for it today.
No. I'm gonna be the
That
sign
was-
guy. Willie's gonna fight you. That was a
Jesse,
swerve.
Jesse.
Yeah,
It doesn't
that
matter.
with names. All right, we don't have names.
We'll change your name to Willie Mack. How's that? You got the hair for it.
Look at that.
That is a beautiful championship. We're going to put this, actually, Leroy's going to put the video on our YouTube, but that is a beautiful belt. I actually saw this before it was finished. I saw the early renderings of this.
Yeah, I've shown a little.
See, that almost makes me want to
thinks
just
he's
get
special.
back into the gym. And
Yeah,
go,
right, man?
I would be a
Over here,
pro
like, group
wrestler.
chat, like, oh, yeah.
To be a pro wrestler, I think Cal and Willie would just need some cardio. Corey would need a few 80 pounds of muscle to probably...
Oh, whatever.
I'm fast. Like I'll let you know.
All right.
My muscles like John Cena. You just can't see.
Do we have to pay for that? We'll get... Yeah, no. It looks like Evan's already got it.
Signs, remember?
Yeah, no, that's fair. We're gonna have to get Stephen P.
Yes.
New on that.
Yes,
anyway.
everybody. My son was holding on to that belt.
Yep.
He is-
So
They ran down here so damn fast
Yep.
when I said that we had.
So,
that belt.
so to go back, you guys now. Okay, that tournament is going to be all night one.
At this moment, I'm planning on it to be all night one. I have to talk to Jacob, but there's a chance that the finals could take place on DPW 2.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm pretty adamant about having it happen on DPW 1.
Your idea is that first show, cement what you're doing, cement somebody.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. That's fantastic. And not looking for any scoots here, but like, is there anyone that's already been in the tournament, or are we still working on members of the tournament?
So it's now a 9-man tournament. I'm gonna.
Book it.
I will be entering.
That
this
looks really
tournament.
good on you, actually.
It
I
does.
know.
It really does.
Shit.
My only question, Jesse, I love you, but there's no way you're getting a first round bye out of this. Ain't no way you're getting a first round bye.
I mean, listen, if like Airwell for someone's in this tournament, I'm gonna be out.
You're the
pretty quick.
small school in the BCS. There's no first round bye here, folks. Like,
I should maybe get a. I had a kind of a match with Darren, so don't I get a chance to get that too now?
Held this shit?
I did have an altercation.
that is legit. First of all, that wasn't a match. That was shorter time than Santino Morella was in the Royal Rumble. But okay, we'll call that a match, I guess.
Wow, that is gorgeous.
That's legit, folks.
I don't want to drop it.
Yeah, pictures will
Thank you.
pictures will be on our Facebook. They're going to be on our YouTube account, so we're gonna have a lot of stuff here.
Okay,
But,
I've officially changed my mind. AEW's title is now second place. That's the best championship I have seen.
we'll talk
is
about that.
beautiful.
We'll talk about that.
Thank you.
But no,
She's heavy, isn't it?
yeah,
Oh my
no,
God.
oh no, that
It
is
feels like a world heavyweight championship.
it's legit. It's legit. I guess the best way to say this is it from already talking to Jacob. Abby will be on the show at some point. Jesse will have to be there because Jesse's
We gotta have the Penelope Ford debate. We just have to.
You gotta get her on the show.
Yo, Dave.
Abby will fuck you up, man. She's so passionate.
Yo, Dave. That's your feud of the year right there.
So here we go. We know our feud on the show now.
I'd like to announce the first match. For
I don't know.
Wait a sec. We're not on network television. We can do intergender matches. We're good.
Is this a threat or a promise?
He's like, dude, I gotta videotape this. If they're
Right?
Gonna
I'm gonna videotape.
Oh my God.
I want to get some action too. It's been a while.
You getting your ass kicked would be the best views we've gotten.
You know what?
Ever.
It
at
would
this
probably
point.
shoot this show really high up there.
Oh my God.
But no.
Dude, you are 6 foot 300 pounds, and she whipped you, son.
Yeah. But no, Eric. The one thing that I can say is after meeting these two guys, after having talked to Abby, and obviously we've had Jacob on the show, you have an unbelievably just passionate staff.
I'm so grateful, dude.
And my God, you.
I'm so thrilled.
It's awesome to have that. When,
yeah.
when you just know, like, the people you're working with have the same passion as you and what you're doing.
Now I have
you
to
know it can
ask
be
because it is the
successful.
wrestling business. Is this more? They are because we're just gonna shoot here.
For sure.
Are they more so to help you with the ideas you have, or is
No.
it a situation where they can say no to you just as much?
100%. It's. I mean, how would you guys describe?
Corey was kind of nice last time because I think he thought Eric was gonna like call in or something.
No, it's open form.
Yeah, it's totally open.
Yeah.
Like,
It's always been open form. I think Eric has been very forthcoming about that, and even like really making sure that we all understand.
We have muffins, by the way, Eric. if
I
you'd
saw
like.
that.
Any idea
I'm eyeing
able
those
to
up.
be brought to the table.
Definitely,
yeah.
If you have something that you want to see done,
Mm-hmm.
bring the idea to the table, and let's figure out if it's able to get done.
Well, before Eric came in, we were making an analogy using Apple, and it's a situation where the real geniuses.
Right, we're under Tim Cook, or we're under Steve Jobs.
Well, yeah, exactly. Right. We were talking about an idea guy versus people able to do it, but ultimately, the smartest people in the world ultimately put people around them that they know are smarter.
Yep, 100%.
And
dude, I'm so relieved that I have these guys like willing to. Oh,
Yeah.
Hi, kitty.
she found Jesse. She'll stay there the rest of the show.
Awesome.
But
Darren's the best.
but yeah, no. I mean, it's just we've talked to everyone on the staff except for Abby. We'll get her on.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse and her will go back for an hour. And when you're angry, we get the best rating. Anyway, no, but it's just every person we've talked to, it seems like. And so far, from what I can tell, Corey is the slowest mind in the sense that you're the
slowest mind.
No, seriously.
What are you trying to imply?
Hold on.
Oh my God.
He's the only guy that we've interviewed who has not brought up the statement, "My mind goes 100 miles an hour." He's the only one that hasn't said that.
I mean,
I get
mine
what you mean.
Does because it's all in the ADHD, but I mean, like I guess I just really try to keep myself at a pretty slow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
No.
Cal, honestly, I mean, that's not an insult by any means, but Cal, I would say, is the one that keeps me most focused on the.
I feel like I'm the old guy of the group. I worry about everything.
Yeah, no.
When I
Cal's like
walked
my
outside
dad.
to the car.
Well, good. Someone's gonna worry about the curtains for once,
Eric.
Eric.
When I walked out of the car, like my OCD, it's like, did I shut their
we need
door?
curtains?
Did I shut the second door?
That's a. So the very first show that I ever saw.
I completely fucked up the curtains.
With Leroy was
Well,
No Love Lost 2.
It didn't
and
matter to us.
Eric had asked me to take some video and some photos, and I sent them to him. And I sent this guy 50 photos from my phone, and the response is 50 photos. The response is not, these are awesome, blah, blah. The first response was, God damn those curtains. And I'm just like, dude.
You can see through the curtain. Well, so the curtains, like, there's like one big backdrop curtain, and then there's two side curtains that kind of like, like mask.
Well, but to be fair, Clyde is not really the type of venue that stuff's normally in.
Yeah.
But it's always somehow come out fantastically.
Dude, yeah, I said this on the last.
Are you guys the
Malt
Malt building for the first show?
No.
The actual
we'll probably
building.
never run the Malt building.
Okay.
I'm hoping what'll happen is if Heavy on Wrestling ever actually comes back and starts running shows, I'm hoping that they'll have the malting building.
Okay.
And that we'll
Okay,
have
yeah,
the
yeah.
event hall. But Yeah, those curtains, they fuck me up to this day.
I give him shit about it all the time.
Every time.
I do. But
the side curtains were just a little bit too far forward.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I think about this now. It's like thinking of a good comeback to a joke like 3 years later.
We'll talk about poor premature performance later on in the show. Revolution's coming up at some point. Anyway,
I thought you were about to talk about my sex life.
No.
Shit.
No.
How do you know too?
I thought he was talking about me because I'm like Cal. I'm the old man here too.
Yeah,
I get reminded of it all the
time. That's a good segue. That's a good segue. But I wanted to get back to
yeah.
Cal keeps like as far as the team goes, like So everyone has like how would I say this? Everyone has their own ideas, right?
Obviously.
And like I want to.
This is wrestling. You don't get into it without 30 ideas.
Right. Like
it's true.
I want to be there to help these guys with the ideas that they have.
Yeah.
And Jacob has ideas as far as like his ideas as far as booking are pretty crazy. And
we talked to him.
Yes.
He's a big New Japan guy, so you and him.
Huge New Japan.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
New Japan.
We talked for hours.
DDT.
That's my wheelhouse right there.
Yep.
Super into it. Super into it.
That was a fun conversation with him.
The tournament was actually his idea.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were back in the day, or not back in the day, but last year. Back in that day.
Back in the day.
It's 2021.
Back in 2020.
We feel like 2020 was about 10 years. It's fine.
Yeah, I think we were considering doing something like that, but it wasn't, obviously ever official. But,
yeah.
Yeah, I love Cal because Cal keeps me focused on the shit that really matters.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'll get like, fuck. There's so much like shit. Like you said, your mind is running at like 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Mine runs at like 600.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I'm like, see, shit, I just lost my train of thought. But
you were talking about how fast your mind runs.
Thank you, Corey. What would we do if you weren't here today, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Cal loves to keep me focused and keep the whole team really focused on the task at hand. And
it just seems like a group of people that like, and I mean, Corey, maybe you can speak to this as well, because obviously Cal's the one who has to hear it all and then bring it back. But you're involved in it. It seems like you guys are just always. It seems like a board meeting between you guys would literally just be idea after idea after idea.
I mean, that kind of is how our group chat is,
and a lot of shit posting.
The funny thing about the group chat too is like someone it usually pops off because someone will have an idea. It's supposed to just be like a message so everybody can see it, and then all of a sudden we start inputting. And
you guys don't take 5 minutes to write it down. You guys just post it right in the group chat.
Yeah, Next thing you know, it's been like an hour of all of us just like shit talking our way through.
The best part of that
night.
That sounds like Jesse's first time on the show. We just kind of went off.
We just kind of went off on tangents.
Yeah, that's my favorite part is they just throwing Jacob under the bus because I had a crush one time, and then he brings up her husband. I'm like, bro.
It's also kind of a cheap shot because he's the only guy that's not within literal throwing distance.
Yeah, so
he's all the way in Florida at this point.
I want to fire somebody. I just ask Eric, can we fire Jacob too? It always goes back to Jacob with Jordan Grace for me. I mean,
Fair enough.
I mean, I get the Jordan Grace thing. So I'm a.
I already got to fight Jacob right now. I don't need you on that team.
I'm a black man from New York, so every time
You've got an Abby match first. Let's have these two guys Abby match. The winners, okay.
So was it Jacob then that kind of came up with the idea for the tournament? Because I mean, it's actually a great idea. I mean, it's a beautiful championship belt, and it'll actually, one thing, actually, because he was on the show before you called in, I think.
Yeah. He spat like 70 ideas to us, and just
now I'm remembering like me and him just went off on these Japanese wrestling tangents.
Yeah,
but, like,
I listened to that episode.
How tournaments make these titles feel more important. Because even people tune in like, I don't know who these people are, but I gotta check because tournaments are fun to follow.
You get so much of an individual that back to Cal's favorite chant, "Who are you?" You get so much of a sense of someone when they're in a tournament because their life literally is on the line every second of the match. It's not double elimination,
and it makes the
loser pool.
Feel so much more important in the championship.
It feels like
important.
it feels like they're involved in something that's really testing them in a way that's
And this will be me telling the viewers, because like the viewers might call me a hypocrite because of how I criticize AEW Spot Monkey, but it's an indie show.
Well,
It's not national television. These 8 competitors, some of which may have never been seen by a majority of the audience, they have to get their shit in a way where they have to make you Eric, and these 2 gentlemen here, they have to make you want to book them again.
Yeah.
They have to want you guys to bring them back because they need to show you, and especially for the guys who get eliminated first round, they have to show you why you would want to book them again.
Well,
so I mean, to put that tournament style, not to interrupt you, but just
sure.
Just to put that tournament style is to kind of look at that and be like, this is literally for some of them maybe the one and only time they'll be in DPW.
Yeah.
Not
interesting point.
Yeah,
that is an interesting point.
Not based on anything other than maybe because again, when Leroy and I went up to Fortune Mania 2, there were 8 guys who were on the card. Who were all in the same car that broke down an hour outside of the thing. And that's why we didn't get the interview with Justin before the show. We got it after the show was because Justin was in the car.
Oh, wow.
And I'm looking at myself like, dude, well, because Justin told us who was in the car, and I'm like, that was half the show. I was just like, God damn. So, I mean, if anything, it's just they're just going to be booked 30 different days, and they may never get back to you guys.
Sure.
So, I mean, it really is an interesting way to produce a show so early that – we're showing you talent, but like now it's like that little Easter egg of, are you ever going to see him again? Are you not? So it kind of makes the audience think about it more.
That's a really interesting point. There's a lot of I hadn't even thought about that, but there's a lot of really interesting like story ties that you can like branch off from that.
Yeah.
It's like.
Well, G1 sparks what? The next 3 shows?
Sometimes the next 3 to 4, the rest of their year usually.
September, August, September.
All the way up to Wrestle Kingdom.
And they are having
and sometimes after.
And by the way, it has been announced that the G1 will be moved again this year because they're going to do the Olympics again. They're going to try to do the Olympics this year. So the G1's getting pushed back to the fall again.
It's just so weird. That'll be a different topic for another time.
Yeah.
Sometimes New Japan does stuff that even I, as a New Japan fan, get mad at, but continue.
And honestly, Jacob's initial idea, like when he first came to me and he was like, "Look, man, I really want to give you like all my ideas as far as booking goes, and I want to be considered part of the booking team." And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, let's let's get it." And so,
to Corey's point, your story the first time you were on the show, it literally is he gets from you what you want to do, and that's how you pick them.
Make no fucking mistake about it. I'm using these motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, straight up
for their talent. Yeah, make no mistake about it.
Don't worry, guys.
But I think
that guy uses me all the time.
I'm gonna pay you at some point.
I think that's the beautiful thing, though, is like we're all. If you really look at who he's brought in, we're all people who were already we were on the outside of the wrestling industry, trying to get our foot in the door.
Right. Exactly.
And when you think.
And so
this is your ability to finally show to the world what you've got.
Yep, exactly.
You're fighting as hard as the people in the ring, honestly.
I think when you get a bunch of creative minds who want to get into the wrestling industry but aren't necessarily wrestlers.
That door is really hard to get into.
Right. And so you're gonna all of a sudden, when you finally see the door open, even just a crack, you're gonna kick that fucker in.
Again, I always tell the story. The only reason we're all sitting here with microphones is I had an idea for a show.
Right.
I was gonna do it with a buddy. He had he and my schedule didn't mesh at the time, so we ended up not doing it. I mentioned this to Leroy at work on a Monday. I come back to work on Thursday. He looks me in the eye and he goes, "So I bought the podcast equipment." And I'm like, "We didn't discuss it. We didn't talk about it. I'm not paying him for it." And I look at him and say, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm a stubborn old bastard." I'm like, "Well, that was the launch of the show."
Well, yeah, I was like, "What do you get?" And I pulled my phone up. I'm like, "Amazon. There it is." Oh.
But the setup for somebody like me who had never been in that door was so professional. I mean, obviously now we have an old soundboard, but it's like twice the size as the old one. But it's like the original soundboard wasn't much bigger than this Kleenex box that has just so happened to be placed in front of Corey. No reason why, it's just there. It made my mind go 1,000 miles an hour because all of a sudden you and I had ideas we were throwing out on this whiteboard that's behind me. you want to bring this to Ken next time you see him? It's like, we're not using it much anymore.
I'm sure he'll break it.
There we go. But yeah, no, it's just, I mean, like you were saying, Corey, it's like when that door's opened, you got to go full bore because if you don't, well, A, I think Eric's probably not going to work with someone like that. But B, it just seems like why not do it? You know, you got nothing to lose.
So did you just say that 13 card subject change is going to sponsor the sign guy for DPW one?
I mean, I like markers and
That's
poster board mostly.
We'll sponsor anything
We can
because
help,
because the rule on this show is we work for free merch.
Hey, I mean,
Or
if
hot
you can
dogs.
see my shirt. I'll make you a shirt. If you
Oh,
want.
that's
Yeah,
the
no, exactly.
best- that's the best shirt.
Yeah,
I've ever
I had to have
seen.
it buttoned the whole
I
car
said-
ride with
I
Corey.
love
I
that.
said
so
at the
much.
top of the show, he walked in with a DPW Mount Rushmore shirt on.
Well, we
And,
are
uh,
still.
I have access to the logo, otherwise
but
I'd be on.
we
Yeah,
are
it's
still trying to figure out a logo for us too.
Yeah, we are working on
We
that.
are
currently.
still
I know a
working
guy.
on.
That's
That's
Put
what
it
we
together for
need.
you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can try-
Yeah.
I can try to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people kind of are a little bit hesitant. Well, see, I have a lot of artist friends, but because they're artists and they're trying to get their name out there, they don't want to work with our idea, which is here's the deal: show us the work, and then we'll pay you for what you think it's worth.
Right.
But people are like, well, that's not how art works. I'm like, no, that's how we work in business. Is I'm not going to pay you if I'm not going to buy it from you.
Yeah.
But if I choose to buy it, if you want to bill me for the back time, that's fine. But if you want to work with us, you need to understand that's how we're going to do business is we will pay you what you think it's worth. No questions asked, maybe a little negotiating, but for the most part, we'll pay you what you think it's worth, but only if we buy it. We're not, so it's like, it's hard for us to maybe get some people like that in there, but the thing is like, that's how we want to do business is we will promise you X amount what you think is, because here's the deal. I got a friend that Leah and I used to work with, and she painted a picture on actual canvas, real painting. I asked her, well, what do you think it's worth? She goes, $200. I'm like, cool, here's $200. I bought it for the for the missus, and she was like, are you serious? I'm like, if you think it's worth $200, if you think between materials, time, effort was $200, and I actually want it, then no questions asked. I can do $200. So, but yeah, no, that's kind of how we do it. And some people are turned off by that, and I respect that's how you want to do your business. But it's like it.
I've worked in music so long, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude,
Dude, we go so
we
far
go
back.
so far back. We were teenagers.
That shit's crazy. That's crazy.
We were young teenagers the first time we
Dude.
ever played a
I
show
was in a
together.
band with one of your
Damn.
members one
Yeah.
time, so it's like, yeah.
Years and years back now, even though we're not as
Like
old
two-
as
like
this guy.
2000,
but
like 2009.
yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
2008, 2009.
You're old. Get over it.
I know. I'm from the '70s, and therefore.
I ain't that old. I just want that out there on the podcast. I'm not that old.
Cal, it's the 1870s. But yeah, no, it's just, I mean, everything that I've seen from this group, the people doing the show, not just the discussion lounge, there's a bunch. I had a Gene in there, by the way. Gene's had some nice insight in there. But it's like, just from talking to everybody there, even if Abby is trying to push a woman that long story there. I'll let you handle that, Jesse.
I'll get beat up, but we'll have that discussion.
Everybody seems to just be full bore into it.
Yeah.
No matter, even with COVID. I mean, you guys, and I'll ask you guys: was anyone deterred with COVID? Was there ever a second that you thought, okay, maybe I need to pull back a little bit? I mean, like, was there ever a moment of that?
I think all of us, and chime in by all means, but I feel like all of us at first were like, okay, well, how can we figure this out?
Okay.
How can we keep
I
going?
think it gave
That's what
me
the
an
whole-
outlet to, because I wasn't depressed or anything like that.
No, yeah.
I was just like, I'm bored. I need something to do.
I mean, you were around for Pandemic Pro Wrestling.
I was, yes.
Yeah.
That was
Yes.
that was part of
Like every day I woke
hitting
up, I'm
and
like, what am I
being
going to
like-
create today for that? Like,
Yeah.
what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Well, that thing just appeared one day. You added me, but I was shocked at just how quickly it took off and how quickly people were just willing to immediately jump in on it.
Yeah,
and yes, it was a joke, but at the same time, I mean, like Corey said, ideas just flowed.
Yeah. There's an element to anything about not taking yourself too seriously. And these guys help me keep track of that. They make sure I'm not, being a dickhead.
Yeah.
And I don't think I get too passionate like in the negative context anymore. I don't think, especially with these guys, I don't really ever get like too like fired up about anything.
Yeah.
But
not yet.
We haven't seen the curtains yet.
Yeah,
We haven't seen the curtains yet.
Wait for show day.
Curtain call means something to wrestling, and it means something to Eric. So
Yeah, I probably sound like a hypocrite to anyone who knows me like previously that heard me just say that I shouldn't take myself too seriously.
well, okay. I was gonna say, here's a guy who says don't take yourself so seriously. Your episode is really, and I'm not even bullshitting right now. Leroy can confirm this. That episode is what propelled us to a lot of these worldwide views.
Yeah, that's what.
That was the episode that
when you were
Podomatic
on
really.
there, yeah, we had.
Oh God,
200 some odd views.
Your first episode.
Yeah, but we talked. I don't think
skyrocketed.
it had anything to do with me. I think it was that we just talked about a lot of different subject matters.
But, yes, but you were part of that show.
Sure.
And it was extension of what we were doing, and yeah, I mean,
You were
we
also
got a
the
lot of
first
hits.
time that people understood
You're the
that.
reason I came on the show.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. But the other thing about it is that when I go back to that show, and I've listened to it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah,
at this
it's
point,
really good.
So have you.
Yeah, I've listened to it a couple of times.
well,
I enjoy that one a lot.
Right, exactly.
Oh
But
yeah, I wanted to tell you, don't hate yourself. You sound like you were so informative. Like I said, because he was like, dude, Eric was on the show. I'm like, wait, the dude I go way back with play.
Yeah.
I was listening. I'm like, holy shit, that's right. Eric is huge into
But the
wrestling.
one thing that I think you need to understand is that show, I got so many messages from my friends and family who listened to us, and they were just like, is this the kind of thing you want out there? And I told people, this is a shoot show.
Yeah.
There ain't a script
Yeah.
on this thing.
Yeah.
You got into things that you didn't need to.
Sure.
But this is the thing. Going back to getting into business with us.
Yeah.
I told you on that show, I will sit here for 2 hours and talk to the Young Bucks, and we will talk.
Right, yeah.
The microphone is open.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I'm gonna say what I want,
Right.
and if you don't want to do business, I respect because you know Super Beast right now out in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
He's posting a lot about the Super Beast compound
Yep,
that he's working on his training facility. The tagline is, this is not a social club. You're only here if you're paying or if you're on the roster, and we're going to do this and that.
Yeah.
He's turning off a lot of independent guys that way, but he knows who he wants to do business with. We know how we want to do business.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't like it, well, that's fine. You don't have to work with us. But if you want to work with us, I was telling them before you walked in, when you wanted me and Leroy to work with War Beast, we were going to take 10 minutes and just look at them and say, what do you guys want out of this however long Eric's giving me?
Right.
And they would look at me and say, what do you mean? I'm like, I will give you something, but just take off and we'll go with it.
Yeah.
That's always been my thing, and that's why Darren was so complimentary of the first interview. JDX was so complimentary. Everyone always says, you guys are really different. I'm like, I'm going to give you bullet points, and then you just go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leroy gets hurt, knocked off camera, keep going.
All right, but you know what? If we would have, I wouldn't want to get hurt by him.
Super Beast is a
different
big
animal.
mofo.
If the bigger they are,
He was on Bloodsport 4 and 5, by the way.
But the
For those of you that
Super
don't remember.
Beast?
Super Beast.
Or War Beast.
Super Beast. No. Super Beast is the guy we talk about. I'm talking about when you wanted us to work with War Beast.
Yeah.
Super Beast.
Right, yeah.
Super Beast
Yeah.
is
They booked Super Beast on Bloodsport?
4 and 5.
No shit.
Yes.
Oh, good
he's
for him.
Yeah.
dude, he's an ass. He was a great
So
guy.
so good.
Josh Barnett's a really cool guy. I met him in Superior, I think, 2 or 3 years ago.
And Josh came up with what seems like a simple idea in wrestling, but he's pulled it off very well on all of Bloodsport.
Oh,
Dude.
All 5 Bloodsports.
We've been that's one thing that we talk about a lot in the group. Well, I fucking bring it up a lot. in the group chat is gimmick matches. And I have some fucking ideas for you, sir, for some new gimmick matches. I have an idea for a match called the God Complex. So it's like the play on the word or play on the phrase.
Do we have to
God
call
Complex.
Fall Out Boy and get some copyright there, or are we good there?
Well, if it's just called the God Complex, if it gets wordy,
yeah.
yes.
if we call it a loaded God Complex.
There we go.
Then there we go.
Because I guarantee you, Pete's gonna call somebody and say,
I
"Hey,
haven't, I haven't thought about that band in like 3 years, but yeah.
I've been on a huge Fall Out Boy kick the last like 3 weeks, so
okay,
it's really funny you bring it
okay,
up.
really funny story. My assistant manager, she said over the microphone at work one day, we're going downtown, and then me and the girl in the kitchen, we just started singing Sugar We're Going Downstairs, and then she looked at me and said, "Holy crap, you actually sound exactly like Patrick." I actually can do Patrick singing prime.
Well, you just gotta hit certain notes and mumble the rest of the So he was the original mumble rapper.
Yeah, he really was.
And he was the drummer.
Yeah.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you've got Dave Grohl, you've got the dude from Genesis, and now you've got Patrick Stone.
Phil Collins' name. The musician in me is a little angry now.
When you look at my metal collection, you'll be fine. Anyway, so but anyway, it's like, so we're gonna start getting into a little bit of the other stuff here, but just to kind of close up here on DPW, we're super excited. From what I've heard, 4 shows are now sort of set in stone.
I have 4 shows booked in set in stone.
Okay.
And there's probably gonna be some other things added onto that after that, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
I'm just hoping you guys can find a way to get the boys home, the twins.
Top Flight come home?
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen.
But going back to your original mission statement, which you didn't want to say on the show last time, but you repeated it 4 times. Was
our mission statement?
Yeah, exactly. But it's like what your website, which is now up, discoverprowrestling.com.
Yeah, discoverprowrestling.com.
Really the main goal of that is what Top Flight ended up doing was they got seen, they got a chance, and they were able to propel themselves to a I'm still angry they weren't in the Battle Royal. We talked about that, but my God, we'll get to that.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I didn't know what happened there.
But no, those 2 guys, I can tell you right now, from the PWL to any other group I'm in on Facebook, they have been discovered.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, well, first of all, Eric, I said before you guys are off mic, Eric told me they were signed 2 months before I think AEW said they were. But anyway,
he's getting these spoilers, and it's like,
we held,
you heard too.
We held back. And
we held back on that. It's fine. But
Eric's over here just sweating like,
but that's. I already told them. They knew about it. I told you during the first show, Corey. Corey already knew about this.
Well, can't tell Zach shit anymore.
No.
First of all.
Think of Zach as Pat McAfee Jr.
First of all,
you could tell
if
it's
2 months after it happened, it's no longer allowed to be a spoiler. Anyway, but my whole thing about this is just you guys have done so much in your early development before anyone's even seen a show.
Yeah.
Eric's actually kind of mad at me about the whole spoiler thing, but we'll deal with that off camera.
No, I'm not.
It's good.
Fine.
It's good. But Cal's over here just playing it up. But no.
Seeker.
But no,
he can go in the ring when he gets built.
I know where to go. Go for the neck. I know where to go. Anyway.
Hit him in the head. That might help.
Yeah. My weakness is the head. You're just a bit south. Anyway, but no, it's just, Top Flight's out there. A bunch of guys. Wasn't James Dpw on Dark? Didn't he make an appearance on Dark?
So yeah.
So I mean, it's like, there's a pipeline of all of a sudden, especially with the pandemic, they've had to find guys that are not able to work in their territory, and guys are getting down to Florida. I mean, it's like James is a guy. No offense, love James. I've seen him a half a dozen times right now. I've seen him once. He's he's great for what he does, but never did I think he would be that early on an AEW radar.
I did.
Well,
there's I'm not to blow smoke up my own asshole, but
that's a great metaphor.
Leroy, cue up Nia Jax. Anyway,
we're not that type of a show.
That's
what's gonna break the family friendliness, really?
But dude, I've called so many of these kids getting signed. When I worked for Heavy on Wrestling, it was like, Dave, can we book Elena Black? Or Dave, can we book Angel Dorado? Dante Martin.
Yeah.
That was a fucking struggle. And there's so many of these kids that I literally begged Dave to book.
Yeah. Wow.
And he would tell me no, they're either not ready, or they're too green, by all means, in Dave's defense, this was 2 years ago, but I fucking told him.
And it's also
kind of going to be signed.
And it's also kind of his name on the card a little bit. Well, we've defended Vince 1,000 times. There's a reason certain people don't get what they want as early. The fans always want more early, but when you're the promoter, your name is kind of there.
Right.
But I understand also from your perspective, dude, we're not going to get these guys in 2 years.
Yeah.
That's what you're not understanding.
That's my biggest fear, honestly. And I tried to always explain this to Dave and John, but I got a lot of pushback on that just because, like, I was trying to explain to them, like, you only have a finite amount of time to like, create content with these kids.
Yeah.
And you look at some other pro wrestling organizations or brands or promotions that have gotten paid fuckloads of money by the WWE for their content library, for footage of
Progress, Evolve, all these things.
I'm pretty sure Ring of Honor has made some money too.
Ring of Honor gave up part of their library when they signed, obviously, Joe and Punk.
They gave up part of a library, but they also allowed them to use the back catalog to show where they came from.
Yeah, I think they mostly just like license the shit out. I don't think they own any.
No. But.
And I'm like the heavy on wrestling aspect because I've been to like almost every show.
Yeah,
literally.
What I think's great about what Eric's doing is, I don't want to say we because it's not me.
Well, that's the thing.
But it's new, it's fresh. Where heavy on wrestling, I feel, is like the old WWF.
Okay.
Like it wants the people that are already established to come in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where Eric's like, that's cool, but what about this guy?
Yeah, and this is
this guy.
You're the Paul Heyman behind the scenes.
And this is a company-wide initiative. Yeah. Like, when he says, I don't want to say we, like, that honestly bugs the shit out of me. I want them to feel a sense of
when
ownership.
you said not,
Well, I mean, I love my ego. Like I can turn on that persona as like, yo, I'm, Crander.
You want to talk about blowing smoke up your asshole? He was blowing smoke up his asshole the whole time before you walked in about being the sign guy, so don't worry about that.
I am the best sign guy in independent wrestling. Anybody wants to fight me, Jacob, I've got markers.
Booking.
I really do want them to feel a sense of ownership.
Bookings for April now. Anyway.
And I've said this like a few times in the group chat. I don't know if I was like baked out of my fucking board or what was going on.
Well, that's all right too. Yeah.
I was too.
I'm sure Jacob and Abby were too. I think he might be the only one of us that don't smoke weed.
I kind of had a conversation in the car where if I ever did any of that stuff, I'd be the guy that's like in the movies, like, to the cops.
Yeah.
No, I just grew up
Are
like
you sure?
That's me now.
being scared of everything. I still am.
That makes me want to get him high.
Yeah,
so
I know,
bad.
right?
No, I've got a job.
Don't give them this information.
Nope, can't do that. But
So you know what the bad part is? I know a lot of cops in Duluth, so we could have a lot of fun.
I know a lot of cops in Superior, so yeah.
Oh, we're gonna do it in Duluth.
You're friends with so many cops on Facebook.
I know a lot of people, and that's one thing I pride myself in is like my network.
To be fair, my last name, my grandfather was a judge in Douglas County for like 30 years, so
awesome.
my name's gotten me out of a few things. I'll just be honest about that.
I've sent these guys. I was gonna call them fucking kids, but Jesus.
I have a beard.
See, that's
Yeah, we all have like some random.
One dude
facial
looks
hair.
like a vaudevillain with a mustache. The other one's got a beard.
So through the pandemic, because I wear a mask all day at the mall, I've been like, oh my god. First of all,
I should come say hi to you. I'm up there all the time.
Having a full beard under the mask is just like not doable.
No,
it's
tough. It's not fun. It's not fun at all.
I was like, I've never done like just a mustache before.
Mm-hmm.
You should
Even if I don't necessarily like the look of it, I can rock it and let it grow in.
Yeah.
You should do the CM Punk next, like the Wolverine CM Punk.
So I was either thinking like handlebars next, or that's
Always a tribute to Lemmy.
Well, now he looks like himself from when he was originally signed in ECW with the new photo he just put up recently.
Yeah, right.
Photo.
Phil, CM Punk.
Yeah,
He posted a photo in a suit because AJ's getting
right.
inducted into the Hall of
He's
Fame.
got like the semi.
Yeah.
Looking like
We'll
hard,
talk about
like
that.
summer of
I was
punk.
looking and I'm like, well, damn, dude, why don't you just sign?
I don't know what the fuck he's holding out for.
So apparently the word is
yeah.
that he says he accepts that he's done with wrestling.
Yeah.
Some of his friends say, like,
but then he gives an
he's
interview where he's like listing
Like-
the amount of AEW talent he'd be willing to work with. Bro, you ain't done. Sorry. And I hate to say this, but like I feel like he got the UFC pay-per-views because of the name. He clearly was not ready to be out
Oh yeah,
there.
that was absolutely why
Mickey
he
Gall
got those.
is. Forget the 3-0 record. Go back and watch the fights of Mickey Gall. That dude's legit.
Well,
I
yeah.
think Dana saw someone that was. I think he saw that he could get people. He could get
Dana's a boxing
people
promoter.
in the seats.
Yes,
you
butt in
know?
the seats.
Yeah,
And
Dana's a
it
boxing
didn't matter
promoter.
the skill.
Find the young hot guy.
all that mattered was that Punk wasn't wrestling anymore, and he was looking for something to do, and he wanted to fight.
Yeah.
And Dana was like, "Yeah, okay."
Speaking
cool.
of that, as we come out of DPW, we were talking about boxing. Al, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a brand new hot sauce out there, we are happy to announce that once again we are partnering with Haitian Heat.
Yes, we are.
Al Sands, Haitian Heat hot sauce, which is one of our absolute. By the way, last night you'll love this. Wendy's. I had Wendy's nuggets again. I don't know what Wendy's nuggets with that hot sauce. It is. It is absolutely fantastic. If you're looking for a hot sauce that you want, it is not hot right away. What it is it's an instantaneous heat, and then you immediately get to a flavor. There's a flavor to it. It's all organic, 100%. Has the 4 hottest peppers in the world in it.
Oh, thank you for telling me after I.
Read the label. Read the label.
Don't worry, I chugged a little bit. That's
yeah.
right.
There's no burn.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
It's a wonderful flavor.
Yeah.
It's an organic.
It actually is really good.
Yeah, exactly. Al designed this because when he's in training, he obviously has to cut back on the meals, and everyone knows that seasonings and flavorings hurt your training. Yeah. So what he did was he created something that added seasoning flavor to all of his foods. Yeah. He's able to have that during training camp. Folks, honestly, it's as organic as you can get. It's made locally. He's still working on the Amazon store. No word back on that.
No, not yet.
But you can find him on Facebook, Haitian Heat. But yeah, again, this is the tagline for this show, not for Al, so there's no copyright. I put that shit on everything. I do.
So I actually had to hit up Al personally because my bottle is just about out. So yeah, everyone. So make sure you get to that Facebook page of his. Get your orders in.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's flavorful. It's healthy. There is no burn, so trust me, there is.
He has a hot version of it.
He does have a hot.
But the base sauce
yes.
is an instant heat, so it's for those. So it's for the heat nuts.
Yeah. Yep.
But then the flavor kicks in, and you realize it's as if it's just a sauce.
And it just kind of brings out the flavor in your food. It's very good.
4-week fermentation.
Yeah.
He still has his original batch, which he says just gets hotter. But yeah, folks, please go support that. We love it.
As bad as you, I did. I had some fish the other night.
Yep.
I put that on it.
Oh,
my God.
It's so good,
it's definitely
you know
everybody.
You know what, Jesse? Try this next time. Steamed broccoli. I'm not kidding.
Ooh, okay.
Steamed broccoli.
Okay.
But anyway, we're going to transition here. Ladies and gentlemen.
As you do that,
yes.
I'm going to make an exit because I wasn't planning on being here.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
We thank you so much.
No, thanks for having me.
We'll have you back for an entire show at some point, obviously.
Have some fucking cookies for me next.
The brownies got burned. We burned the brownies. Anyway.
I'm gonna get on here one day and I'm gonna go an entire podcast without saying the F word one time. My pastor's gonna be fucking thrilled.
I'm gonna put money down on that it's not gonna happen.
I'm in.
I'm gonna send the link to my pastor and he's gonna be like, this is progress.
Yeah, exactly.
This is progress.
But anyway,
this is what we're talking about.
Number one. All right, so 3 things. Number 1, and most importantly, I'm so glad that you're in better health. You're able to actually function.
I feel so much
and
better, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
way better.
That's awesome
Thank
for
you.
us to hear.
Thank you. That means the world.
Yeah,
to
no,
me.
it's fantastic. Number 2, to all of you here, good luck with the first DPW one.
Should we tell them the date?
Do you want to?
Yeah, no.
Are we getting
Really?
an exclusive?
That is
Oh my God.
that's your baby. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
so
hang up the sign. I
Cal,
say that all the time. I go right back.
Cal is a politician if I ever met one, folks. He knows
How
exactly.
about if we do the month?
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
Come on.
Or maybe just the
Leroy, relax.
number of the date.
He does that.
not
He's
the
gonna
month.
leave.
Oh,
I'm gonna kill him.
I like that.
That's interesting too.
I like that.
I'm
Interesting.
giddy like a little.
Remember when we
schoolgirl.
talked about? Remember when we talked about minds going hard? These 3 just came up with 4 more ideas in the last 30 seconds of the
I mean,
show.
we can always
And
give him
I'm-
like an
and
algebra
I'm-
problem.
Oh my
This is
God.
exactly what happened.
That's it.
I'm the dumbest fucker of the bunch.
And I'm sitting here going, "You're gonna tell me a date? Come on, and nothing.
You guys give us whatever you'd like. That is completely up to you.
I mean, I feel like an algebra problem should be in there too, because like
Oh, God.
all these parents are on their Zoom meetings. They're learning math, so we can
this is
totally
true.
just throw.
Let's give him the
like, something like
Pythagorean theorem.
Wait a minute. I did algebra years ago. I don't remember how to do that.
that. I can't
shit
even spell
anymore.
algebra.
Algebra was still on an abacus when Leroy did it.
Damn
He
right.
said I
This
can't
is-
spell
We
algebra.
should
I
just give
know
him
that
the
feeling.
third date and let him like.
Yeah, the third date. The third date got
don't
released
do
already,
that.
Oh, you
remember?
bastards.
Or are you saying deep?
The third date?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we gave him the year.
I'm
We should give him the
Corey
day.
is
We
here,
know the
folks.
year.
I want to be clear. Corey is here.
I am.
Oh,
all right.
A month would be great.
I feel like the day of month should be better.
Yeah, let's do the day of the. Let's do the.
It's only a 3-hour show, boys. Let's go.
Let's do the day of the month,
Just
just because it's so.
Yeah, it's good.
It like the first one is still kind of up in the air.
Well, yeah,
just
obviously.
because of COVID
Right,
a
yeah,
little bit,
yeah,
but,
obviously.
yeah, it's gonna be on the 22nd of a month.
Okay.
Okay.
go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
2021.
In
2021.
All right, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen out there who are obviously listening wherever you are in the world, we will be having a full recap of that show.
Of course.
But once again, Eric, we thank you so much for being here. We will get you back at some
Thank
point.
you guys for doing what you do. Man.
Oh yeah, no, definitely,
Big
anytime.
props to this. Dude.
And
the time.
I
didn't get
apologize to
brownies, so-
Corey, but the
we didn't
second
get
thing that was
brownies.
brought in, your action figure, is probably going to get maligned a little later in the show, but we'll talk about that later. Anyway, thank you so much,
Well-
Eric. You
Yeah,
have a
guys.
wonderful day.
I love you guys.
Happy
Yeah,
St.
thank you.
Patrick's Day, by the way. There we go.
See you later, bud. I didn't know if we're doing like the I never know on those handshakes like
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
all right.
it's
It's just like here we go.
Yeah. All right, so while Leroy cuts that mic so there's not a little extra reverb there, we're going to make sure that that's all gets straightened out.
See, he knew what to do. Like he was
Yeah,
just
no,
like,
exactly.
See you in good health.
Well, yeah.
All right,
We
now
all
you're
get to
just
say
showing off,
goodbye.
Zach. Now you're showing off. Zach.
It's the Minnesota
definitely.
goodbye. We always
All
do it
right,
like this,
so
you know.
now that the Fan Fest is over, we're going to move on to everyone's favorite segment, the Spot Monkey Shit Sandwich. All right.
Oh, that's what I was smelling. It wasn't me
yeah,
farting.
all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, AEW, All Elite Wrestling, had their Revolution pay-per-view. I have 6 pages of notes for the entire
Oh,
pay-per-view.
All right. And, as always, I got the
some
list.
move my pages here.
Yeah, Leroy has the list of the matches. It has how long, the results, everything is there for us. First of all,
People don't realize
you guys
how
saw the show
funny
so
this
far?
is.
You
Yep.
guys been able to listen? Okay,
Yep.
perfect. So,
You know what's amazing right now? Everyone has notes except for me.
you're the musician, too.
It's true.
But anyway, so from the top, I just want to be clear. This
Turn
was
off, I
not
have
my
notes.
least favorite AEW pay-per-view. I have been highly critical of them in the past. This was, yes, I'll just announce now my rating was 2 out of 5, but my rating is not always based on if I liked it or not. It's based on I always look forward as opposed to like in the moment. That's just how I am in wrestling.
Like,
So,
where are they going to go
yeah,
from here?
exactly.
Yep,
So
yep.
anyway, 2 out of 5. But I'll explain while we do match by match. Leroy, I will read the notes, and we will all talk about them match by match. What was the first match? And by the way, we're skipping the pre-show here because I think later on in the show, the pre-show
Perfect. I
was...
didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
missed the
the-
pre-show,
The
too.
pre-show came about later in the show, but we'll explain that in a second. But anyway, so go ahead. What was the opening match?
The pre-show was the women's match.
Yes.
All right.
The tag
on
match,
On,
obviously.
on the list here, the first match of the night was the tag team match with the Young Bucks.
Am I starting
against
this, or do you
Chris
guys want to
Jericho.
interject before I go on?
I feel like you already have something to say.
All
and
right,
You're ready just to lay it down
Load
for
it.
us. and
Always
we're just gonna
has
listen.
something.
All right,
to
so
say.
anyway, give me a second.
See, sometimes we'll just jump in front of each other. That's why I'm glad. he
Yeah,
asked.
it's just the way it goes. So anyway, I have made it clear to all of our listeners, if you go to my Facebook profile, which is 100% open for everyone to see, you go back a couple of profile pictures. There's me with the Young Bucks in
Matt
Hopkins,
and Nick
Minnesota.
Jackson.
Matt and Nick Jackson. I have the not only ROH tag team titles, but the junior heavyweight
Yep.
tag team title belts from New Japan.
New Japan.
This was not the worst match I've ever seen by them. This match was okay. Here am I. All right, I'm just gonna go note by note here.
It wasn't
Number-
the worst match by them, but Chris
Yes.
Jericho I have something to say
Anyway,
about.
so here are my notes. Number 1, is there a 10 count in AEW, or is this the or
I feel like
does
that's
it?
always thrown out the window in any match.
Number 2,
Absolutely.
referee Aubrey went from being one of the best parts of the show to she's just another gimmick out there. She's a joke.
would
Nobody
agree
gives her
with
any
that.
respect. When her and Jericho went back and forth, not Stadium Stampede, but
Yeah.
early on when it was an in-ring live
Yep.
show, she was phenomenal. She
Right.
was the best
Right.
thing they had going from an official standpoint. One of the best officials in wrestling
Well,
at the time.
I think they've kind of, oddly enough, and this kind of goes with what I was talking to you about before the show,
Yeah.
of like, when you're new at something, you don't think about
The
some
nuances?
of the nuances
Yeah, yeah.
that go into things, until all of a sudden you're there.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that AEW is finally starting to hit that people complain about with WWE quite a bit
Yeah.
is that when you find something that people like, all of a sudden you start overdoing it.
Right.
You know, and I think that's what we found with Aubrey.
Yes.
Is just they overdid it to the point where now it's not special when it's done.
Yeah.
It doesn't give anything
she's
to
no
the
more,
match anymore.
She's not Todd from Ring of Honor.
Right.
Todd is their head referee, and Todd will referee. He's like the Charles Robinson of ROH. He will referee the big matches, but very rarely is he in the world title matches, Charles Robinson becomes a mainstay in the match. But when Charles is just doing a random match in like the middle hour, he's kind of off to the side, letting them do their thing. She is, at this point, still good, but like you said, she's just out there too much.
Yep. And none of them are Red Shoes from New Japan.
Oh, God, no.
Jake's not here. I just wanted to see your face when I said that.
Bringing up Jacob again? I feel like him and I are going to have a box.
The first thing that angered me about this match, and surprisingly it was about 10 minutes in, was Matt threw Jericho, or it was either MJF or Jericho, into the corner, which was actually their corner, not the neutral corner, and then he goes to run off the ropes, and he stutter steps by looking back at the rope, waiting for it to get pulled down. This is my problem with the Young Bucks. They stage themselves so much that they can't get it out of their head that now we have to make it look legit.
Yes.
Yep.
It's almost like they've rehearsed it 1,000 times, and now... And I understand he's running blindly into something, but dude, you gotta...
I think that's one of the things that the Bucks are like, they're really... I didn't notice it at first, but I think that's because I didn't pay attention to a lot of their stuff until AEW,
yes.
right? And so,
but now it's on every week. Now you see them
exactly.
every week. Yeah.
And so when I would hear people say, "Well, all their matches are the same," it's like, well, I've only seen like 5 matches,
right?
And they weren't all the
if
same.
You had seen them,
but now that I've seen
when they were Bullet Club,
20 matches, it's like, okay, yeah, they're gonna do this, then they're gonna do this,
the saddest
then
part
they're
for
gonna
me,
do the whole Sia thing, and so it is. As I watch it more, it's unfortunate that they haven't figured out new ways to do some of that.
The saddest thing for me is I watch their matches. I literally can point to a spot that they did at the Hopkins show, and poor Jesse here can point to almost every spot that they did when they were in the New Japan Tag Team division, because they've become highlights of themselves.
Right.
But they're doing it every week. Shawn Michaels didn't actually start doing the nip up elbow, sweet chin thing until he had gotten to like the 20-year mark, and at this point that people were expecting the body slam, off the rope, nip up, all that stuff. Shawn became a parody after the big days of his career. This is kind of the big day of the Bucks' career, and they're already a highlight. That's one of my biggest problems. I know they can put on a match, but when I see it 20 times like you pointed out, it's like, guys. Anyway, my notes. This was weird to me. JR, voice was shot from the go.
Yeah.
He looked like he had a cold, too. Like he was like...
Did they tape it? No, if that's the case, though, pull a WWE, find it. Taz just should have been the announcer for the whole show.
Right.
Because they clearly, which I was, by the way, Leroy, I ended up being right about. They ended up taping the street fight, which is fine.
We'll talk about that when we get to it.
But just to piggyback off
that's
of your
later
point,
on in the show here.
But anyway,
just to piggyback off of your point, like if you can tell he's not able to do it, hey,
because
Taz, you know what? We're going to use you tonight because
Vince and Paul have had to pull Mauro Ranallo at the last minute probably 4 times by now.
Especially in the current times with COVID and everything.
Yeah.
And Jim being up there in age.
For
like,
sure.
Like, be smart about it.
Yeah.
Because let's say it is just a cold and everything. Even that just doesn't look great to the public.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
When you're talking about being able
Which is also bad because Taz gave the shoddy shop thing about WWE and NXT.
Right.
Which, by the way, folks, for those of you wondering, one of the biggest reasons why, and we'll talk about this because it's on our list later, one of the reasons why the NXT Women's Tag Team title match ended the way that it did, the reason why they have the Capitol Wrestling Center, it's because they're separating NXT from the main roster and trying to avoid the exposure. So that's partially why Survivor Series had no NXT this year, was because they were all in their own bubble for so long, and the main roster was in their own bubble, that they didn't want to mix the bubble. Even with negative testing, you don't want to mix a bubble.
Yeah, no.
But anyway, MJF is a revelation in this match.
I loved him. First time seeing him,
in this match, he is snarky. He's angry. He's pissing the crowd off every moment he can get. He's the only guy on this roster that you consistently see who is not trying to get the "that was awesome" chant. He doesn't care.
I will say that to me, they went a little overboard with it because that match caused me to see the whole MJF thing coming.
Which is fair.
This week.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
So
foreshadowing.
I think they foreshadowed it a little too much.
The interview was the wrong thing. If they'd taken out the interview, would you have felt differently?
It was the stuff in the match.
Okay,
it was them disagreeing. It was MJF being really cocky about stuff, and Jericho being like, "No, we need to focus," and MJF just being like, "Nah, I got this."
Jesse's gonna be a little shocked by my next note, but I'm gonna let everyone comment. I'm actually gonna comment Chris Jericho here, compliment him.
I was going to go the opposite way.
I was about to say.
And I love Jericho.
Here's the deal. For me,
I'm the guy
this was the first time, especially since the NBA Twitter bullshit. Chris,
so funny though.
Chris actually, in my opinion, was working as a 50-year-old wrestler should. This was the first match I'd seen in probably 3 months where Chris wasn't trying to become Y2J. He was working as a 50-year-old wrestler who can still go in a 20-minute match, but he didn't try any of the Y2J bouncing stuff.
Yeah.
He didn't try to ham it up. Chris, this was the best I've seen Chris, but not physically, but this was the best Chris had worked in a long time for me, because he finally didn't try to say, "Look, I can do the lion salt." I don't care. You're 50, not 30. But anyway, you're okay. So Cal, you have an opposite view on Jericho in this match.
This is the first probably full thing I've seen of AEW.
Okay.
And then just watching like WWE, because that's what I grew up on,
Yeah.
obviously. And I watch that because I have access to it all the time.
Yeah.
It just felt like Jericho is like leading that whole match roster. Like, I just watched the camera shots.
Yeah.
You can see him giving like the head nod or the wink to go, and it's like,
again,
already know that.
Regardless of what's come out, Jericho backstage telling the Lucha Brothers to calm down, to tag in and out. I think Chris is starting to get at this point, especially with him now, as Corey alluded to earlier, with him now flipping to face probably.
Oh, guarantee it.
Yeah, Chris is finally getting to that point he didn't think he'd have to get to, which is, oh shit, I do kind of have to lead these guys because this isn't a bingo hall match. This is national television.
Well, I think
there are spots the cameras have to go. So Chris is finally getting, oh crap, maybe I need to do more. The problem is when you're in WWE, nobody is really leading because the guys get it. Everyone, they're being led from the headset more so than in the match. But Chris can't hide those things because these are a bunch of guys who are not used to that much television exposure. And MJF withstanding because he's only 24, but the Bucks should know at this point. And Jericho's realizing they don't know how to do it when they're doing it every night.
Well, I think the other problem that AEW has at this moment, and I've said this from the get-go, is there's two things, actually. I'll go off of two things.
Yeah, no, please.
The first one is that the talent themselves aren't, because they don't tour, they don't do all of these dates together.
Right, yeah, exactly.
That the WWE does prior to COVID,
Yeah,
obviously.
no.
But they're not as comfortable with each other, and you see it. You see it in the ring every week.
This is the common thing people are worried about with the dark matches going away, with the roads going away, is that how do you work out the kinks without having road shows, live events?
Right.
That's where all the kinks get worked out before television.
Right.
That's where you fix that.
Well, especially before the marquee matches.
Exactly.
I think one of the things that people forget about, like, say, major SummerSlam matches that we all think of and stuff, we tend to forget that those two guys were working the road together for about 4 months.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Working out that SummerSlam match.
Oh, yeah.
On the non-televised shows.
Right.
And
that's why when Ric Flair got to television in WCW, a lot of those guys in his era of WCW, he had worked the NWA territory as the AWA. Yes. Rick knew these guys for 20 years before they got on WCW television. So, that's a very valid point because, like you said, Chris is used to because Chris has now brought in Show.
Yep.
We're not going to talk about the big announcement that Show had yet. It's later on in the show, but all these people that Chris is used to just, I walk in because Chris back in WWE, he jumps in the ring with Mark Henry. He's known Mark for 20 years. He knows Mark's shit. But you jump in with the Bucks.
There's a
he's
lot of
known
trust
them for a
that
year.
There's a lot of trust that comes from that. Not only in the like, how are we gonna work together, but in like, okay, if I accidentally stiff you one,
yes,
are we gonna be cool backstage for one?
Yeah,
but for two, are you not gonna stiff me back and just stay on schedule and we'll work it out backstage?
Braun,
and get to where we're gonna go.
Braun Strowman with Brock Lesnar.
Oh, that punch! That was beautiful.
And then the second thing that I think
there's
AEW
only about maybe
has
3 guys I can think of off the top of my head that Brock wouldn't stiff back.
Right.
And Taker's in that category, but that's just because Brock has respect for Mark. But honestly, those other two, I'd have to think. Maybe Kurt.
Well, Kurt for sure, because Kurt will tear his ass up, and then and then of course the other one would be.
I think Bill Goldberg, but just because
maybe
of the
Ray,
way those
Ray
two are.
might have that with Brock because I think Brock respects Ray for all those years.
I can see that.
Yeah. But that's the thing, Braun, you ain't getting away with stiffing Brock, and Brock ain't gonna say something.
I want to cut in quick because to piggyback off what you said with Jericho, this is what pisses me off about him. Though. You should have known that from the beginning. Like, when he signed, because he was still working with New Japan at the time. And, yeah, you're working with a guy with Naito where you guys can just go to the dojo and work your shit out. Because
Naito's a much harder worker off camera than people ever know.
Well, all of them are, and they do more, and they can do a lot more shows because Japan is not a large country, but they can still tour the country. But yeah, like, you should have known that when you originally signed. We're 2 years into this thing, and you're finally getting like, oh damn!
But haven't we already proven at this point that this is Jericho's vanity goodbye show?
But that's why
right now?
I want to piggyback off of that.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching this match, and I can finally see all the twitches that people have been telling me about.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, you're 50, man. Like you should have came in a couple years ago. I'm like, guys. Because a lot of you guys are not used to this. Yes, Lucha Bros have been on Lucha Underground and things of that nature, but those aren't like this is TBS.
Well,
it's a big time.
Well, that was a
TNT.
Lucha show.
Well,
people have to understand Lucha Underground was a Lucha style show, not an American style show.
To piggyback off of what you're saying, that's kind of what I was literally gonna say as like my second point. Is all of these guys they don't have the TV experience, so they don't. And I would say even down to some of these guys in the back that are calling the cuts. Because you see it a lot.
They
with
didn't
AEW.
get Vince's best agents. They got some agents, but they didn't get his best ones.
They cut to a camera angle that'll all of a sudden give it away,
and
it's like. See, if you would have cut to the guy standing over there.
But now this goes back to...
the move looks good.
Yeah.
You cut to that guy,
but now this goes back to...
you gave it all away.
Yeah.
But now this goes back to everyone gives Vince crap for being so controlling. You wonder why, and then you see a cut like that, and you're like, okay, guys... He's an entertainer before wrestling promoter, but he gets camera angles. He knows where he wants to go.
I will say, though, that even WWE in the last 5 years, their camera angle cuts
they're nauseating.
Well, they're being called by Kevin Dunn. They're being called by Kevin Dunn more than a
Kevin ADHD Dunn and shit.
Wrestling in general with camera cuts these days are just
We'll get to a camera... First of all, the camera cut of like Tony Schiavone and Shaq
does it well.
That was an embarrassing camera cut. But anyway, back to this whole thing. Okay. After I have Jericho working like he should, Nick goes for his whole clothesline bulldog.
Yeah.
Why is he flipping off the heels? Why is the guy who's supposed to be? See, again, the only time that a face is supposed to be less smart than a heel is when they've been worked up in match.
The Bucks aren't faces right now, though. They're tweeners. That's important, though.
Fair.
I think.
But they're the faces in the match.
Context, that's important.
Yeah, that's true.
But they were built like the faces because their daddy just got the worst fake blood
But
beatdown I've ever
they're
seen.
Still
The jelly
tweeners,
job.
though. They're still tweeners.
They edited that, by the way. Don't tell me they did not edit the fact that blood was not that dark. They edited that shit in the package. Don't tell me they did.
But it's a piggyback off of you. I agree. They're clearly supposed to be tweeners. Whatever this stuff going on with the Good Brothers and all that. But I also a part of me can like. Oh, by the way, I enjoyed this match, but I can kind of agree with him on the fact that like, yeah, but you shouldn't be flipping them off. Like,
But as tweeners, that doesn't matter. They're supposed to have that little edge to it.
But
They're
does my
supposed
next
to have that,
hold on a
like,
second. But does my
which
next
way are they
point
gonna
matter? Then the Bucks are doing shit behind Aubrey's back.
Because they're tweeners. It's no different than DX in their heyday.
True.
DX in their heyday, they weren't heels and they weren't faces.
But that was to the crowd. The presentation
that
was still
no.
okay,
It was to
okay.
everybody. It was to Vince. It was to The Rock.
Tony,
it was to Mankind.
Tony Schiavone. Off commentary. I'm done. I love you, Tony. You were never the lead guy, but when he takes over for Excalibur on the lead, he's bad. Tony's
before you continue, what are your thoughts? Because me and him on the show have been saying, like, listen, I'm half and half on JR at this point. If you want to keep him as one of your head scouts, the guy still knows talent. But I would definitely consider pulling him, because when I watch Dark, I'm like, this is actually fun to watch, because Taz and Excalibur bounce out to each other so
personally,
well.
Excalibur's better on Dark than he is on Dynamite.
I think that's
100%.
the reason. I think we're going to start to see Jericho do commentary much more.
Yeah.
I think that's why Big Show got signed, is for a lot of commentary stuff. Same with Taz. I think they are starting to see the writing on the wall that Tony Schiavone and JR were good signings to get people there.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Right? To
you signed
the nostalgia
Tony Schiavone
of, like,
Jim
oh
Ross
my
free agent,
God,
you
we're
signed
going to get
those guys,
both of them
100%.
together.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
But now it's also the realization of these are old men who are not, they've got less years with us than they've got.
I think JR,
So,
if he's done with AEW, let's just say JR has no. I think JR can do a random pay-per-view for Vince here and there once or twice a year.
I think he'll stay on. I think he'll stay on with
as
AEW
a talent
as
scout
a
of
talent
some
scout.
kind.
No. That's all hypothetical. If JR was open to commentating with WWE again, I feel like he would just say, I can do one or two big shows, but I wouldn't be able to do.
He shouldn't go back to WWE either, because the last time he did a WrestleMania match, which Roman and Taker just did not go well.
That was not good. It was not good.
But he clearly could not sell, like, the fact that maybe it was going well anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was just like,
but that's JR half the time in AEW was when the shit
he
stinks.
he
clearly
doesn't care.
say it, but his inflection is just, why am I calling?
Like, he doesn't give a shit.
Right.
And as far as Tony Schiavone is concerned, just do the interviews, man. Like,
he's a
I
good
would agree
backstage.
with that.
He's a good backstage.
I think Tony Schiavone should go into what would be the typical Mean Gene role.
Yes,
of, like,
yes, 100%.
And
But he was
the thing
never the lead
is, like,
commentator
he's
on
just as
WCW.
loved as
You
Mean Gene
obviously know
was,
from back
and so
then.
I think it
Tony
would
was
fit
never
perfect.
the lead guy.
of course.
Over to
I
Cal
feel
there,
like,
yeah.
like I said, kind of briefly, got a couple words in there. Nostalgia.
Yeah.
Like, everybody wants nostalgia. They say it's always better back then.
Which is funny because this is the company that hates nostalgia.
Unpopular opinion, like, I was never big on Jim Ross.
Okay.
Just like Rock and Austin.
Yeah.
I like things that most people don't like.
Yeah,
but
which is fair.
Watching that was just like, why is he on air? It's
Yeah.
like, I felt like bad for him. Obviously, I don't want to be rude and talk about, like, he had the stroke, like his eye. I mean, just then you turn the camera on him. It's just like, oh man, like, no knock to you guys when I say this next comment, but stick to the podcast. Stick to the.
No.
Stick to the
100%.
podcast.
100%. Yeah.
1, we can't see you. 2, you can edit it, and 3, like, you're past your prime.
Yeah, exactly. Nick did a weird miss where he just fell flat on his back, and Jericho paused for half a second before he locked him in for the Lion Tamer, and I'm just like, what the hell was that?
Oh, wait,
spot?
was that the flip over and then he missed the distance or something like that?
Yeah.
Which happens. That happens. That one I kind of let go because I was just like, that shit happens in a match.
But from that moment on, my next note from that moment on was when I started to hate it again, because then it became a typical Young Bucks match where too many false finishes. Finishers don't matter in AEW. I'm sorry, they don't. This is early TNA booking when they were on Fox Sports, where it's just a match has a finisher, then there's a kick out, the crowd pops for the kick out, and then it ends with a roll up. Like,
I think
what?
one thing that
nothing really happened.
Thank you. No. But
I think one thing that really needs to happen in wrestling in general.
Yeah,
I mean, even
no one's good at it
WWE
anymore.
is.
I agree with that.
Even WWE is guilty of it, but I think wrestlers really need to go back to protecting their fucking moves.
Yes.
And
why is the Claymore
my move
not getting kicked out of? Because
is-
Vince knows you don't. The Claymore is the most deadly thing he's got
But
outside the RKO.
I'm not talking about promoters. Promoters are the ones that are fucking the wrestlers
No,
right now, I think.
Yeah, no,
and
no,
the
yeah.
wrestlers need to start protecting their
Yes.
own fucking moves.
Yeah.
And
You talk
I'm
about 4
sorry, but
months
if I'm the
together.
Bucks and the super kick is one of my moves,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to everybody, doesn't matter what promotion,
Yeah.
and I'm fucking kicking the door down if you're using the super kick, and I'm sending cease and desist.
Yes.
And I'm going through the whole slew of things, because the second that you allow someone to kick out of you doing the super kick, it diminishes my finisher.
It's the super kick is weird because
Well, the super kick is a bad example.
Yeah. No,
but
no,
I'm just
but I
saying
get what you-
finishers
actually, it's
in
not.
I get
general.
what
A
you-
Actually, it's
lot of
not.
people are using it.
Yeah.
No, but that's the thing. No, that's the thing. To your point, if the Bucks go to a show, because sadly everyone does it now.
Everyone fucking.
If the
uses it.
Bucks go to a show and they tell the promoter, look, we're the biggest money makers on the card, end of story, because they are
Yep.
a lot of the shows. If they go to the promoter and tell every other wrestler on the card, no super kick, if they do it 6 times a match, it's fine because they're the only ones doing it.
Right.
But if they do it 6 times in a match, but you got Adam Cole, in front, he does
the
it 3
Usos,
times. Yeah, Usos.
Baby.
like
Right.
The super kick is overused because, like you said, Dolph isn't saying, okay, I'm the only one on SmackDown that gets to use it. Or Cole isn't saying, I'm the only one on NXT that gets to use it. Or the Uso, Jay right now is the only one done. He's not going to, whoever's on Raw right now and saying, okay, no one else do a super kick.
Or even, we'll take this out of wrestling for a second. One of the things I've been doing up at my store is doing custom side patches on hats, because I'm a graphic designer, right?
Yeah.
So it's really easy for me to start piecing stuff together.
Yeah.
And I'm in a couple groups with other managers, and they're like, oh, that one's really cool. Can you send it to me? Nope. Figure out how to make it
Yeah.
and make one that's like mine.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. I have people that buy my hats with my side patches, and they'll specifically drive 3 hours to come grab the hat.
I feel that.
No, I'm not
protect your
going
own
to start.
shit.
Exactly,
Oh,
man.
Yeah,
like,
no.
It drives me nuts a little bit that finishers in wrestling have started to just kind of like, oh, you want to use it too? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, man. What can you do with it?
Right, yeah.
It's like
And
a
it's
Comic
like,
Con.
oh.
You go to a Comic Con, you draw a picture of said person.
Yeah.
You go to the next table, they have that person drawn too.
Yeah.
I like TikTok for the stupidity of it.
Right.
I'll admit it. Anyways.
No, yeah, it's
But
fine.
It's all the same characters, and I've just been pushing like the dinosaurs, like Baby Sinclair. I want to see one of these people like branch out from what everybody else is doing and draw something different.
100%.
Like I can see Spider-Man drawn 900 times.
Right.
The same
Or at least
way.
have your own style. Like
Yeah,
if you're gonna say some sort of pile driver is gonna be your finisher, well then do some sort of pile driver that we haven't seen before. Or to me that was what was so cool the first time I saw Kenny do the one-winged angel. I was like, what the hell is that?
Nobody was doing the one-wing
I've
angel
seen
when Kenny was coming up.
pile driver type.
Nobody
moves
did it in the
before,
Super
you know?
Juniors.
Or like
no.
It was
or like-
very protected by New Japan. New Japan wouldn't let anyone use that move.
Think about the first time you saw Samoa Joe do the Muscle Buster.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
and to give WWE credit, for a while he was probably one of 2 people who would use a sleeper. It was him and Dolph, but Dolph, you could tell, wasn't really putting.
Well,
nobody
but
to
Dolph was
sleep.
never meant to be a big moment. It was meant to be a slowdown in the match
Yeah.
where they could, build back up.
basically a wrestle.
Yeah, it
but
was a wrestle.
But I agree. But you know what? Like you were saying, that's more on the wrestlers.
Anybody else here miss rest holds? Because I do.
Same.
I kind of like. I was watching an old Michaels Triple H match.
Yeah.
Like a
Funny
month
story.
ago.
Funny story. I'm actually literally. That's an awesome segue because I literally have it on here. There was a countered Meltzer driver, not protecting the finish because, in my opinion, why are you setting up for it? Well, and it was countered in like it was countered, but it wasn't.
Was that the one where he missed?
Yeah, they were
Yes.
trying to go for
Yes.
the.
There was the Meltzer driver, but hold on a sec. No,
What is it, the double
straight
knees?
arrow. It was the counter Meltzer driver in the sense of my next point will make more sense.
Yep.
The counter Meltzer driver into the Wardlow spot should have ended the match.
Agreed.
Jim Cornette, love him or hate him, he's correct on one thing in tag team wrestling. There's a ticking time bomb when the guy outside gets involved. Now the match has to get wrapped up.
It has
and what
to speed
bothered me
up.
the most was directly after the Wardlow spot, they did more moves, more bullshit, and then there was a cold tag out of nowhere.
Or
There was nothing.
the only way that the guy outside getting involved doesn't speed up the end of the match is he gets thrown out.
Yes.
If you're going to
100%
continue,
agree.
if you're going to continue to a full match length, then you need to throw that guy
But
out.
once
Otherwise,
again,
what's the point of
once
him
again,
getting involved?
I don't think anyone would have taken Aubrey throwing out Wardlow seriously because they've buried her at this point. In my opinion, I don't think she had the authority.
You at that point, that's when you start having people maybe come from outside. You know, maybe you have Wardlow start tearing things up.
Okay, yeah.
You know, and now people from him back come and drag him out or something.
Now,
it was a 17-minute match.
Right.
Almost 18.
Now, in wrestling, as I had to explain to Allison the other night when we were on SmackDown, there's a 5 count before you get, disqualified.
Yep.
Now, Allison asked why the referee stopped at 2. Okay, here's the deal. You never want it to end like that unless that's the point.
Yeah.
So the referee, going back to them being part of the show, you get to 2, but then you give them that little tap of like, okay, let's try to move it, and then you go back to 3, 4. Aubrey... there was a corner moment, and Aubrey could have counted to 15, and I'm not kidding. I actually timed it. She could have counted to 15 and disqualified them 3 times. But again, counts are meaning nothing at this point because the rules are out the window, especially when the Bucks are in a match because they want to get their shit in.
That's where I think
and then
that goes back
they shouldn't have won.
I think that goes back to the learning curve of things too, and just like when shows kind of go off the rails for an indie show, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah. When shows go off the rails like that
on a $50 pay-per-view
for a pay-per-view
that did $6 million, great buy rate by the way, awesome for the business.
Right.
But guys, you had an opportunity.
If you're going to bring back
here.
the $50 pay-per-view, you got to make it worth it.
Well, that's my thing. It's just like with WWE, it was $9.99 a month, and even if they give me a pay-per-view once every 8 weeks, or 6 weeks, I guess was the card. Fine, it's $10 a month. It doesn't bother me. Just like with Peacock, it's not going to bother me because it's the same $10 tier. But you guys are going to ask me to go back to a $50 pay-per-view that Leroy and I can't write off yet, but we're working on that.
Here's what I will say, though.
Here's
what I will say. Yes, they've brought back the $50 tier, and at first it bummed me out, and I was like, oh, this probably isn't going to work.
Right.
But what I will say is in the year that they've been around, they have brought a lot of ideas to the table that are worth $50 in my mind.
Agreed.
That are solid pay-per-views, solid ideas. I mean, we still have yet to go back to Blood and Guts. That I'm sure will happen at some point.
I was going to say,
it
feels like now with this MJF thing, that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
So I think I kind of pull myself away from necessarily considering myself an AEW mark.
Yeah.
That's what I watch mostly, but it's because
which is fair.
They do a lot of the things that I miss about the old wrestling.
Okay.
Like I miss the wrestlers being in charge of what's going on in a sense, Like if something screws up, show me that you're talented enough to make it work. That's why when the pyro didn't go off,
we'll get to that. But Cal, over to you. You I guess being the least familiar with Bucks matches, what did it look like to you overall?
I kind of.
Are you a fan of tag team wrestling?
I love pretty much everything except for hardcore. The deathmatch style.
Yeah.
That gets a little too mundane when you're hitting somebody with 900 objects.
We'll talk about that a little later too.
But like for me, it was like I think, like I said, the first match of theirs that I saw. So I was kind of like, all right, not too bad. But then I started focusing on Jericho. I just because that's my homeboy. Not like on a personal level, but I felt like he just under-delivered for me because of his age. Yeah. And I feel like if he gets back out on the road and gets back into that shape,
he won't be.
There's no excuse for being on the road shape. Yeah. No excuse. I mean, you can't simulate that is what I'm trying to say.
No, with MJF, I literally was
when
just
you work 300 nights, you get into a shape that's otherworldly. But my last point, and I'll just say it, the Young Bucks shouldn't have won because I think at this point they're not actually elevating the tag team titles. It's just a vanity project for them. And also Jericho, and I understand where Jericho and MJF went, and I understand their plan, but I'll explain why I don't like that a little later when we get to Dynamite. But my point is this, is that I think the way the match was going, just give it to the heels at this point.
Imagine that storyline with what had happened.
Right? Yeah.
We'll get to that. No, it goes back to that recycled thing. But
and then from a formatting perspective, I would have never done this in a million years. We go straight into the tag team battle royal. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah,
From the tag team title match to the
Casino Tag Royal.
Tag team the tag team? What are you doing?
At least in their defense, at least it was a battle royal. It didn't have a tag team feel.
No, and that's fair. But okay, here's the thing. Name the teams for me quick, Leroy, and then I'm going to get to my point. Name the teams.
Shit, I don't have a list.
Okay.
So it's 6
Well, I
teams.
will ask, I guess,
Go for it.
the brass ring thing. Is that like a dig at WWE?
Yes.
I thought that as soon as I saw it, I'm like,
It's AEW.
I
Of
was
course,
like,
it's
that
a
was a
dig
fuck
at
you,
WWE.
Vince.
I thought that was
Anyway,
creative
the
as
tag,
hell.
the tag team battle royal. Number 1, 2 tag teams to start. Kind of a question mark to me. I would have gone individual guys.
I agree.
But I understand it's only a 3-hour show.
Yep.
Okay. I have nothing against this, but let me get to my point. I'm going to say it, then get to my point.
Yep.
The Seidel's question mark, but no top flight. Here's the deal. I had seen Matt Seidel. I hadn't seen his brother. And
Yep.
now they're just in this possible tag team title situation. Makes no sense. Also, top flight, you've been building them for 2-3 months.
Did we
and they're
ever
just-
get a reason for Top
They
Flight?
never
No.
talked about top flight.
No.
Nothing was ever mentioned why they weren't in the thing.
I'm wondering if maybe there was a temperature check issue then or something that.
But
just-
okay,
So,
Bear
here,
Country.
let me
Bear
cut-
Country.
I'll cut
as
in
well.
really quick.
Yeah.
So, because I like to go dig on
Same.
the wrestling, because some pro wrestling dirt sheet and things
Yep.
like that. They're at least mostly correct. So
Right.
but I always throw out it is rumor. So apparently, what happened was they were one of the teams expected to be in it.
Yep.
And
That was just by television.
They were taken out by Tony and this is like I said, this is rumor.
Speculation.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
speculation. Yeah.
But and Cody, because they feel like they should build them more.
Which is understandable.
They've been
I guess.
on Dynamite for 2 months at this point. The Seidels haven't.
But I will say a lot of the guys, other than the Seidels, I mean, we've seen a
the
decent
rest of
amount
the tag
them.
teams, except for Bear Country, because again, Bear Country, and this is Jesse and I go back and forth about this. This is another example of you build someone on Dark, not on Dynamite. Now they're on the pay-per-view. What are you doing?
You want the list?
The whole purpose.
Sure. Yeah, hold on. one
Okay,
second.
yep,
Yeah, okay,
yep.
go ahead, there, Leroy.
All right, I'll do it. This is from orders. Natural Nightmares.
Yep.
Well,
One
apparently
of-
are breaking up now.
Yeah,
One of-
that,
Yep.
that was a swerve I didn't
One of
expect.
the-
Big Show's been there 5 minutes. We got 9 heel turns.
We have
No more BS.
one of the 3 Dark Order groups.
Oh God, why were there? Why were there?
I actually personally love that.
I did.
I love that.
To be honest,
If
so
Top Flight was in, I wouldn't have cared. But you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I almost agree with Zach at first. I was like, why are there 3 teams?
It
when we
made
know
more sense
technically
as the
there's
match
2 main
happened.
ones?
They made me like it more.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, wait, the Inner Circle, the Seidel, and the number
Yep.
2 of the Dark Order, the Gun Club, Pretty Picture,
Yep.
Varsity Blondes,
Yeah.
Bear Country,
Yeah.
Jurassic Express, Butcher and the Blade, Private Party, SoCal Uncentered, the Death Triangle, and the 3rd and last Dark Order.
Okay.
So I will before you
Yeah, no,
before
no,
you
no,
get
please,
into it, I
please,
want to
yeah.
say this because this was my revelation of this match.
At Revolution. Good job.
Griff Garrison is going to be a star.
Oh, yeah.
Griff Garrison. Oh my.
Especially from being like just a meme. He
Yeah.
started out as
Yeah.
a meme. He was literally the not Jungle Boy.
Yeah.
That's what he
Yeah.
was.
No. Yeah. No,
That's what he was.
That's
He was the
exactly
not
what he
Jungle
was.
Boy.
No bullshit, Cal. That's exactly
but
what he was.
also, putting him with Brian Pillman Jr. was smart.
Oh,
And
brilliant.
those guys work really good
Yes,
together.
They do.
You would think they would have tagged together many times before that, the way that they're
Right,
screwed together.
right.
It's very unique.
Yeah, I've seen them, and yeah, they do well. And I just say, Ray Phoenix, representing the Death Triangle, won the match by eliminating Jungle Boy.
Ray Phoenix.
Hold on. Before we get to the ending, I have a few more things here. This is a sports-based presentation. We all know it's not, but they keep telling me it is. Why? Hear me out. You guys are booking a show coming up. You're booking shows. Why not have them come out not by a lottery, but by their rank? If there's a ranking, why wouldn't you give me a sports-based March Madness presentation as in, okay, the number 1 team currently in AEW, last team out. The lowest ranked team starts
because
the match.
that's far more predictable. That's way predictable.
But again, you're not doing anything with the rankings. That's my point.
I mean,
they are though. They are.
I feel like if you're number one, you deserve a shot, right? Just like when you win, what do you call it, number one contender. Like if you're top dog, you should earn that spot. I agree with you there. I think it's great.
Yeah, even if they don't
I agree with you as from a booking perspective, but not from what they've told me for 2 years.
Rankings matter.
The rankings, if you look at how things have been booked to an extent in a long-term fashion, the rankings do matter. If you really look at it.
I don't want to hear the words long-term booking in AEW anymore because the Matt Hardy thing made me just lose my ever-loving mind with that story.
That was the only long-term booking
Marco
they've ever
Stunt.
Is that the lawnmower
Marco
thing I saw?
Stunt getting involved. As much as I hate that, fine. They do it all the time. But they eliminated a face. Jurassic Express is supposed to be your top face team for the most part. Yeah. Why is Marco Stunt eliminating another face team? I don't get that.
I mean, WWE does that all the time in their battle royals too, though.
Faces
eliminate faces all the time.
I'm not giving WWE a pass. I'm just asking why are we doing it?
To an extent, see tag team members eliminate each other in WWE as a this would be funny. So it's not.
I gotta admit, brother. That's where I'm on Zach's side. When that happens in the Royal Rumble, though, it makes sense because only one person can win. This is a tag team battle royale.
Marco Stunt to me is just one of the most offensive things in wrestling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this guy, especially and yes, you've said before his brother's better, but his brother's got his own legal bullshit he's got to deal with right now. We're not going to talk about that right now. But Excalibur. So anyway, Marco Stunt, Excalibur can't even explain what's going on here with Eddie Kingston had an idea and he can't even explain it. I don't know what's going on there.
So they were trying to explain
why why the Death Triangle became a thing, why Eddie's faction. Excalibur can't even explain it to me. So why is it in the commentary script? Why is it there?
Yeah, I don't know.
John and Alex of the Dark Order, you motherfuckers put on those masks or I'm going to come down there and beat the living crap out of both of you. I am so over you don't want the masks anymore.
So here's
it's just those two that don't wear them.
Yes.
But there was a rite of passage moment.
Because they got promoted.
Yes.
They are the recruiting specialists. Yes. There was a whole thing on BTE about it.
But to defend Zach, not their core audience.
I understand.
Even their core audience doesn't watch BETE or Dark all the time.
I understand.
But you are absolutely
right. It was the third most popular weekly wrestling show according to the Pro Wrestling Observer Awards, but nobody watches it. Anyway.
But you are absolutely right.
Anyways.
They have done a story where they got promoted.
And that's where here's the thing. Everybody that picks on AEW because they don't tell enough stories and stuff, my argument to them would be, well then maybe watch some BTE and then watch episodes and then also also watch Dark.
Yes.
And then tell me how you feel about everything.
Oh, I can still tell you to stay consistent.
Right. It is.
Not helpful, but okay.
They're still learning the tropes.
It
goes right into what I've been talking about.
Which is fine, but Jesse and I talked about this one time about Dark.
I feel like there's not enough. The people that online at least that sit and bash AEW and not WWE, they're just not honest with themselves because they're not actually pulling in all the content to get all the information.
Which is 100% fair, but
it'd be like trying to jump into Star Wars, for example, in the second to last movie and be like
of the 9 or the 6?
Wait, of the 9.
Okay. All right.
And be like, what's going? Who's this guy?
Okay.
Who's the? Why is this guy dying even important?
You know
what I mean?
Can I ask this question then? Can I ask this question? Because Jesse and I talked about this when you were early on the show. Okay, I agree with you. I'm not denying that, and I will fully, card on the table, agree.
Yep.
But what they need to do a better job of is then on Dynamite, point to Dark, point to being the Elite.
Agreed.
Mention it for 5 freaking seconds.
No, I agree. Really, what they should be doing.
So they're hurting themselves. I agree. Go find the content.
They should be taking little snippets from BTE, and implementing them into the show.
What is Metallica the ultimate geniuses of when it comes to an album? They'll release they started clips of songs.
Yep.
They don't give you the full song. Most
Right.
bands today will give you 2-3 songs for
And
the
then the
radio
rest of
and then the
the-
album. Metallica's like, here's 5 minutes of a 7-minute song, but it's the intro and the outro. The middle's not
Yep.
there.
Yep.
They're the gods of it.
Yep.
So all I'm saying is I agree 100%. I am not against being the elite and dark not mattering.
Right.
What I'm saying is you have to tell me it matters because the Brandy situation, and you remember, that pissed a lot of even their
Agreed.
fans off
Agreed.
because even their fans didn't realize at the time that dark and being the elite were going to matter that much.
Yeah.
They didn't tell
I
their
knew
own
from
audience.
day one. If you were watching BTE, you already knew it was going to matter.
Yeah.
From day one, the way they announced the company was on being the elite.
Which
so
is
you
fair.
already knew.
True. No, that's fair.
And then from then on, every episode of Being the Elite was either part of kayfabe or them letting you behind the curtain a little bit.
But overall, I think I've always told Zach on this show, he's absolutely right. They don't promote, and they
need to. Absolutely,
because
it
otherwise
ties
when you come
so much together.
yes, it does.
Going back
yeah.
going back to what you talked about earlier about guys being a little inexperienced, look, if you're in a battle royal and it's not your time for a spot, do something. Don't just lay in the corner. That is the laziest version of wrestling. And by the way, I don't give a damn if I'm not a pro wrestler. I can critique you on that because even you know it's lazy.
No, yeah, the thing is,
Find something to do.
That's one thing that
They're just
I think
laying in the corner, Leroy. I'm not even joking.
AEW with
I
their
like to
battle
do that.
royals, they do it
I
all
know
the
you do.
time.
Yeah.
Is that you see if they're not on camera, they're laying on the ground, and it's like, well.
But Dolph Ziggler's the master of find someone to punch, find someone to close.
Just back someone in the
Dolph
corner.
Ziggler has never been boring in a Royal Rumble Battle Royal style thing.
I've always called it the I call it the Rumble rest holds, and that's basically like put a guy put your throat to a guy or something. Just make it look like something is still going on.
There's some
in
sort
the
of
match.
struggle happening.
Yeah, but guys are literally in the corner like they just got hit with a super kick, and they didn't. They're just laying there from a simple punch, waiting for their spot.
I think that comes from, and that's where, like, I giggle because online you get a lot of guys that are like, oh, AEW said they weren't going to depend on WWE. Look at their roster.
We'll get to that in a minute.
True.
Yeah.
Which is true. But
there's more to that later in the show, folks.
I will say, if that were true, they wouldn't have a lot of the issues that they have.
I agree, 100%.
And the biggest issue, in my opinion, is that it's a lot of indie guys who don't have a lot of TV time.
Right.
So when you're at an indie show and you're doing a battle royal, you want the crowd focusing on what they should be focusing on. So you're probably going to have less movement.
Yeah.
So that the eyes aren't distracted.
Yeah.
But when you're doing it on TV, you need to make sure that if the people are
this goes
trying
back to your
make
camera
sure
angle
that
thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is the camera angle.
That there's people that are going to be purposefully watching everything but what we're supposed to be watching to make sure that everybody's quote unquote working.
Yes.
And so it just comes with inexperience.
This is one of those moments where I don't care if you love them, hate them. I don't care if you want to hear what's doing. Jim Cornette is 100% right in a training class if he looks at the guy and says, you got to do something. Grab a leg, grab a hold, choke someone. He's not wrong. That is an indisputable moment. Okay. Lots of stuff not going on. Great idea for the ending. I thought Jungle Boy and Ray. First of all, can we just say Ray Phoenix? Is there him versus Grand Metalik would sell money across the world?
The only problem I had with that match at all, and I mean, I guess Dynamite this week kind of showed a little bit of why. I guess.
Yeah.
But I hate that the Lucha Bros aren't the Lucha Bros right now. And
to be fair,
I get that they're doing the Death Triangle thing and all of that.
Not even that.
But
to be fair, when they first got to AEW, it was talked about, and Excalibur mentioned, they focused on 1 year of just being a tag team together.
Yep.
And now I think they've gotten to a point where I truly believe that these two guys want to establish themselves a little more as singles in America.
So
but that's not what he's doing, and that's what my argument would be: is if that's the case,
but that's them
then
not figuring that. Yeah.
Then don't put one of them back into a tag team.
I agree. No, 100%.
It's the same thing that pissed me off with when they split up Heavy Machinery on WWE
and
then put Otis right back into a fucking tag team. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? What was the point then? They had a tag team that was working.
I agree, 100%.
I agree. I did want to interrupt quick.
The right team won. I just want to end
Agreed.
Agreed. The correct team won in this scenario.
So on Dynamite, I was confused when I saw El Penta Zero come from behind the Spanish desk. Well,
I think he was doing commentary for the Spanish announcers.
So here's what I learned while digging. People found out the reason you don't always see them together anymore is because the past 7 months they've been doing more Spanish commentary.
Yeah.
And they've needed the wrestlers to be a part of it.
Okay.
So like when they're not together.
Yeah.
Who's the other one that's there?
Serpentico?
Yes. So sometimes you won't see him
because he wrestles with Luther on Dark Alliance.
So when you don't see them,
not a bad team actually.
They're good.
They're actually
not surprised.
doing Spanish commentary. So, but I was appreciative to find that out. But when I found that out, I'm like, oh, why did I have to dig for this stuff?
Right.
Why couldn't you just said that?
Just say it.
Because then it would have made sense why Penta went up against Cody, why he was there in the first place.
Yeah.
That would have made sense.
Right.
But again, here's the thing. I understand
I
the
gotta be
Bucks.
honest, I'm kind of interested in hearing that commentary because that
right?
guy
Yeah.
speaks so much excitement.
Here's the deal. While I think the Bucks have created their own little niche in wrestling, boys, you gotta go. Boys, you have to open it up more. You have to explain to your fans more because now you have a national thing. Does that make sense, Cal? I mean,
and I think they
give more information. Does that make sense to Leroy?
Yeah, I totally get it.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm coming in from like I said, this is my first AEW pay-per-view, and like I'm seeing things that like are just kind of weird. Trying to figure it out. But what also I'm getting out of it is I wrote down like 3 or 4 teams here that have piqued my interest just from that tag team.
Okay, yeah.
Just by their look, and I'm like, all right, I want to dive more into that. Like, I kind of seen the Jurassic Express with, is it Luchasaurus?
Yep.
Yes.
And I was like, all right, that's a big mother effort, right?
He was
and he's
in
coming out there doing
WWE.
karate, and I'm like, what? When did Ninja Boy come out?
He needs to kind of.
Yeah.
He needs to Damian Priest it a little more. He needs to kind of like tighten it up a little bit. Yeah. But he's uber talented.
I think with Luchasaurus, personally, what I would like to see more out of him is just more ferocity.
Yes. You had your horns cut off, and you're back to doing the shit with the dong sucker.
Right.
That's a real thing. Happened.
Right. No, you're spot on, dude.
Yeah.
And that's a total different story.
We'll never get to that again. All right. Anyway. No, but please go ahead.
I just think they have something there in that tag team, even with Marco as a part of the tag team as well.
Okay.
Like
we talked about this, and we're gonna do it during our WrestleMania weekend. We're gonna book up to 6 weeks of AEW television for ourselves.
Yep.
But there are some rules, and I have agreed to this, even though everyone was surprised by it. I've agreed. I will use the roster that I am given. I will not say, okay, we're going to go sign Fatu, we're going to sign Hammerstone. Give me Marco Stunt, give me Joey Janela, and I'll use them.
Yep.
They may not like how I book it, but I have promised the 86 wrestlers that AEW currently has signed, I will only work from that 86 wrestlers. I have no problem with that. I don't think that there isn't a place for these guys, but they are being given spots that they don't need to be in.
I would agree with
Jesse, that. Jesse knows the rule when we book AEW is I have and Jesse's the one that made me promise this, by the way. I will not fantasy book in the sense of I just cut 12 guys to afford Alexander Hammerstone. I am going to use the 12 guys that are already on the roster when we book AEW. I will do that. I've promised you that. But anyway, moving on from this, it was awkward, but the ending was correct. We all agreed this is the team that should have done it. The women's title match, this is going to be what... Okay, so on the show... Okay, so Jim Cornette and Brian Last have created the tooth and nail rule, which is they don't watch something. We kind of have that, but it's a little different. We call it the Mox Box rule. And what that is that when Jon Moxley has an actual match, not like a death situation... Yep. We don't necessarily watch it or even review it long term because it wasn't awful, it wasn't insulting, but maybe it wasn't the best, but it was something that just made sense. This, I'm going to use the Mox Box in the sense that it wasn't bad. Once again, for the 80th time in my notes, I've got no 10 count written down, but again, we've already established that's kind of out the window. The ending was kind of weird. The ending didn't make a lot of sense. Is Shida heel now? Did Hikaru Shida just become a heel? What is going on?
Guys, can I take the floor?
Yes,
Yep,
please.
go
Please
for
do.
it.
Because, again, Moxbox rule in effect. We're not going to review the match because it wasn't a bad match. They
You're
could
laughing
go.
because you see me moving back to
I had no interest because I didn't know who anybody was.
So
Fair.
Shida
Totally
is one
fair.
of the best female wrestlers from Stardom. I'm sure you don't know what that is.
No.
I just kind of checked out right from the beginning.
All female
Japanese
company.
wrestling.
In,
I love Shida.
in Japan. Kind of boring on the mic, but her in-ring work is undisputed.
She's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Deep breath, Jesse.
Here we go. I don't know.
This is going to be a bigger explosion than the ending.
Why is she still a champion?
There we go.
Agreed.
Why is she still a champion? You don't know how to book her. You failed at booking her. She's not an interesting champion. She brings nothing to the table anymore because you have dumped her into the ground. Kenny freaking Omega. This is horrible. Horrible. Take the championship off of her. That championship means nothing anymore. Nothing. 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 They get Ryo Mizunami to come back from Japan. Apparently they paid 7 figures, close to 7 figures to Stardom to get her back. To get her back. For her to not win the championship. What are you doing? What are you doing? Pissed me off the ending of that match. Now I'm going to calm down and explain why.
I love this man.
And what? Before that. And this is why.
You two meeting is an
This
absolute
is
bull.
why we have
Nice
had
to meet
2
you, sir.
weeks top 5 on Podomatic
You
because
my
I'm
man.
wrestling
Oh my
because of this guy.
God.
Go for it now.
You need to record the intro to this show.
He did already.
Yeah, I did last week.
He did,
So,
yeah. No, he did. All right.
What I don't understand, like I was saying, Shida's one of the best women competitors in the world.
I've called her the 3rd best Japanese woman in America, but it's hard to be better than Io and Asuka. It's really hard to be better than those two
and Asuka,
women in
Asuka
America.
to me is number 1 because WWE clearly never have known what to do with her.
At all. At all.
But
Could you
she-
imagine Shida and Asuka
Would
in a
be
good match?
astounding.
Huh.
The reason why Asuka's number 1 for me is because even though they have no idea, she makes it work.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she does.
She has gotten herself over in ways I don't even understand. Io's a little more protected because it's Paul, but
Paul and Sean actually understand
Yes.
what they want to
But
do
I
with
would
their
say
wrestlers.
that's because Asuka has the right mindset to be successful
True.
in WWE.
Which is
in
do anything.
WWE, you have to have the mindset of I'm going to do what they tell me to do, and I'm going to look for my opportunities to
Yep.
shine through that.
thank you.
Dusty Rhodes
I've been
is a
trying to
perfect
explain
example.
that on this show
Polka dot
for
trunks that
50
were
some,
supposed to
for
make him
40
look
some
dumb.
episodes. I've been trying to make that point.
And I honestly feel like when you brought up the polka dots, now I feel like they give them something like that in order to see what they can do with it.
I have seen-
How
no,
invested
no,
will
no.
you get?
Hear me out.
How
Hear me
invested
out.
will you
Hear
get
me out.
with that?
What
Polka
shows
dots
you
were
to be the
supposed to be
great?
bad.
What shows you to be a better talent is what if you take something that's shit and you get it over?
Yeah, I agree, but I don't think that Vince is giving good wrestlers shitty things so that they show how good they
Agreed.
are. What
No,
I
no,
think is
yep,
happening
agreed. No,
is he's giving people that he doesn't want
Yeah.
to be part of the show something that he thinks they can do nothing with.
Yeah.
And then they show that they are really worth a damn. And then
Yes.
at that point, you're stuck.
Yes. No.
So-
100%.
You run with it.
Yeah.
So now to get back to
J-
Shida.
Jesse's back to Shida.
Yep.
Shida, when she first came in, they built her very well. Now, one of the women
They did,
One of
100%.
the women I talk about on this show from AEW that has found a way to get herself over very, very well, and that's because I watched Dark and the matches she's had on Dynamite.
Yep.
Is Abaddon.
Yep.
She's done an excellent job. One
yeah.
of the greatest things maybe she learned from MJF. She didn't kill her kayfabe.
No.
She's never killed her
Nope.
kayfabe, and it's working for her.
Mm-hmm.
Her fan, I'm on the fan page actually.
She can also back it up with actual in-ring stuff.
And I was actually
Yeah.
messaged about being a moderator. Trust me, I'm going to get the permissions, and I'm going to be a moderator on that page because I like her a lot. So when I look at Shida, I go, you guys started off so well as far as her booking because
Yep.
the women's championship has always been booked terribly.
Yep. Agreed.
Having Riho do it, why? Well, I'm not going to get into that anymore.
We already did. We already did that.
So
we already did that.
this last, because really you put a couple people in front of Shida that maybe should have taken the championship. Nyla Rose is a very deserving champion at this point. She's very much over, and really the last 3 months she's been a revelation of how damn good she's been.
Agreed.
Abaddon has been great. Anytime she's even on Dynamite, she gets this huge reaction. That's what you want. and she's becoming one of your top 5 merchandise sellers. That's what you want.
I think Nyla right now, at least, is settling into a role of kind of the gatekeeper to the way to the title, which I think is a good spot for her right now.
They still did. Okay, so to explain to you, Cal. So when Nyla Rose finally won the belt, which lasted all of a cup of coffee, anyway, she cut a promo backstage right by the entrance ramp
on Kenny Omega
in front of the rest of the women's roster, and it was good. It was phenomenal. I loved it. Went nowhere. And when I say went nowhere, I have nothing else to say because they literally went nowhere with it.
They never picked it back up.
They took the belt off for a month, after a month, and nothing happened.
Now, I'm not shitting on her here, but she is the transgender.
Yes.
Okay. So I have heard of her then.
We've talked about this on the show. If the locker room's okay with it, then that is your situation.
It ain't
no
my
issue
life.
whatsoever.
It ain't my life to judge.
Yeah.
I feel she's more believable. I've seen a few things of her because I think I researched her after the Jericho podcast.
Yeah.
Way better than Nia Jax. I get so sick of Nia's horrible.
There's a tree stump out back that can wrestle less stiff than Nia. Nia Jax.
There's believable and unbelievable, and I don't know what the hell Nia Jax
Nia's
is doing.
below that at this point.
Exactly. Like I don't even know why she's
at least
there.
she has a boy toy now.
Yeah, right.
But so as I was saying about
Sheeta,
that. So because you apparently me and you watch a lot.
Yeah.
He watches, so he has to review it. I watch it because a part of me.
I watch Dark. I'm okay with Dark. I'm
excited to see what Dark Elevation is. Sunday. I'm excited to see.
So with Sheeta, I'm at a 6-month point where I'm like, you've killed this women's championship and you've killed her because. It doesn't matter. Like she's almost in Triple H's reign of doom, but she's not a heel, so it doesn't work.
Right.
Here's what I think AEW needs to do at this point.
Besides take Kenny Omega off of the
to save their. Well, I mean that's part of it, but I think. So if you watch BTE, you know that Chris Statlander's back. She's just not back on TV yet.
Correct.
She was the 3rd-ranked person before she got hurt.
Yes.
Right, and so I think.
Oh, and I don't mean to interrupt you. Big Swole is still technically the #1 contender.
Correct. I think
she's improved too.
She's good. I like her. I think that what we're gonna wind up seeing in the push to Double or Nothing. Is Chris Statlander's back, and we'll see Chris Statlander wind up taking the belt off of Hikaru Shida.
Okay.
I think the biggest issue that AEW's had right now is, yes, obviously they have to get the belt off of Shida.
Yes.
It's not working. It's gotten stale.
We have all agreed.
Other than Nyla Rose,
we have all
put it on
because
if you put it back on Nyla Rose, you're back at a stale point again because now you've just got a powerhouse with the belt who you already know can run through your whole women's division.
I threw out the idea because, of course, they had her last feud before this was Abaddon.
Yep.
And I said, this is the right time. Here's why I said that. She's over with the fans.
Yep.
And the one person that Abaddon has ever lost to in the women's, or the one person, Abaddon has ever lost to in the women's division was Sheeta twice.
Yep.
And I was like, you know what? This is the perfect time.
Third time.
You have her take the championship.
It's a highly talented division. It's just booked like absolute garbage.
No, agreed.
And
we're going to speak.
And
go ahead,
like
Jesse.
I said, I'm watching the match. Here's the failure to me of this whole thing and why it pissed me off.
The match was good.
The match was great.
Yeah, no, it was.
The match was phenomenal.
But as we are in AEW, there must always be a placenta and afterbirth. There always has to be some aftermatch thing.
God, I love that afterbirth.
We're gonna run through. Okay, so here's
That's
the deal.
what we call it.
Here's the deal.
It's a little stinky.
Here's the deal. We want to get. There is one topic everyone on the show wants to get to. It's the main event. We're gonna run through a couple of things here quick.
Yep.
Leroy, I'll just run through my notes. We'll go match to match. We'll just kind of run
All
through
right,
that right
the
now.
Miro Kip Sabian defeated the best friends.
Okay, here we go. Really, Miro, you're gonna beat people up in the back. Number 2, Jesse's boy Kip is apparently a big talent according to Tony. That's the reason Tony should go to an Alzheimer's patient facility right there.
All right.
The ref apparently knows how to do a 5 count in this match after your boy Chucky's already been busted 3 times. Orange Cassidy with the rope grab. I can never unsee the fact that when he hits the ropes, he grabs the middle rope with his left hand. I don't get it.
That?
No,
Yeah,
don't
I've
understand
seen
it. Why is it a thing? It is So Cal,
I think
Cal, go back and watch it. Orange
So
Cassidy hit the ropes,
weird.
but don't watch anything but his left hand.
I
watch
think
his
it's
left hand.
probably just like a weird security thing that he had when he was learning, like coming
That's
up
what I'm
training,
thinking.
and nobody ever corrected it.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And so now it's literally probably he doesn't even realize he's
Like
doing
Alexa
it.
Bliss on her tippy toes.
Yep. All right. So we're running through here. This should have been over quick. Lasted too long for what it was. If you're gonna have a backstage beatdown, end this.
7 minutes and
Be
50
fast.
seconds.
The clock was ticking from the moment Chucky laid down
Went-
in that ring.
Well, really, I mean, it should have been throw Chucky through the window,
Yes.
drag them out there,
Pin him right
maybe beat him down quick while you're dragging him, and then pin and over.
Why was there a play kick spot? This was not the time for Orange Cassidy to bring out the play kick.
I agree.
This was the one moment where you could have had an Orange Cassidy moment without the play kicks, and it would have been perfect.
Yep, agreed.
I'm not saying get rid of what got you to the dance. Never will I say that. But this was not the time nor the place for you to make that moment.
Correct.
Miro did not look good in this match. I'm sorry, it was not.
Or-
Miro looked terrible.
If you bring out the play kicks, they need to fail.
Yes. Thank you.
Miro should have ran through
Yes,
him.
exactly. But no, Miro. This was Miro who has said he's here for the world title. This was the worst he's looked, and he's had some bad segments since he's been here. This was the worst he's looked. It was a bad match because he didn't come out strong. I'm sorry, he didn't. Chucky did not get the opportunity to give what I think you think he can do.
I hope they're
Kip
done
Sabian
with this.
Oh, there's one more match next week.
They've challenged them to a match. Hold on. They've challenged them to a match. Guess what's around the ring? Old-timey video games.
It's going to be an arcade match, basically.
Yep.
I mean, at least it'll be like a hardcore match. I'm here for that.
I'm assuming Cassidy and Weston are going to win.
Yep. So now we're going to speed. All right. So Leroy, I'm just going to speed through this right here. The big money match, Twist of Fate meant nothing. Didn't know why. They did exactly what I said, which is here's the deal. This is another Mox Box situation in the sense that wasn't a bad match. They gave Matt a little bit of stuff here. Now, we talked about on the show, if there's going to be interference from Dark Order or Private Party, make it minimal, make it quick, get them out of there. They did exactly what I said. This was 20 minutes with minimal interference. This was exactly what I said on the show. They should have
15 minutes.
Well, 15, 20 minutes, but it was a good one. It was a big money match, but there was minimal interference to the point where it didn't hurt the match.
Right.
Hangman still looked like the winner. He didn't look like he fell into anything.
Yeah.
It was good. I'm okay with this.
He still has the best character arc right now.
I love
Hangman.
Dude, you add the BTE stuff, and I love Dark Order Hangman
It's the best stuff.
So I wanted to use Mox Box on the ladder match, which I will use on the match itself. But there's a few visual things.
Before you say what you have to say,
okay.
This is you've said you've seen some bad debuts. This is the worst one.
It was.
For who?
For Ethan Page.
Ethan Page. This was awful.
Yeah.
Like the match he had on Dynamite with and Johnson is becoming a very good performer.
Yeah.
But that was way better than what. And I felt bad for him.
We also thought that the Hall of Fame talent would have been here.
Yes.
This was the spot we thought it was going to be in.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Which would have made sense. But anyway, here's the visual stuff that hurt me.
I'm glad it wasn't. Though.
Why were Jade and Red Velvet in the crowd basically next to each other? What are you doing?
I saw
Why
that.
is that a thing?
Wait, they were?
Yes. Yeah. There were like two people in between them, and Jade was smiley happy. No.
Yep, I saw that.
Jade poses all match when not when she should. She was posing. This is not the time for that, honey. You're in the crowd. Just sit there and clap.
Oh my God.
Ethan Page was. All I wrote was really. That's really the brass ring. Really, it's another dig. You're giving Vince more free publicity. Stop talking about them.
I agree.
That's all I want.
I agree.
I actually personally am all here for all of the WWE dudes.
Which is fair.
To be
which
perfectly,
is fair.
to be
which
perfectly
is fair.
honest.
But again, you and I
Vince,
differ. I would never talk about the
here's
competition
my
except for
opinion
little
on it.
jabs. That's me.
Go ahead.
I feel like Vince has been able to say whatever he's wanted to about whoever he wants
That's fair.
for over 30 years
Yep.
without anybody saying otherwise.
That's fair.
And there's finally someone with not only a roster that can back it up to an extent, but also the pocketbook to back it up.
Deal.
So I think if they can afford to have fun with WWE, they should
Which
do
is
it.
fair. You
because
and
Vince
I will just differ on
had
that thing.
no
Cal?
problem having fun with
I got a kick out of
WCW
the brass ring spot because I was like,
when it was him
You enjoyed
that was trying
okay.
to climb to the top.
Okay, the brass ring made sense. Again, it wasn't egregious. It wasn't horrible. It was just like another little,
Poke.
Yeah,
Just
no.
a poke.
But like you said, it does.
I
put
I love
eyes
the
on
winner.
competition.
The big poker chip.
This is
That's
the only
stupid.
thing that made sense on Dynamite, and here's why. I love the winner because Scorpio Sky should have
Sky.
pushed from the beginning, and Scorpio
yeah.
Sky turning heel was great.
I differ. Now I'm happy with what happened on Dynamite, but my God, that was the last guy who should have probably won that match.
As long as it wasn't Cody, I was actually happy because, in my opinion, this is not the time for Cody to go back after Darby. It's not.
Agreed.
It's not the place.
Probably it should have been Lance Archer.
Now we get to
Agreed.
No More BS. You and I
street
both
fight.
predicted. Hold on. You and I both predicted this, ladies and gentlemen. This did not live up to the hype.
Yeah,
It's not a
exactly,
bad
yeah.
signing. It's
No,
not terrible.
no.
But okay, I don't know if you, Cal. I don't know if you were here for this. You, I know this. This is not Christian Cage in TNA. This is not the
Nope.
same debut. When Christian Cage got to TNA and he finally won the NWA title, it was finally. And by the way, Mike Tenay and
Yep.
They did a great.
They did a great
that
job
they
night.
with
sold
it.
that for days. But here's the deal. This was not Christian finally won the big one, and it was the real big one. It was the NWA World Title. But Christian Cage, not big enough, not as big as his TNA debut. And honestly, this is the only way I'm going to end it. What the fuck was that? You come out, you sign a contract, you leave, nothing?
Well, so
He's
that's
a decent promo.
Here's
Yeah, I didn't understand it, to be honest with you.
It was
like,
painful.
They were living it up, and I actually was excited to see who it was. And then
We all were.
when he came out, I was like, yeah, it kind of ruined what was going on the other.
Without his
promotion,
tag
but
team with Edge, without his tag team run with Edge, he's a guy who got the belt as a lifetime achievement award. No, I
Yep.
love Christian, but you're a Hall of Famer 75% on your tag team run,
Yep.
not on your singles run.
And basically with that too, like you just said, like you need the Edge to be Christian. Backstage, yeah, he's going to be a guy that's going to give you.
He'll be great
the
backstage.
ins and outs because by listening to their podcast, like I noticed it in one of the matches I watched it, where the dude, gets his arm all racked and tangled.
Yeah.
And it's like, why didn't you sell that? That whole match, like,
Yeah.
But yet you're doing springboard shit off the ropes where you're using your arms. It just didn't make sense. Like you were just in a hold where you're
Yeah.
grabbing your arm and then you're doing these freaking handstands.
He's again, Jesse. You and I both predicted if it was going to be someone in Christian's line, it wasn't worth the hype.
Yeah.
Not
well,
that it's not a big signing.
That's my argument with AEW when they do the hype stuff in general.
Yeah.
Is like, I mean, look at what they did with Sting for how many weeks. It was Sting on Dynamite, and all it was him
he walked
coming
out
out
with snow.
He walk out with snow, interrupt something,
Which we
and
talked
so
about on our show.
so
He's never had in his career. Why the snow?
My
He's never had
argument-
snow.
I don't know either. Yeah.
my argument for it has always just been, if you're gonna do something like that, don't promote it then.
Yeah, thank you.
Have it be a surprise because you've already
He
built
could
up
have just
too much
as easily
hype then.
done the segment
It's
with
like-
Kenny on Dynamite, and it would have been the same
It's
shit.
like with the Sting stuff. It would have come off as awesome
Yeah.
if
Thank
they
you.
hadn't promoted it as Sting being on Dynamite.
But
If Sting just comes out,
But this is
and he's
another
like,
issue. This is
Yeah.
another issue with the Elite. They can't get out of their own way because they love to be the guys who use the internet to boost up their own egos.
Right.
They can't get out of their own way.
Well, I don't know if it's.
I don't even know if that
necessarily
was on them. I think that was on Tony Khan, who's
Well, but-
done a good job.
Well, but
in
they
the
got
last
to rein
year,
the
but
guy
that-
in then.
yeah.
You're the vice president. I know he's the pocketbook, but tell him not to do it.
Yeah.
Come on,
But
guys.
I think that's some of the like short-sightedness
Yeah.
that even like Tony still has
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, where it's like
Because Tony's
it's
only
like
42.
it's like, it seems like, okay, how are we going to get everybody to be watching on Wednesday when we have Sting?
You got Tony Khan's age, Leroy?
Tony Khan's age.
Yeah. No,
How are
go
we
ahead.
gonna get everybody's eyes? How are we gonna make sure everybody's eyes are watching Wednesday when we have Sting come out and beat him up, right?
May I
We're
argue
gonna-
this though?
well, I'm not done yet.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
It's
I love this
understandable
show,
that
Cal. I really do.
it's understandable that the thought process is, well, okay, we tell everybody that Sting is going to be there,
Yeah.
but you're not thinking of the booking aspect. Then at that point, you're not thinking of the kayfabe aspect.
It's
at
Kenny
that
Omega on Impact. It's
Right.
Kenny Omega on Impact. you should have opened Impact with Kenny. We talked about this. Kenny should have been the opening segment of Impact, and you made me wait 2 hours for just an interview that Don talked most of the time.
Yep.
Cal's even rolling his eyes over there now. It's like
I see. This is probably the second thing of Kenny Omega I saw. And
yeah.
I literally thought middle school gym teacher.
Which is funny because if he's never seen Kenny, he and Jim Cornette already have this I just mind connection.
I watched when he was out there. I think it was the follow up after the pay-per-view, and I'm just unimpressed. Like, I don't see the star quality.
He was boosted more by New Japan's style.
And I get that, and I'm coming in from completely nothing.
Yeah,
and I'm making opinions that probably aren't the best, but
you don't listen to Dave Meltzer. Okay, that's good.
Thank God he's got a real opinion. Anyway,
I just felt like this is the guy that's holding the strap. Why?
If Christian comes out on Dynamite and doesn't do this spot on the pay-per-view, it's 100 times more the impact than it was on the pay-per-view.
And then what does he get if he does beat Christian? Like, you beat an old
49 by the way.
Somebody
47 somewhere in that range is Christian at this point.
Somebody that's was semi-retired. Like, what is that?
Who hasn't wrestled in what? Christian's been out now 7 or 5 years.
7 years, I think they said.
Before the Rumble.
Yeah,
it's just like Rumble, he's done maybe 1 or 2 bumps here or there, but like, what do you gain by beating Christian?
I will say that it was somewhat of a shock to me that it was Christian.
Agreed.
Because of the whole Rumble thing.
Yep.
And so I will say
I agree
that it was a nice move by them.
Yes, it was.
It was just not played out correctly.
That is the only point of this entire segment on this show is that, as Jesse and I pointed out, if it's Christian, it's good. It's not the great you promised.
I think played out a little bit differently, it would have been so good because nobody saw it coming.
No.
Everybody
100%.
was just waiting for Christian to start his WWE thing for Mania. That's literally what I've been waiting for.
Daniel Bryan Part 2.
Yeah.
Actually, the Big Show one was bigger, and that was just. It was they literally. It was just everyone found out.
Which, by the way,
right?
Oh shit!
Which, by the way, it has been announced that Vince congratulated him on it.
Yep, I saw that.
And by the way, you and I talked about this. Vince did what he always does, which is take my offer and use it against the other guy to get more money. Vince did him a solid. It is what it is.
Because I don't think Vince was going to. He was probably going to get his ass beat.
Well, here's the thing. I think.
Well, he's also 49.
I think Vince.
No.
As
Christian,
much.
47.
No,
Yeah.
Paul.
Oh,
Paul White.
As much as we all have this idea that Vince is this horrible guy, I think, especially when it comes to some of these older tenured guys, I think Vince has a very realistic mindset, and he knows what he can offer them, and he also understands that some of these smaller companies may be able to offer them a higher spot in the roster.
Correct.
And so I think that's why we don't see him take it personally when someone like Big Show does it, But then we see him take it very personally when someone like Moxley does it, who could still be making lots of money for WWE as well.
Moxley was $1 million spot, and he gave it up for somebody else.
Right.
100%. Now
I don't know what he makes in Japanese yen is pretty damn good.
This is the only moment where okay, so we're gonna get to the highlight of the show, but this is the only moment where I'm gonna actually quickly, not like a long segment, but turn it over to you guys because now we're at the street fight.
Yep.
And I'm gonna turn it over to you guys, and here's why. All I have are 2 lines of notes. Number 1, not awful, but was it too much? ?
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, is this really the legacy that Sting wants, or? And I'll pose this question before I allow you guys to go. Or is this once again why Leroy and I didn't think Sting was going to work here, in that he's not a wrestling guy. He's just a guy who got in the business, made a bunch of money, and really doesn't care about the legacy because of the money. And so does this hurt Sting's legacy that this is what we got?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think it does at all.
I'll let
think
you go first.
Yeah.
I think if anything, this just is going to improve Sting's legacy because now he's taking Darby under his wing, and it's going to be, there's a new Sting to the wrestling world in a sense. And I mean, we already kind of had that feeling with Darby before Sting got involved. Mm-hmm. But now that Sting's involved, it's like
he was always the guy that we wanted Sting to be with, even before we knew Sting was going there. Yeah. We always thought that was the first thing we thought.
Exactly. And so now that there's that actual connection, it's even cool. Also, I think the match for me was kind of exactly what I expected.
Same.
And
I'll be honest, I was nervous. I think they did.
Cal, 61 years old, never got surgery on a broken neck, and he's doing spots like that. That's all I'm saying.
I liked it. I
didn't hate it. No, it wasn't
the only
bad.
thing I didn't like was listening to people talk over it.
Agreed with that.
When Taz said, "Oh, we're prepared," I was like, "Well, then who the fuck's coming?"
Like, I think.
Taz should have been there, in my opinion.
Agreed. Yes. The thing that I think they did the best in this match was the camera angles.
Yes.
Like the one angle where you had the overlook behind him, and you knew they weren't throwing anybody off that bitch. You already knew because there was nothing there. You could see the ground. You could see how high they were.
Wait, hold on. Time out. You mean there wasn't an obvious air mattress that somebody was going to fall into?
But I think that's a typical wrestling trope.
Oh, come on.
WWE does the same thing. They lay tables out. It's the same thing. It's no different.
Yeah, but when Jericho went through it, they didn't even try to hide the sound. Like, I mean,
no,
come on,
but
guys.
neither does WWE.
WWE's done a better job than that.
They have done a better job of hiding the sound, at least.
So
got practice.
That's true too.
Of throwing people off shit. Yeah.
They powerbomb an 80-year-old woman on the fucking stage. Like,
and she smacked Bubba backstage to get him more hyped up. That woman was a goddess. I don't care what anyone says.
I think the thing that won that match over for me was the camera angles. I think it was a little bit too long.
Yes.
The ending, I think, was a little too abrupt.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was better than I expected, I guess.
I agree.
About 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Like you said, I could have done without the commentary. But other than that, I think it was solid.
So I have 3 or 4, probably 4 big points I want to get to. One, he was fine. He ended up being okay. So one of the things we talked about, because I said it when he first signed, I said they're going to try to probably do like the Undertaker stuff with him, the cinematic matches, because that protects him. Because you know he's on borrowed time. He's on severe borrowed time at this point.
I know this is not wrestling related, but I feel like everyone should know. Breaking news in the world of sports: Drew Brees has retired.
I saw that. I thought about announcing it, and I was like, it's not a wrestling show, so
good.
That's
good.
Fine.
Can you have Rogers
talk
next,
about
please?
boxing?
Thank you.
Packers also re-signed Aaron Jones today.
Did they?
Smart move on their part.
They did.
That's I was about to say.
They should have paid that man. They should have paid that man. Now get your center back. Anyway,
we'll get it. I'll get into football at a different point. Yeah.
You're a Jets fan. There's no such thing as football.
Oh, it exists.
I said I love this man in a little while back, but I take my statement.
It's painful football. That's all it is. So, as I was going to get into, so my first point to Leroy, he ended up being okay. He actually looked good. Camera angles is a big part of that.
Yep.
Plus the fact that luckily, oh, thank God, luckily most of this match he worked with Ricky Starks.
Yep.
If you guys don't, I'm not a big. All right, I am not a big Brian Cage fan of his. Not of the man. I think he's a good man. I think he's a good family man. I think him as a wrestler in the last 5 years, he's one of the most selfish sons of bitches I've ever seen in a ring.
I could see that.
And it like in his matches, it infuriates me watching his matches.
Yeah.
So when I got to see, I'm watching the match and I'm like, okay, he's mostly working with Ricky, who is going to be a superstar for them if they do it right.
Yep.
He's got the Rock. He's got
that charisma.
He's got it for days,
mm-hmm.
and he's going to be a superstar for them, just like MJF will be. And so I was like, okay, so Sting is going to actually be mostly protected. Which then, while I'm watching the match, my third point, I'm like, don't die, Darby.
I know.
Like,
oh my God,
the shit kicked out.
Dude,
the stuff that he does, it's like, oh my God.
And which is why I love Darby Allin.
Right.
And he's probably one of the only small wrestlers nowadays. You know, and I say North American because anytime I watch a small wrestler in Japan, they seem to understand this better. Who understand, like, if I'm going to wrestle in the heavyweight division, there's probably certain things that I have to make sure I do that make me a compelling character in a bigger story.
And watching the shit kicked out of you is one of them.
And just the toughest little son of a bitch. So, right before he takes that bump, which, yes, of course they're going to have protecting. It's pro wrestling. They're going to protect their people. But it's one of those things where I was just like, man, if something goes wrong here, though, what is he, like 5'8", 130 pounds wet? Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't die, Darby Allin, for a great show. Like, don't do it. But Darby Allin probably should. I don't know. He's great with the TNT Championship, but the more I watch Darby, I'm like, because I've always felt since after the first month of the Kenny Omega reign, my first thoughts are, one, hopefully John just goes back to New Japan, because a lot of his stuff in there is just fucking phenomenal. He should keep doing that. Plus, right now he can stay in the States because they do New Japan Strong. Yep. And then two, let's bump Darby up, because
I agree.
He's very, very good.
I think he also brings something different to wrestling too.
Yes, he does.
Like just throwing his Instagram out there, it's like all black and white. Like you see these other wrestlers, they're like,
okay,
I'm on vacation.
So now I have a big question, because this has been disputed on a lot of different podcasts that I've checked before this. Better or worse than Boneyard?
Oh no! This is not as good as Boneyard.
No,
but you got. But like I tell people,
so
it's AJ Styles, man.
So Boneyard so Boneyard, in everyone's opinion, is still the top cinematic match that's happened.
No, Firefly Funhouse.
Yep.
Okay.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
No. That's impressive. But here's the deal. The reason why I'm with you guys, I say Boneyard's the top only because if you talk to fans who are able to separate real life and kayfabe, Firefly Funhouse made the most sense of anything.
Oh yeah,
it was perfect. But I think for people who love the stars and who sadly are too wrapped up in the real life of it, I think Boneyard's still kind of the top because it was COVID, because it was the height of it.
Yeah.
But no, my favorite cinematic match is in fact Firefly Funhouse.
Yeah.
But I think that most people view the Boneyard as the top dog currently. That's what I think the average person thinks. But yes, Firefly Funhouse was the top one.
To me, Boneyard was great because
of AJ Styles and Taker.
One, thank God it was the last match for Cena Taker. Just
for now,
like the first shot, right? Right.
He's coming back.
Like
here's the thing, though. Would you go back when you got that at home? I'm serious.
Actually, I don't think Taker will actually be back.
I think Michelle McCool is annoying, but
she don't have to be. She don't have
I'm
to. I'm
sorry, Mark. If you ever listen to this podcast and you want to whip my ass for that comment, I understand. I will still respect you, but your wife's annoying.
She can shut up. I'd be fine with that.
But
there's gigs.
I was going to say about the Boneyard match and why the Boneyard match was better than this one, but not the Firefly Funhouse.
Okay,
is because it was the last essences of a melded together badass Taker with a little bit of his old school.
I loved that
shit.
he brought.
It was the
triad.
Taker. It was the triad. He even said in the making of it, he wanted to bring the unholy trinity.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So now, not to just end it, but we'll move on. Now for the big. There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. I stole that from.
So can I say something before we even
delve into
this?
Dive
into this.
Yes.
I feel so bad for Eddie Kingston.
Yeah, me too.
And the reason I feel so bad for Eddie Kingston,
I'm okay with starting with that.
Is A, I think Eddie Kingston is a solid worker.
Yes.
And B, I think
he was the MVP of this whole thing.
Unfortunately, the pyro didn't fail enough for him to realize that it failed.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so he still sold like a motherfucker.
Yes,
he is the MVP of this whole thing. I don't care what the other two guys
did.
And
unfortunately, I think they could have tied up the loose ends a little better and a little faster had Eddie realized it a little faster. Because even if he would have come to when Moxley came to and did his little Kenny Omega can't build a ring worth shit.
We'll get to that part. Yeah, we'll get to that.
This is the excitement of that,
Thank you. Thank you.
Put the quiet noise.
All right, but anyway,
God.
not to interrupt you, but we'll get to that. So anyway, to help out Jesse, because last week we had questions, it's Atsushi Oneida.
Okay.
That was the man who invented the match.
Yeah, I said his last name wrong, so my apologies last week, guys.
First of all, ref in a bomb suit. Again, my only issue is okay, we talked about this last week, and this is my thing to you.
That was a bomb suit or a hazmat suit?
It looked like a hazmat suit. But anyway, so this is more for Corey than Cal, because Cal, this is obviously not your realm. When this was done in Japan, what has bothered me the most about Kenny, especially with Moxley, Kenny is trying to get over in the style of Japanese wrestling that wasn't his style. He got over with New Japan, which was shoot style. It was serious. It was taken serious. But now he's tried to go back to the gimmicky Omega before he was making money. Why is he trying to become that Omega again?
He hasn't explained why he's going back to the gimmicky stuff, but he did explain why he was doing like the death matches and stuff.
No, but that's an angle. That's what two wrestlers do.
I'm not talking about by angle.
Oh, okay.
In an actual interview, he explained it too, saying that he's never done much for death matches, and that's like the realm of wrestling he hasn't touched. And he saw an opportunity with Moxley, who is proficient in death matches,
CZW,
to go ahead and actually
I've never actually
touch
seen
that.
CZW as death match because they always were able to take it to another level.
I will say the CZW protected their wrestlers well, but they were
it was death match
matches.
for sure.
Cal, now, Cal, for you going forward, if I'm not saying you have to get into death match. Because you mentioned earlier that that's kind of one of the things you're not into. Go back and watch, especially, and you guys will probably pop when I say this, CZW versus ROH.
Yeah.
That rivalry set the stage.
Yeah.
CZW does it well.
Yes, they do.
CZW is ECW with less known guys. And I'm serious. It's the closest thing I've seen.
Cult following.
Thank
too.
you. It's the closest thing I've seen to ECW since they went out of business.
You can find videos online on YouTube of like before a CZW show of fans literally a line around the block
CZW,
like for an hour before the show.
CZW is the only company that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the only company that classic hardcore ECW fans would be proud of.
Most of them were actually old school.
That's
ECW
what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's the only one they will back like ECW.
Yeah.
CZW, in my opinion, if you want to look them up on like YouTube and stuff, they will actually turn you on to it because what they do, I don't know what it is, but they captured me from the first show, and I watched one of the shows from the county fairs. They captured me with a county fair gig.
What it is it's when you give
Combat
the
Zone
facade,
Wrestling, by the way, this is a full name. Combat
when you
Zone.
give the facade that there's more danger than there actually is,
people are
it's
intrigued
interesting.
By that. Yep.
That's why I'm not interested in PG era WWE.
Yeah.
Because when you hit someone with a sledgehammer and they don't bleed, I don't believe you anymore.
That's not even
But
necessarily
I've always
Vince
said,
thing,
even
the
back
blood
going
thing.
to like 2003, he always cuffed the damn thing.
Well, yeah.
Agreed. Agreed.
But to
Which
be
I
fair,
always hated. Like, just hit him with
to be fair, we all know certain wrestling, or we all know certain athletic commissions don't like blood in certain areas of the country. But the blood thing is more USA than Vince. That's not Vince as much as
it was before USA. They've been hard on blood for over 10 years.
Yeah.
Over 10 years.
Fair. That's true.
We talked
the
about
USA thing was when they started fining for it.
That's fair.
Because now Vince was getting fined.
But no, so Cal, back to you. No, in my opinion, and again, if you don't want to, that is your right. But if you want to get a sense of what I think is good deathmatch style, CZW is the first place you want to start.
Either that, or I would say, because and one of the things I do like to sometimes give a lot of credit to Tony Khan for is bringing back a lot of that old school wrestling that a lot of people don't know about, and maybe because I've loved pro wrestling since I was 5 years old.
Same.
And my uncle took me. It wasn't even a WWE. I don't know what the hell it was. Out in New York, it's some kind of fair. I mean, these dudes were fucking each other up, and my only thought, because he had taken me to boxing matches, and my only thought was, I want to do that. Now he of course was like, no, you're not doing that shit. Your mother will kill me if you get. But because he was a war vet, so he saw a lot of the stuff back when he served in Japan. Is Atsushi versus Terry Funk. it won't make you queasy because I'm sure you have seen some bloody shit in your life, but you'll go, okay, this is what a death match should be. This is really fun. And you get and even Japan, they protect each other, even though Japan wrestling, they always seem to take a lot of fines because they go overboard with the fucking fireworks and endanger their fans all the time.
They'd rather pay later than worry about asking for permission. They are the prime example.
But I've always told people, if you just want to see what it could be, I tell people watch that match. For 1995, it's phenomenal.
I also recommend the Ultraviolet tournament.
Yeah.
For CZW, which is literally just fluorescent bulbs wrapped in
And what's
duct
funny
tape.
is in CZW, you will see faces you know. John Moxley,
Sami
Cesaro,
Zayn.
God rest his soul, Brody Lee.
What's his name? Did a couple of shows there. He's currently... Shane Strickland.
Yep, Shane Strickland.
He was there for a little bit. He was in Lucha Underground as the mask guy.
He was there. He had his mask on.
Yeah, he was
El Generico.
He was El
Generico.
Generico.
So CZW is a place where a lot of these guys have passed through.
Kevin Steen did some matches.
But the one thing I'll tell you is I don't know who runs CZW. I don't know any of the people backstage.
It was Excalibur was part of it.
He was a part of it.
Yeah.
I can't remember the dude's name anymore.
But my point is this. CZW, in my opinion, will give you the best version of what you know wrestling to be, but also add the hardcore element. It's the closest thing to ECW I've seen in 20 years. That's all I can say.
And so I'm the only person that's going to be semi-negative on this match before the ending, so let me get into it.
All right.
Number one...
I'm going to be negative from the friggin' get-go because my notes... No, I'm not joking. My notes are nothing but question marks. Number one...
I'll read it. Hold on. Go ahead.
Number one...
Shockmaster?
No. You know what? He could have been a part of this match. It might have been better.
Number one, why was it only 3 ropes? I know Excalibur explained it. It's still bullshit.
No, I think the 3 ropes needed to be 3 ropes.
It was actually smart to do 3 ropes, but then promote it as 3-sided. So they did a thing.
But why did they not take the ropes off and then replace those 3 sides with just the barbed wire?
Because the whole point was so that if something went wrong, medical staff could get into the ring.
But they had the one side, is what I'm saying. Leave the one side as ropes, but then take the ropes off. You got $1 billion. You can't make ropes out of barbed wire on the other 3 sides? Really?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Number 2.
I think it was more time constraint.
Probably.
Was this really a feud? Because and here's why I asked that. Because remember, when Kenny won, he was done with Mox for like a month. And then they came back.
But that's I mean, they're trying to bring back...
But it's not Eddie versus Kurt where those guys could pick up out of nowhere.
I mean, but that's... We're looking at that in hindsight.
That's minor for me. That's minor for me. Well, yeah, no.
We're looking at that in hindsight and saying it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Where when it was going on then, it probably didn't make as much sense either.
Yeah.
And if you look at like Triple H and Shawn Michaels, for example,
that
was a full over a year.
Yeah.
And that's the type of wrestling that I miss. And so that's why I'm high on AEW, because they're doing this
Why
type of
Don
stuff.
Callis had to bring up the bare knuckle thing from Winnipeg. Like, okay, you want to tell me bare knuckle from the streets of London? That makes sense because of the history of vaudeville stuff in London. So when Wade Barrett came in as the bare knuckle guy from London, that made sense. Bare knuckle in Winnipeg? They're known for hockey.
Which is bare knuckle fighting.
But there's an art to it, and there's a
also,
gentleman.
I will say that if you look at the history of Winnipeg and wrestling, there's a lot of pro wrestlers that come from Winnipeg who are known to be tough.
That's fair.
Sons of bitches.
And that's fair.
So I think it's more a hint to that. It just wasn't
delivered the best. Yeah. The crowd was dead even before the mess up at the end. I don't know if it was a miking issue.
It was a miking
issue.
Okay, all right.
I had a buddy who was there live.
So
I saw that
video.
That changed my. I'm just going off the notes from when
I
first watched
it. He said the only time the crowd was not hyped was when the dud happened.
Okay.
And even then, they were still loud. It was just loud.
Booing. Yeah.
Why was there no explosion when they hit the boards in the corner? I think that was a missed opportunity. I'm not saying that was a negative. It was just a missed opportunity.
I agree.
The ref just. First of all, this was one of the worst call jobs by Don Callis on commentary. Don was so unnecessary because he didn't add anything. He honestly made me hate it more.
He was annoying.
Don was, it was more annoying. And by the way, it wasn't annoying heel manager like, Heyman was when he was with JR.
It was just annoying.
It was just straight annoying. The ref, in my opinion, I know that I said earlier they've buried Aubrey and she needs to be more a part
I'm
of
about
the show.
to say, Bryce has no character here.
The ref was way too into things like, okay, here's the deal. I get it, it's a barbed wire death match, but he didn't act like Charles Robinson. You know, Charles Robinson's the master of throw the hands in the air, look around.
Right.
This guy was acting like he was A, in a Thriller video for Michael Jackson, and B, squeamish. Come on, dude. You signed up for this. You should know what you're doing.
They've got too many indie refs who that's kind of their job is to be part of the show.
Why were they cleaning Kenny's eyes? It's a death match. You don't do that in CZW. You just go. You figure it out. If Kenny had gotten the water bottle from Callis, I would have been fine. Yeah. If Kenny had gone and found it himself, I would have been fine.
I don't think that was actually supposed to happen.
Which is fair.
I think that was actually I got pyro dust in my eyes.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Kenny and John both grabbed the ropes and nothing happened.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
I missed that.
I didn't like that.
Okay, so Jesse, if I explain, this was right before the paradigm shift on the board on the outside. They were both grabbing the rope and there was no explosion. Okay, Cal, I'll ask you. Now, it's set to explode when they hit the ropes, but if they go under and there's no explosion, you're okay with that. You're not going to hate on that?
Makes sense, because you kicked the rope and it went off.
Yeah, it stands to reason. But Kenny is blocking the paradigm shift, holding on to the top rope with his fucking white-knuckled hand, even though it was taped. But nothing.
Right.
And I don't know if that's a misfire on them or if that's what was designed. But because, again, all of these spots are basically thought of.
Yep.
And, by the way, I will actually give them credit. Kudos to both guys for the first 10 minutes not hitting the explosion.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of
they waited for it.
I liked the build up to it.
You gotta do that.
The explosion
you
on the
have
floor.
to, absolutely.
Back to your camera angle point. The dumbest thing in this whole night was the camera angle from the guy in the ring who showed the explosion when they hit the boards, because all you showed was that it was a fireworks explosion.
Yep.
That camera angle should have never been replayed, should have never been shown. I played it 3 times.
To their, I guess, benefit or defense, they did before the show or before the match say that it was mortars that were under those.
Yeah.
But
so they did already kind of give it away.
But it should have been more smoke from under the board, not from the sides.
No, I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Weak explosion on the floor. I hate to say this, but the firework explosion that happened outside of my apartment from a bunch of drunk people that night, because I watched it the next morning, that ended up being more exciting than the end. But before we get to the end, they went home too early. I don't know if that was a mistake on anyone's part, but they went home too early. They had to beat him up for 4 minutes before they sold the thing. Kingston was the MVP because he actually looked like he was scared. Eddie sold me all day long.
Agreed.
Now, to Allison's point where she booked a better explosion, I already told you guys about this. Okay, smoke machines under the ring.
Yes.
Number 2, WWE has rigged a ring to collapse how many times in their history? You couldn't have done it here.
That could have worked.
And number 3, what was the point? Now, okay, I get it. If they had done this in the stadium, we talked about this off camera. If it was done in the stadium of the Jaguars, you could have had the New Japan look where there were the mortars around.
Yeah.
You could have had something more. But the problem for me, and she made a good point because she's been in movies.
Right.
You shouldn't have done it in an enclosed area like you did. This had all the potential to actually be okay, and I was a little hyped for it, as you remember, Jesse. But the problem was the execution clearly was done by a crew that should have never been involved, because here's the deal.
Yep.
You're Kenny. Get a crew from Japan. You can't pay for guys to come over
You
here.
don't even need to get it from Japan. You could have just called Philly.
The thing, I think, I feel like, and this is probably looked at as kind of a cop-out at this point.
Yeah.
But I feel like COVID definitely came into play a little bit when it comes to the pyro crew.
The only cop-out that I hate was when Tony tried to explain it on that press conference at the end. Tony, no, okay? The reason why it was bad, that cop-out for Tony, it would have worked in
What did he say? Because I didn't see it.
Okay, so the clip was officially played on the Jim Cornette, I think it was the drive-thru they did. Tony Khan was asked, first of all, this was number one, before we get to Tony's stuff, Moxley, why is he addressing the crowd? He's supposed to pretend he got his ass kicked.
I think that was the whole point, though, was Mox realized it dudded, and the crowd booed.
But the
and
problem
Moxley being a smart performer.
But he should have never stood up. Should have never.
He needed to. At that point, he absolutely needed to. He needed to play off the fact that the ring didn't explode. They had to save it.
Which, again, I'm 50-50 on the Mox thing. That's just me. But, now to Tony. Tony is asked by a person, I think from Barstool, I think it was. They said, Tony, what's the condition of Moxley and Kenny? And this is where Tony pisses me off. This is word for word, verbatim, his response. Oh, they're great. They're great. Two guys, they put on a tough match. They both did a great job. They're both physically fine. Yeah, and I think it's just sad for our fans at the end that Kenny just put together this horrible ring thing. It's like, you shouldn't have said that. If they had just left the Moxley thing, that's fine. But this is Tony's inexperience and realizing, don't say they're great. Great is the wrong fucking word to use in a death match.
So this is like, if you watch all of the media scrums, though, that it's Tony, I give him a lot of credit for trying to tie the line of understanding and not treating the fans like they're stupid, while also trying to keep kayfabe alive to an extent. And so if they say something to the extent of like, how are Kenny and Moxley, for example, he's going to give you the real world aspect of they're okay. They just went through a death match. But they're okay.
But again, okay's a better word than great.
I agree.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
That's a match.
I'm not asking for him not to comment. I'm asking for a better freaking script.
See, I didn't actually watch. Because he does those press conferences after every pay-per-view.
Yep, he does. Yeah, he does.
I didn't actually watch that one because, I'm like, there's.
You were hot about the. About the Sparkler situation. You were angry as hell.
Let me explain why. I'm not even going to yell this time.
Okay,
I'm going to explain why. Number one, I understand things go wrong. Number one, I absolutely agree. Why would you do a full 5-minute countdown to the big explosion?
Also, stop saying that the bomb has to go. Stop saying that there's not somebody that can easily flip a switch to stop it. That's bullshit. We all know it is. Yeah. That part from the commentators should have just been cut.
Right.
Should never have happened.
So that's number one. Number two, because I'm a big deathmatch connoisseur in the past.
Yeah. You love the Oneida stuff. I mean, Terry Funk versus Oneida.
The old school CZW.
Oh,
yeah. I love that
Holy
shit.
Smokes.
I'm from New York. What can I say?
Yeah.
We love violence. The other big part to me.
You're a Jets fan. You like pain too.
That's true. that's just factual information. The other big part was because I've hated this feud since it started. Here's why. Here's why I've hated this feud. The idea of the feud was great. Like when AEW first started, because it's like Moxley.
Arguably, was Moxley debuting at that pay-per-view maybe not a top 5 moment in the last,
incredible.
5 to 10 years? Seriously. I mean, like, a legit question.
He beats up Chris Jericho, who he has plenty of history with, and then he beats up Kenny Omega, who he has no history with. So I'm like, the idea of it was great, but because remember, the first match was the Lights Out match.
Yeah.
I wasn't even on the show, but we ran into each other when he was working at Quick Trip. We talked about that.
So bad.
And I told him before that match, I'm like, this is going to be horse shit. I want you to understand that. I'm like, because Kenny to me is one of the better pure technical wrestlers.
Yep.
John is excellent at the hardcore shit, and he can tell a story. He's very good at telling a story. But Kenny's only told a story in the Japanese form.
Right.
He has no idea how to fucking work with an American crowd. This is going to be horse shit. I was correct.
Take away the spider web of barbed wire, and I think that match could be pushed off as a bad Moxley match in the best way. But it's like you could have said Mox had an off day because we all knew Kenny couldn't do it. The problem is by allowing the spider web of barbed wire, Mox allowed Kenny to. Mox should have called the Lights Out match. That's all I'm going to say.
Right.
From the get-go, Kenny shouldn't have called
my number 2 is the fact that I've never liked this feud. And then number 3, the biggest thing, I am officially done with Kenny Omega. I've watched,
which is funny because Cal's new to the show, and it's like we have to keep Cal on the show, but it's like now you're already done with the number one guy.
I know.
Damn it! And Cal just found Omega.
I feel like just based off of what Tony Khan said recently, that there's a lot of stuff over the next I'll say, leading up to Double or Nothing for sure.
Yeah.
That is going to completely change the entire landscape of AEW.
Oh, I hope so. So here's why I explain. I'm done with kidding. I hope so. I hope so.
I've heard major rumors of Okada actually showing up.
Yep.
Which, by the way, Jesse will confirm on the show, I'm the guy who said, I will actually give Tony Khan all the credit in the world if you're the guy who can finally get both Okada or Hiroshi Tanahashi on American television in a ring that is not New Japan's. But here's the deal. I want the Okada of now. I want the Tanahashi of now. Sure, fine. Okada was in TNA years ago. He wasn't the Okada of now.
Right.
If you can get those two guys who are still at the peak of their popularity in an American ring that is not already loaded with New Japan
Minoru
stuff.
Suzuki, I'll throw him in
If
there.
you can get those guys in a different ring that isn't New Japan on American soil, I will forgive a lot of things.
I think it's already set to happen.
Which is fine.
I think if we really look at the writing on the wall, Kenta showing up. But
Kenta was more so
about John Moxley. But here's
I agree.
Also,
I'm
talking, Kenta lives in Florida.
I'm not talking about.
Used to be Hideo.
I'm not talking about the reason for Kenta showing up.
But the fact that
I'm talking about the fact that he showed up. That he was allowed to show up.
Yes.
That he was allowed to wrestle on that show.
To wear his Bullet Club shit. That's huge.
Exactly.
Like I said, so but here's reason one. I hope, and I have a feeling you're right, because like I said, I'm always in the dirt sheets. But why I'm done with Kenny Omega. You've hurt your women's division. Yes, it's not as good as WWE's, but it's probably second best in the Northern American area.
I don't know if you can necessarily blame that all on Kenny, though. I think the girls got to step up too.
Oh, I blame Kenny. Here's why. One of the things me and him agreed on. Why the fuck wasn't the Britt Baker your first women's champion?
Agreed.
She was the most popular woman you had signed. Outside of what's
it was also shortly after Britt had been on NXT television.
But look at what AEW is trying to do. They're trying to do certain things that WWE never does. WWE never puts a title on any foreign stars, really.
Which I
like
agree.
Any major titles.
All I'm saying is Riho was the wrong.
I agree.
First person.
I don't disagree that Riho was the wrong first person.
I think I have to disagree with you.
I don't disagree that it hasn't been played out correctly. But I think a lot of it, in my eyes at least, a lot of the issues that I have with AEW's women's division actually lies sole on the performers themselves and taking it into their own hands that they need to start.
Well, now this goes back to my
things.
argument, which is maybe quoting Jim Cornette, but at the same time, it is true. You have a billionaire budget.
Yep.
I don't care what she has an issue with. Tessa Blanchard's basically a free agent. Write her a check. Go get Fatu. Go get Hammerstone. You have Thunder Rosa. I would have signed Thunder Rosa day one.
I think Thunder
she is
Rosa,
signed, isn't she?
No.
Now she is.
No, she's not.
No. What I'm saying, no, not signed. She's not signed to AEW.
Yeah.
She's still on NWA.
Yeah.
But she's at least in.
She's there.
Yeah, she's
on the
working
roster is what I'm
there,
saying.
yeah.
But my thing about it is that I would have gone to Billy and Court, and I would have said, guys, we're obviously going to work together here because we're all technically an indie promotion. I mean, that's the contracts are indie, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Tessa Blanchard would not have cost what people think, especially with a billionaire checkbook.
No, but I gotta be honest. Bringing her in at this point is just toxic.
I
think it's toxic and it doesn't solve the issue. The issue in my mind is that
the others are not stepping
the rest of the talent isn't believable yet.
No, I agree.
And adding someone.
Penelope Ford was the third most popular person in her own wedding.
I mean,
that's not a joke. That's legitimately a thing.
Here's
the best man was the first most popular guy, followed by the shortest groom in the building.
The biggest issue.
Are you guys sure your girl Abby still wants to come on the show? And
the biggest issue I have with the AEW women's division is the fact that when they throw a punch, it's not believable.
Agreed.
When they throw a kick, it's not believable. They stutter step too much.
It's definitely a beginner's class.
It's very much so like you're watching the beginner's class of women's wrestling, and you're supposed to believe that it's this upper echelon. And unfortunately, they only have about 3 or 4 girls that actually make that tier.
Question for you, sir. in the middle because I think it's a follow point. I know it's called All Elite, and I know that they're the company who says we're going to let everybody in the way WWE kind of keeps a lot of people out. Let me just get my point out, and then I'll ask the question. But my question to you is this. With how popular just the NXT women's division is, would they have been better served, even though they are the all-inclusive people, to have just gone the first year without a women's division? I'm serious.
I think.
Did they need a women's division?
I think the
answer. Or
did
they just have it because they wanted to fight with everybody?
I think the answer is yes and no.
Okay.
I think in 2019, 2020,
women's going up.
Had they tried to form a company without a women's division, it would have been looked at very negatively by the public light.
I agree.
I agree with that one, definitely.
It's a catch-22. I agree.
However, when you look at where their women's division is at currently, I think it gave them too much to juggle at first.
Put it on Dark, honestly.
That's a good idea.
Remember, the Cruiserweight division in WWE was on 205 Live for the longest time. No one saw it unless they hung out after SmackDown. Or they watched it on the network.
Right.
So I guess I'm not saying you shouldn't have had one. It just shouldn't have been on Dynamite because I hate to say it, NXT has built the women's division, and to a slightly smaller degree, SmackDown. Raw's got an issue with the fact that
they just have an issue with booking.
Yeah, exactly. but my point is this, and it's like, Cal, this was your first experience watching. You obviously haven't watched. I hate to say it, but there are two things that everyone who knows about All Elite Wrestling can admit to. Everyone. Two things. Number one is that nobody likes Joey Janela. Nobody. Even the AEW fan boards are asking, why is this guy on my TV? That's number one. He has improved a little bit on Dark, but nobody knows why he's prominently done.
Yeah.
And number two is that the worst division in all of wrestling, and again, not blaming Kenny fully, not blaming the women fully, everyone takes blame, is AEW women's division. Even if you're pro-female wrestling, it's the worst division in all of wrestling.
And I can't even name anybody, besides, Penelope Cruz.
It's actually a highly talented division. Yeah. It's just, but to Corey's point, the highly talented is not as prominently featured, and that's now Kenny's fault. But then also, like he said, the majority of it is a lot of young women. If Thunder Rosa perhaps could be a trainer for these women, Thunder Rosa could make a lot. There's a lot of good raw clay there, in my opinion. Corey, am I wrong? Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay.
There's so much good raw talent.
The problem,
but they're missing certain things that come with working on TV.
I don't want to stop you, but let's have a discussion.
No. Well, you two got to finish this up.
So when I look at the AEW women's division, here's why I blame Kenny Omega. I have no problem bringing in Joshi wrestlers.
Yep.
But you have to understand, when you bring in Joshi wrestlers, they do not understand that you got to wrestle a different style over here,
right?
Because it's going to be hard for you to get over with an American audience. It just is.
Well, Kenny can't get over with an American audience, so there's that.
He's a different discussion for another time. As far as like his getting himself over.
Yep.
And this is why I blame Kenny. Because his first thoughts, it's clear, his first thoughts were to put the championship on his girlfriend, who apparently is like 12 years his younger. Weird, but I digress. When you had Britt Baker, who was actually over with the North American audience, you actually, for a short time, you had a window to get Melina.
Yep.
And you chose to let her walk to Billy Corgan. Okay, that's the story.
No.
They chose to let her walk to Billy Corgan down there in Atlanta.
So Cal, just a quick thing. Obviously, NWA's got their, Well, they have the YouTube show.
They actually now have
it's on
pay-per-view coming out.
Yeah,
soon.
Yeah. So it's on Fight TV.
I'm excited.
Melina was a hot free agent at the moment.
Good to see them back.
Yeah, no, it really is.
They're missed.
Melina was actually, and I don't.
You better watch it when they come back.
Melina was a hot free agent. Everybody was really looking for Melina all over again. Melina was obviously big in Eminem.
Yep.
She was actually mentioned one day on a dirt sheet, and all of a sudden her star status blew
skyrocketed
through the roof.
Because she was rumored to come back.
Yeah,
yes.
she was. So she had apparently a couple years ago. She had sat because she knows Cody pretty well. I'm pretty sure the story is that she introduced Cody to Brandy.
Yes.
So they actually all know each other fairly
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
They sat down with. She sat down with Cody, Kenny, and Tony, and Kenny thought she's too old now. There's probably nothing we can do with her.
But that is one of Kenny's worst decisions, in my opinion.
And this is why I say you take Kenny off of the women's division. You don't know what you're doing.
And I can understand.
And I will say this: there is a lot of raw talent. I was going to say Tegan Knox, but the one girl who wears the pink all the time. There's the.
I think that's where I think,
but I will say this: they do have star power there. Swole. Now she had to get better when she first came in.
The pandemic was really good for her.
Yes.
Her acting like a hard ass outside of the ring during matches is part of what made her, in my opinion.
Swole was at the bottom of this division when they first debuted.
Yeah.
And I'll say it. And Leroy, I think I told you it was a show with just you and me. I literally said she is the most unwatchable person on the show. She has won me over. I will want her. Tooth and Nail didn't help her, but that's more Britt Baker being in her own dentist office in her wrestling gear. There was a lot of aesthetics wrong there.
Yeah, agreed.
But because of course, Cal, you go to your dentist and she's dressed like a professional wrestler. Anyway, but anyway. No,
I'll be leaving now.
But Big Swole has, in my opinion, rose. She is the only person, especially in the women's division, who I believe went from the bottom. Now she's at the top and deserves it. She's worked that hard.
But and then here, like I said, as I mentioned in the names, but this is why I blame Kenny. So you have booked her and you've rebuilt her, right?
Yep.
But then you had this tournament. Cool, because you were able to pay Stardom all that money. Because let's be quite
Stardom
honest.
made bank on this.
They made bank.
They made
and the
bank.
fact that they got to put Aja Kong under an AEW banner of sorts, that's a good move for your company. It looks great. She's a legend in the game.
Yep.
But here's the problem.
Can we also talk about, since we're women's wrestling, from NXT UK, how good that match was? Kaylee Ray versus Miko.
Guys, if you're not watching NXT UK because you hate WWE, you're doing yourself a disservice. NXT UK is
40 some years old,
amazing.
but she came out and she gave Kaylee Ray work.
Was it?
Nice.
Didn't she face our girl at MAW? Mickey?
She was not at MAW.
Oh, okay.
No. But no. 100%. That is the Walter versus Ilya of the women's division in NXT UK. But I didn't. Okay, I thought it was going to be Jushin versus Tyler Breeze, which wasn't bad, but could have been so much more. This lived up to every single of bringing in Miko.
Kaylee Ray is incredible. Kaylee Ray is incredible.
But anyway, back to AEW.
As we're getting back to AEW here, so you've done this. You've done the one good job to me. You've done because Abaddon got herself over, and Nyla Rose. It seems like is the one who. As we talked about the brass ring thing, well, to be fair, she has taken the brass ring.
She grabbed that.
And
Vicky's been great for her, by the way.
Yes,
Vicky's been fantastic.
I love that pairing, honestly.
It's so good.
It works
Dude, when
really
they started doing the nun thing.
So not to necessarily cut you guys off, but here's the deal. I want to have that conversation earlier in a show with you two later on.
Bad.
So now, Cal, I want to kind of go to you because this was your first introduction to AEW. And despite everything that we've said, your thoughts on the pay-per-view overall?
I enjoyed it because a lot of it was fresh and new.
Okay.
Like, I like Wikipediaing people to see what they've done before,
Yeah.
who they were before. Now, will I be invested in AEW? We'll see because, this is my first interaction with it. I may look forward to seeing what's coming next, but I'm not all in yet. You know what I mean?
I like what you did there.
I like what you did.
I love Cody. I love the Rhodes family.
Okay.
But, I haven't been keeping up with that because it goes back to when I love Goldust, I don't want, my nostalgia ruined.
Right, okay.
Yes, he's doing new things, but it's not the Dustin that I know.
Fair enough.
Well, I think to help with that, I think you have to look at it as a different character completely.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
He's
I'll still buy his merch.
Yeah.
I'll support those two.
Yeah.
I hope I
I'm
look
just
kind of
putting my feet in the water,
God.
testing it out.
If you want, so here's a good match for you to watch for AEW. Go back and watch the Cody Dustin match.
Yes.
I've seen that. That was the first
that
match
that match is.
I'm going to call that match.
So good.
I'm going to call that match. I'm going to raise this match, and you're going to be shocked by this, and so will you. Kenny versus Pac.
Yeah. Yep.
Which one?
First one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Because it's not a clash of styles. It's not a clash of styles. It's a mixing of styles, and Pac has looked. When he was peak king of the cruiserweights, this is Pac now.
Oh, I love where Pac's at right now.
Oh, Pac's phenomenal.
I feel like they did a really good job of taking someone who was losing a lot of steam in WWE and putting him right back up to his height of his popularity.
Poor him.
His Dragon's Gate work was just...
Yeah, it was phenomenal,
God.
but I almost was like, poor him.
So not to necessarily, become
him to
this.
promote Enzo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So not to become this at the end of the show. It's been a lot of fun, but a few of our topics, I kind of want to now make a lightning round of a few of our topics.
Cool.
But first, Leroy, this day in wrestling history. These are always fun.
Okay, yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah.
17 years ago, it was WrestleMania 20.
Dang.
Where it all began again.
Where it all began
Goldberg
again.
Brock.
All right, and this is a fun part.
And I'm going to say it because, again, I separate the end to that. Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero still makes me cry.
Oh, dude,
Okay.
that was such a...
All right.
Yeah.
Let me
I
get
don't wanna talk
the
about
big
it
match
yet.
is
No.
John Cena beat Big Show to win his U.S. title, his first title in WWE, which is pretty sweet. And then the big one, Evolution, beat the Rock and Sock Connection. Goldberg and Brock, that match was
We'll throw that
whatever.
out. We'll throw that out.
And that was his last
fans-
match for quite a while.
the
Fans took that over.
Oh,
It was unfortunate. It was.
Yeah.
It really
And-
should have been something special, and unfortunately, WWE dropped the ball in
Hun-
telling everybody.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the
100%.
two big matches were Eddie and Kurt Angle, and Eddie winning the title, and then Chris Benoit in the triple threat.
My
That was
Eddie
so good.
Guerrero pop should be here in like a week.
Nice.
Nice.
I also want to point something out to the fans out there. The doctor that was involved in the Chris Benoit situation of prescribing that medication did actually serve time for prescribing the wrong dosage. So yes, while I tell people out there, listen to your medical professionals, also make sure you take your own medical. This is a story, in my personal opinion, also to learn from. Make sure that you are asking questions of your medical professionals.
And being honest.
But
and being honest with your medical professionals.
Okay. So number one thing that my fiance has learned since she's been with me: if you don't tell a doctor the exact information, they can't help you.
Yep.
So while the doctor shouldn't have made the clerical error, Chris should have also been a little more. I mean, it's a sad story.
Something
We're not
feels
looking at it,
weird.
but
You got to tell them.
Exactly. But anyway, go ahead,
Yeah.
Leroy.
And then 13 years ago, Vince McMahon received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Only 13 years ago.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
would,
Isn't it?
you would think
Easily-
that should have been like at least 20 years ago.
To be fair, going to our lightning round idea, I don't think wrestling became celebrity status until about that time period.
Mm-hmm.
They were huge, but in their own
That's
era.
fair. That's fair.
Rock and Stone Cold are obviously outliers, but
Yep.
they were big as wrestlers. Then when Rock went to Hollywood,
I guess I would argue against that a little bit. Look at Hogan. Hogan did the same thing 10 to 15
80s,
years
yeah.
before.
but that was the 80s.
It was really cool.
But
But
that
it's
was
it was the same exact
But
thing
with
that
Hogan, though, he wasn't a box office draw like The Rock. I mean,
he
mean,
was,
or
though.
Stone Cold.
No, actually,
If you talk
those,
to my-
those
if you
movies
talk-
actually did not do very well at the
They're
box
B-list
office.
Not at the
movies.
box
Yeah.
office
Rock,
necessarily, but
Rock going to Hollywood, I think, is what allowed Vince to get that star. And I'm serious because Rock shocked the whole world in how good he was.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. All right,
Go ahead.
and this I get that, and I get a couple birthdays.
Perfect.
This nugget is really fun,
Okay.
because it ties in with
such a fun word.
the shows right now. 11 years ago today in Charlotte, North Carolina, Adam Pearce defeated Blue Diamond Jr. and Phil Shatter in a three-way bout to win the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
Adam does not get the credit he deserves
doesn't.
for holding down the NWA Championship
Yes.
in that weird TNA period until Billy got it back. Adam Pearce, which is why I kind of wanted to see Scrap Daddy a little bit because Cal, you might not know this, but when the NWA title left when Ric Flair went to WCW, okay, and the NWA kind of fell off the map for a while, TNA had a partnership so everybody in their company was winning NWA championships, which is why America's Most Wanted, one of the greatest NWA tag team champions of all time, because my God, they were great together. But anyway, so Christian Cage had it, Sting had it, all these guys, they didn't introduce the TNA title until they really got to Spike.
True.
But they had the NWA World title, and it was the real NWA World title. So until Nick Aldis is now over 900 days as the freaking champion, until he sort of brought it back with Billy Corgan, Adam Pearce, while they were still running indie style, Adam Pearce held down the NWA World title.
And I just came into like some NWA, not NWA, it sounds like a rap group. The TNA DVDs, like my buddy just sent me like a whole catalog of like all their stuff, and I just want to start from the beginning to kind of see where they are now.
And that's why when Christian won the big one, he really won the big one.
Absolutely.
Yes, he did.
Christian Cage gets to say, "Hey, that Edge, you got all those titles. I got the.
I was the real world champion."
You get the 10 pounds of gold.
I'm not going there, but I agree. But anyway, no. Adam Pearce, this is why I've loved him, is because I don't think he'll ever get the real credit he deserves for what he did outside of just being an authority figure in WWE. Adam Pearce, you have my love forever.
Hey. He's an official. There are no authority figures in WWE.
Fair
True.
enough. Fair enough.
All right.
All right, Leroy.
All right, and then Indiana, we got a few birthdays. There was one they said it was a birthday today, and his birthday is tomorrow.
Okay.
The Iron Sheik.
Ah.
I had to do the research to make sure I was right, and I was like, oh, no, his birthday is on the 15th.
Be quiet, jabroni. Get to the next one.
All right. 3 for today. Santino Marella. He's 47.
Okay.
And he's a Shotzi Blackheart.
Oh,
Yep.
29 today. And
Get your wife.
I'm going, this is going old school to my time and
No,
days.
that's okay.
Brian Clark, Adam Bomber, Wrath.
Wow.
It's his birthday. 57.
All right.
Okay.
We're going old school.
I'm actually surprised that he's only 57.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to run through some lightning round stuff here, not because we're late in the show, but just I actually wanted to try this. And also, Revolution was a great topic. Thank you guys so much for all that,
Absolutely,
by the way.
man.
It's been great. All right, so NXT Women's Division now has their own tag belts.
Too many belts.
Okay, fine.
many belts?
My
No,
personal
not yet.
opinion, if you're going to treat it like a separate brand, just because the WWE logo is above you, if it's a separate brand, fine, you got championships. That's my opinion. But I understand if you look at it from WWE, too many belts. But if you look at NXT versus Raw SmackDown,
Agreed.
I'm okay
I actually
with it.
think it was needed.
Agreed.
Okay.
They are.
That's also the most developed women's tag division in all of
Yes,
WWE.
it is.
Agreed.
Is down there.
But they do plan on having another NXT show. So, I mean,
Right,
that would work anyway. They got 2 shows going.
Impact title versus the AEW title. Are you happy that it's Swan over Moose, or did you want Moose over Swan?
So I guess I just don't know where Moose goes from here.
Thank you.
I think
that was my whole point.
I think I look at it as what the fuck was the point? I guess you could have just
He was also never synonymous with that particular championship, so I don't know why they gave it to him in the first place.
right. And I guess the only thing that makes sense to me now is if the rumor that went on, like when the whole Impact AEW thing got
partnership
announced,
came,
right? There was that small rumor that floated around for a while that Tony secretly bought Impact without telling anybody, and that's how we're here. If they move those 2 titles together, well,
Could be.
I don't.
Seems to
One,
put us in an
if that
interesting
happens,
spot.
if that happens, I hate it. And 2, I agree.
Yeah.
Moose should have won.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
problem
I
is-
love Rich Swann.
The problem is, I
I
understand
hate
why.
that he's married to Sue Young.
I understand why
I met her
Moose
like
left
4 years
ROH,
ago.
more
Yep.
money and bigger
Yep.
picture, but Moose has been more talented than I think anyone's ever given him credit for, and no one has found a way to use him.
And look at how what's the word, loyal he's been to Impact.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
You know, I can think of 10 years ago when Moose was what I would say at his peak, other than now.
Yes.
And at that point,
He
there was talks of him going to WWE.
He was
then.
larger than
You know?
all those Ring of Honor shows.
Right.
Just as a presence, a personality, he overshot ROH.
But I think as far as the title versus title, I think the only thing that makes sense is it's both titles are on the line, and
Kenny Omega's going to get the fucking championship.
This belt collector thing, which was more an internet start than him actually admitting it, has just been flat.
I think it can be saved, but I just think
anything in wrestling, in my opinion, can be saved. But
I think the only way you save it is if Impact winds up being the second show, and
I'd be okay with that.
It moves to TNT and maybe gets a rebrand under AEW.
Yeah,
maybe.
But that's the only way any of this makes sense in my mind.
Which, by the way, I just want to point this out. If we all had Tony's budget, I would have already done that.
That's why I said I think he already did.
I gotta admit, I'm down on all this because Impact has been so good the last 2 years.
I think it'll stay. I think it'll stay to be good.
No, but here's the deal. Why not, as he said, secretly purchase it and then just let them keep doing their shit, but on a bigger stage?
I mean, they deserve the bigger stage, so I agree with that.
I agree 100%.
And I Scott D'Amore could do a lot more with that roster than Tony Khan has.
Opens the door for exactly what AEW needs. They need a second show.
Yep.
And they also need some more seasoned talent who has TV time.
Yes.
And like Cal just said, the women's division at Impact is
right. And so I think it solves a lot of issues.
The Knockouts division is not at the peak of like Gail Kim versus Kong, but it's at
and then on top of that, you've still got your 2 YouTube shows.
Yes.
So now you can remove the people who you've been building on TV that aren't necessarily ready for TV. You can move them to YouTube.
Yes.
And you still have the 2 shows to build.
Now,
I've always said they
ready
will,
characters.
especially when the stuff clears up a bit more. If you're working with New Japan, you're not going to have a choice because you need, if you're going to have some of those stars on, they're taking TV time away from people who can't be there.
This is the final word before we move on to the next topic.
Yep.
I am all for everything you've said, despite everything I said about Revolution.
Yep.
The problem is I can only go off what's been in front of me.
Totally.
And Tony Khan, despite, yes, I would give him Promoter of the Year, not Booker of the Year. You just haven't shown me that you're willing to do that because, like I said, Dynamite had like a 2-3 month.
Hasn't he though? Everybody said that
No.
Everybody said that promotions working together could never happen.
No.
He's already got NWA, Impact, and New Japan.
No. I've given him credit.
People said it would never happen.
Well, people said it would never happen, but I think they were wrong. It would never happen with WWE.
Yes,
but I think that's part of why everybody said it would never happen.
What I'm saying. No, I don't.
Because they've done this in the past.
From a business perspective,
Impact worked with New Japan in the past.
Agreed.
From a business perspective, I'm for Tony. My biggest problem is that if Tony does have the quote-unquote final say on the booking.
Yeah, no.
You're not telling me that it's going to make sense on live TV. From a business perspective, I'm with you, Tony. I give him all the credit in the world. He has competed. He's shown that they can survive for a year. We've talked about their whole contract with TNT, which is kind of bullshit, despite what people think. But that's all math. That's not actually booking.
I think when it comes to the TNT contract, he just doesn't give a shit about the money of it.
No.
He's not.
Yeah.
He's like, no, we're on a good TV station.
Right.
That's what matters. I've got money.
Okay. Big news for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. The first inductee of the 2021 class. My God, is she deserving, ladies and gentlemen? Mighty Molly Holly, long
Minnesota
overdue.
girl.
I loved the
so
video.
Deserved.
So you guys only have one, don't you? But there's 2.
Reportedly that hasn't been totally confirmed yet, but.
So I'll just put the rumor out there.
Yeah.
They're going to induct AJ Lee into their Hall of Fame.
I saw that.
Which is apparently why CM Punk put that photo out with him in the suit.
Deserving, yes.
Yes.
Possible,
I actually think
feelings get in the way of the Hall of Fame too much, in my opinion.
I think it'll happen.
Yeah.
Because no matter what Vince and Paul or Phil feel about each other, they created magic. And no matter how much
her career also stands separate from Punk.
Exactly.
That's why she should be, in my opinion, is her career stands separate from Punk for everything she did.
Yeah. But I think she would want Phil to induct her. I think they will work that out. Because remember, Paul Levesque, before you go on to the next thing, Paul Levesque has already said, I'm constantly reaching out to him.
I want to stick
on
this for a second. Can we just acknowledge that Molly has never been given the credit for what she did?
No, she has not.
We've talked about the WWE Women's Revolution before.
Right.
Okay, see, here's the deal. People are wondering why the Bellas are in. Why is Tori in? Why this, that. Here's the deal. Women in that era don't get the credit for holding down the segments that they did. The audience wasn't ready for what Becky and Sasha and Charlotte are doing, because here's the deal. At that time, women were things. Sorry, sex sells. That's just the way the media worked. So Molly doesn't get the credit. Trish and Lita got it later, but not in the moment. Mickey got it later, but not in the moment. Tori and Candice Michelle and Michelle McCool and Layla, they don't get the love that they deserve for, they were given limited time, but they got it.
But you know what, though? But when it comes to the Bellas, I get it. They weren't good in-ring performers. They were there when women were getting a chance. And the fans were starting to give the women
but the Bellas are Ronda Rousey in.
But that's
the Bellas,
what I'm saying.
I feel like the Bellas really got popular because of the show.
Because of the show,
but
and
the
then people
Bellas,
found out she was married.
Right.
She was with Cena.
Yep.
But the Bellas are Ronda Rousey in the UFC early. They got hype at a time before we realized how good women could be at what they were doing.
That's what I'm saying. Is I don't think that their hype ever revolved around their wrestling.
No.
I would
it
say
revolved.
For Nikki though, with Charlotte towards the end,
was
way better than what they were.
But back to
I
Molly.
agree.
First of all, the moment with Shane was
I just keep
awesome.
thinking that blue door
so
slamming
great.
in her face.
I also
you can
love
see the actual shock on her face.
I also love that Molly is one of those people that anything for the show, got the head shaved, was okay with it. Clearly it didn't bother her, and she obviously kept the look over the years, but just Molly, I don't think...
Good Minnesota girl.
Yep.
Yes, she
Grand,
is. So
Grand Rapids native, I believe?
I believe so.
Grand Rapids? Okay. But Molly will never get...
I'm about to say.
Molly
Leroy's
will
on
never
his
get the
face.
credit because of the era she was in. Molly
Agreed.
could have wrestled now.
Yep.
She just was born in the wrong era.
I'd say
of
Jazz is
wrestling.
proof that she can wrestle now.
Oh yeah.
Here
100%.
is the question now.
Yeah.
Because Jazz is nearing the end of her career.
Yep.
She's got a couple more matches, and then she says she's done.
Yeah.
Do her and Victoria get in at some point in the
they
next 2
definitely.
years?
Victoria,
I hope
Victoria
so.
was ahead of her time.
I hope so.
Victor. Well, also, Gene has pointed this out 1,000 times.
Victoria now has the Legends contract.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay,
Gene-
and I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
But you need to put her in.
Here's the thing. Gene in the lounge had pointed this out, and I fact checked it 1,000 times. As protected as certain finishers have been, RKO, Claymore, whatever.
Yep.
Oh, the
back
Widow's
standing on the
Peak.
finish, no one's ever kicked out of it.
Yeah.
That's
That's
actually
legit.
a legit thing.
That should start to be a thing again.
Well, I
There we go.
agree 100%. But yeah, no. Molly, Leroy, you have some information for us?
yes, because Molly Nora, her real first
Yep.
name. Yeah, Forest Lake, Minnesota.
Forest Lake. Forest Lake.
And
Okay.
she his residence right now is in White Bear Lake, Minnesota.
Every Minnesota city's got a lake or a river to it.
Right? Yep. Nope. They're all there.
Proud of them lakes.
But Molly, I remember so
I think
good.
she's only like 43. She's young.
Yeah,
She's
no,
43. She's
yeah.
Yeah.
a few years younger than me. I mean, I'm so proud to have a Minnesota girl and a wrestler in the Hall of Fame like that.
And
She was
I
good.
she
Totally deserves
I
it.
know she was hitting the Minnesota indie circuit because she has that school with Ken.
Yeah.
Did you guys get the? Because I've gotten a chance to.
We
meet
haven't seen her yet. No.
What a sweetheart.
She's just a genuinely
Has great stories about.
just
her
a
wrestling
genuinely
days and-
decent person,
Yes.
which you don't get a lot when you get celebrity status. Is the mindset changes, and the sad part about wrestling is a lot of people try to live the gimmick too much so you don't get the real person.
Yeah.
Molly is that prime example of you can separate the two very easily. I mean, have you met her at a show, Cal? You've been to a bunch of
that's
shows?
one that I have not met. Normally, I have pretty good luck with meeting the wrestlers.
Yeah,
and, Priscilla Kelly and Honky Tonk Man were the only two where I've kind of had a bad experience with. But Honky Tonk kind of, when I met him in Chicago for like the third time, he was actually a lot better.
Okay, yeah. So I always give wrestlers two chances because I feel like you can catch them on a bad day.
Yeah.
I always give him two chances. Hacksaw was great the first time, but that's just who he is. But no, Molly, I don't know if you heard us, but we said while you were out. Molly, one of those genuinely just nice people.
I got the chance to meet her a few years back.
She
after
can
the
separate
wrestling show.
that she was on television versus where she came from. She's
Yeah.
just a very cool person and 100% deserving of this. No question about it.
Yeah,
I
and
just
she,
this is
You could tell just by her reaction.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
this is also not one of those up in the air maybes. This is a guarantee, in my opinion.
Right.
He deserves it.
Agree.
She right now she's working with Ken Anderson down in his academy down.
Yeah.
That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
As a trainer in there.
The academy. What's the full name? The Academy of Wrestling School.
It's really long.
Yeah.
I signed up for it,
but it's typical Ken. It's so much fun.
It's the Academy of School of Professional.
There you go. Yep. I knew Academy and school were both in there.
And now,
it's only like $300 to do the school too.
Yeah. And also, can we give some love to the class of 2020 that did not get the opportunity?
They're actually going to get inducted as well.
Get it. And
I wrote that down. Sean Waltman going in with the MWO.
Yeah,
so
I love it. I love that he's going in, but like I feel like
it's the only way that you can get Sean in. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Too
I
much.
like it more as individual. Because
yeah. Well,
the first one should be by yourself.
Right. Yeah.
Then the second should be.
Can I just point something out? People gave us shit, and we talked about this because this was one of our first shows. First 3 shows we had, the Hall of Fame had been announced. Yeah. JBL deserves it. I don't care what anyone says because overall arc of career is actually there.
Yeah, he's just an asshole. It's fine.
Yeah, and by the way,
he's a dick.
Someone who I didn't think was going to get it but deserves to be in every Hall of Fame there is. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's any chance that Jushin Thunder Liger gets on a stage, I'm happy. I don't care who it's for. The man deserves to be in every Hall of Fame. He deserves everything. I'm glad he got on WWE television one time. Tyler Breeze was the correct guy. I know I said the match wasn't what it could have been, but it was still a good match.
Yep.
But anytime Jushin Thunder Liger gets the chance to be given a microphone, whether it's his kids translating or whatever, he deserves it. WWE class act, it's 100% worthy because he is Mount Rushmore of juniors.
Yes, he is.
Agreed.
He has to.
Agreed.
Be. He could be Mount Rushmore of just Japan.
Yeah.
Arguably could be on that Mount Rushmore.
Well, I said we're talking before. We were talking about trying to figure out what to do for 3 shows for WrestleMania.
We got plenty of stuff there, folks. Hall of Fame
stuff
careers.
going on 7 days in a row. We got wrestling every single day.
If you guys want to come for any of those shows, please let us know.
Right on.
When you have the
I'll
final
be
time.
in Florida, so I won't be able to.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, you bastard.
I can probably
bring some warm weather.
Okay,
on that.
I also think
if you're going to WrestleMania, I'd be so.
No,
mad
I'm going
at
to
you.
WrestleCon, so I'll just send my selfies with everybody.
we also want to maybe take one of those shows. We'll do half WrestleMania for like an hour, and then the other hour we want to review some of the WWE Untold documentary,
Sweet.
some of the stuff there.
Yeah.
I definitely want to get into the Yokozuna thing because
that was
I mean,
such a good
one.
doc.
It's
I
so
did
good.
it.
Oh man, it's so good.
But no.
Almost made me
So
cry.
Corey, we'll talk to you about that a little later as we get closer because we got about another month or so.
Yep,
Before
roughly.
the show. But yeah, we'll definitely talk to you about that. We're gonna have no voice by Tuesday because we're just gonna go for like 3 hours a
2
day. At this point.
NXT shows that week. I'm like, damn it, put them on WrestleMania. That's gonna be hard.
Again, COVID.
I get it, but
COVID bubble. You know.
See, the bad part is I'll have to watch the first night just before I watch the second night on Peacock.
Yeah.
I was like, dang it.
And now,
It'll be great.
And now,
well, yeah, because the first
final,
night will be on USA.
Yeah.
The second night will be on Peacock.
The
so you have to watch
final
it back to
topic.
back.
We're about 3.5 into the show.
Yeah, 3:34.
This is our longest show, but it's been a blast having you guys.
Been
but I
great.
definitely
Damn,
don't want to
Corey,
leave.
Don't talk so much.
I don't want
That
to leave.
happens.
I don't want to leave without getting to this because it is the biggest news in wrestling. The new 4 Horsemen.
No.
I don't like calling them that. I
don't
hated
either.
the reference from the get go. I think if they would,
I just hate the fact that you put
Here's the
4
thing.
guys together who hadn't had any interaction for the entirety of their time there. That was my only issue.
Here's the thing.
It wasn't even in
It's-
secret.
I mean, they haven't not had interaction.
Betting with Sean Spears in the audience, I don't count interaction.
Sean Spears has been part of Tully's thing for her since the beginning.
Fair.
Yeah.
Tully's been with Sean Spears
But he was
the whole
off
time.
TV for 6 months.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's off TV. It's already there. It's already in your head. It's already.
Can we at
part
least
of
stop
kayfabe.
making him?
I gotta be honest.
Can we at least change the mohawk so he doesn't look like old butters?
Here's my problem.
I thought he looked like Mata from like. I was like,
Yeah.
is that Mata?
I didn't.
There you go.
I didn't.
I have missed
Shaved their hair.
wrestling.
I didn't
and,
recognize it being Sean Spears
Right.
at first.
Yeah.
My problem with the idea of it being the new 4 Horsemen or whatever, I would have been fine with it if it would have been Dax and Cash and 2 strictly wrestling guys with them. That would have made sense. to me.
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense. I don't understand why people are even saying it's the new Four Horsemen when it's very obviously MJF putting together these guys.
The other thing about it is
it's very obviously MJF saying, "Hey Tully, how much money is it going to take?"
Right.
And so
the other problem is you're never going to reach the star power of the original Four Horsemen. You're never going to reach that star power.
Unfortunately, with the Four Horsemen, though, like how many times do we have to see it redid? And,
Thank you.
I mean, you had Sid in there for a while. Benoit.
But you'll never reach that level of four talents.
The only reference to the Four Horsemen I ever want to see now at this point is when Ronda comes back and gets together with Shayna Baszler, Marina Shafir, and Jessamine Duke. That is the only one that I want to see.
The Four Horsewomen.
Yep, that's it. That's it. If they don't do the Four Horsewomen, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear it.
Well, that's good because Charlotte only cares about herself. But
Charlotte's not supposed to be a part of it anyway.
No.
She's a different story for a different time.
The other problem I have, we'll delve into this for a couple minutes. The other problem I have is, and again, this is just me wanting my personal stuff. I want a little more consistency on your live show. Why is Arn there? What is the point of that? Arn is dealing. Unless Arn is going to somehow bring Cody in, or unless Arn is going to break away from Cody, which wouldn't make any sense at this point because you haven't teased jack shit about it.
Right.
I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. And the thing about it is that.
So Arn was out there with Tully?
No. When Sean Spears took the camera and debuted, they kept going. Afterbirth, placenta. Arn walked out from the tunnel and held that up. That was on Dynamite.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So it's just, I don't hate it because it is MJF, and outside of the song and dance routine, I've given him credit on everything.
I loved that.
It was bad, but it was funny.
I thought it was
MJ,
it was horrible though.
I thought it was great only because MJF could have pulled it off.
That.
I just thought it was another dumb idea by Chris Jericho that Vince said no to.
I love all of Chris Jericho's dumb ideas, though. I think Jericho throws shit at walls and just goes, "Yeah, that'll stick."
Somebody I think said on the DPW thing was that Jericho will try to sell anything, and then somebody corrected him was like, he can
sell anything.
I can't say he's been awful. I just think that my only issue with Jericho, despite I know you have your,
I just want him to go away.
I know. This is me saying, despite everything I've said in the past, Leroy can confirm this because I've said a lot of stuff, but it all comes back to one point. I just feel like he could have done so much more. I feel like he could have.
I can agree with that.
I feel like because Leroy, I've said it before. I feel like he still could have done his shift.
You guys remember when he came back like the third time to WWE and he did that gimmick where he was like, yeah, and he like mocked the fans. Yeah, I wish he would have did that in AEW, walked out, and not came back.
But my point is this. He could have done his own shit while also building guys. The problem is, and Jesse had to eat crow on this because Jesse defended this.
I did.
The Orange Cassidy thing was a dropped ball from the freaking word go when the feud ended because they've done nothing with Cassidy since. They killed all the momentum, and Jesse had to eat crow on that. Because Jesse was like, I like this. I'm like, Jesse, it's only going to work because see, here's the deal. That would have been the prime time
to push Cassidy.
Not even push Cassidy. End the plate kick gimmick. He still could have been Cassidy, but take away the stuff that he did in indie shows. That's all I'm asking for. Darren Corbin's the only guy I've actually seen that got anything out of Cassidy, but Darren's a fucking genius.
Darren Corbin is a god.
So I do want to touch on one thing.
I make signs every show that say Corbin is God. He knows.
Yeah. You were dueling with us when we had the Crybaby sign, so yeah.
It was fun.
I do want to touch on one thing we didn't touch on. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on the ending of Undisputed Era, and if you feel like it's rushed. Because I feel like they should not be ending Undisputed Era yet.
Hear me out. Logan, Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Do you know the reference, or can I go?
Go.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
Hugh Jackman.
Just listen.
Hugh Jackman was being interviewed after Logan came out.
Okay.
And he was asked, "Were you ready for this?" And to his credit, he brought up Jerry Seinfeld because they're friends.
Yep.
Jerry Seinfeld said this. End it while it's on top. And here, Jerry Seinfeld because I think we all can agree, because we've all watched the reruns. You are obviously there for it. Seinfeld could have gone another 4 or 5 seasons before it got boring.
Easy.
He's made more money off of the just replays than he ever made while the show was going. Wolverine had a resurgence because of Marvel. Wolverine was probably the most wanted thing in it.
Yep.
And he just said, go. Undisputed Era, I'm not saying they couldn't have kept going, but they were hot.
Right.
They were at their peak. By taking them away, you give them the opportunity that when they do eventually come back, because that's just wrestling, there's something that people still want. If you... Evolution, in my opinion, had already been done and over with. They had already. There was nothing left for Evolution to do.
That's part of my point, though, is that they are doing it too early because if, like, a blood feud like this is, which is what I'm going to call it, something where it's like
that's kind of how they're booking it. To be fair,
exactly.
It's better.
It very much so.
It's better than the
reminds
orange
me-
juice feud.
It very much so has
the blood orange feud, as I called it.
It very much so has the same feeling as Triple H Shawn Michaels did of like best friends fighting, you know? And so I guess in my opinion, those type of feuds, when you have your blow off with that feud, you shouldn't be already thinking, okay, well, when can we get these guys back together? And you know that that's instantly what WWE is going to go into once they blow off this feud.
Yeah.
Can I just say my
why
my answer is a question mark, because in my opinion we're not far enough out to see what they're going to do with it.
Yep.
So how I feel is always based on the aftermath.
Agreed.
Not the placenta, the aftermath.
Agreed.
But so I'm not hedging my bet. I'm just putting a question mark there because that's how I feel. I can't deny that.
Yep.
So I'm gonna remove myself from a good or bad scenario only because I want to see more. But now, you know what, Leroy? I'll go over to you. Good or bad? Undisputed Era? Are you more like me or are you like this? Too early?
I'm not mad about it. It's interesting and how they're doing everything like that. Mm-hmm. They threw Adam Cole in the title situation again, and then they kind of finished that with Cross showing up, and
I thought it was great that
Prince
Finn just turns around and go, "Oh, you're still here."
right.
Oh, no,
that was prime.
No, when he turned around and says, "It's about time."
Yeah, he said, "What took you so long?"
What took you so long?
Yeah.
I mean, the way they did that, and
but with
the
Finn,
way
it was still the tongue in cheek of it's about where the hell
right.
you been.
I just feel like this whole split of Undisputed Era is only becoming about because of the Bobby Fish injury. And that's
I want
to jump in.
Before you do, I'm going to disagree with you on that only because Bobby's been out before,
right?
And they ran it back,
and they did run it back.
Yeah.
But that's where I feel like right now with Bobby being out, they looked at it as like, oh shit.
So let me
how are we going to run it back again?
Please. So I'm going to jump in.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
You were told. Here's what I mean. Because I gotta give Paul and well, his real name is Samir, but what's his face from Impact? I gotta give them a lot of credit. You were told this was coming a year ago. Here's what I mean. Because so there's three ways people have looked at this. They've been unhappy about it. They've been confused about it, and then they go, "Oh, of course, Adam Cole's gonna get a push." But here's the thing: you were told about this a year ago. You want to know who told you about this a year ago? The guy that they threw off of a cage, Pat McAfee, because he alluded to it in story. I'll explain.
I agree.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
Pat's my MVP of this whole thing for one tweet. That's all it took.
Adam
to be
Cole,
my MVP.
Yes.
Adam Cole, one thing he is right about, because, you've watched ROH. One thing Adam Cole has never done very well, which is to me what always separates when people compare him to Triple H or Shawn Michaels. He does not work well with others.
No.
His character has never worked well with others. He's always betraying somebody.
Agreed.
That's Adam Cole's character. You were told a year ago. So about a year ago, right before, Pat McAfee got that team together, one of the reasons that they had him on to start that story was because he asked Cole, he's like, dude, everything in your wrestling past says, you don't get along with anyone. So,
right.
He's already alluded to it.
And I can agree with that.
And here's why it's not a bad thing. One, damn, Kyle O'Reilly finally gets to shine.
Agreed.
Kyle O'Reilly's great. He deserves this damn shine.
Agreed.
Two, I feel bad for Roddy because to me he's always been kind of a terrible babyface.
I also want to point out Roddy, I think, is also the guy who I think Roddy's ready to be a single in WWE.
Agreed.
Because we talked about this on the show before. Roddy's been the unsung hero because we've seen personality out of Roderick Strong that I didn't know he had in ROH.
Well,
because he was the good boy in ROH.
I watched him in PWG when he was a full heel.
Yeah.
So
well, but Roddy was the good boy with the sports jacket in ROH. He was Mr. ROH, but he had no promo skills.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he gets to Undisputed Era, and I'm like, Roddy, I'm watching you despite the fact Cole and Fish and Riley are over here. Roddy's in the corner, but Roddy's the star half the time.
Right.
So, in my opinion,
I think it was the way they brought him into Undisputed Era
exactly.
too.
But that's my thing is just for me, I was digging Roddy Strong before Undisputed Era. I want to see more of that because now I think he's another league above himself.
And here's the biggest reason why you knew this was coming. Because Adam Cole is a star.
Well, I knew I'm not saying that I didn't know the split was coming. Yeah. I'm not saying that the split should never happen.
What I'm saying is, here's why it's a good thing. Adam Cole's going up.
And I agree.
He's going up. Now they're gonna finish. What they're gonna do is they're gonna finish his feud at either. So it'll be probably the second night at Takeover.
Here's where WWE has themselves in a pickle, though, with the way they run their stuff now.
Yeah.
NXT is no longer developmental. NXT is its own brand.
Yeah.
So now what do you do with Adam Cole?
So here's what you do.
So now do you continue
title, longest reign? There's nothing left for him to do except for a feud. That's my take.
Right, but I guess what my point is
what does he do on the main roster?
They've ruined the feeder system.
Fair.
Because there is no feeder system anymore.
Vince did butcher the shit out of that.
There's no feeder system now because they had to turn NXT into its own show, and they had to sit there and try to compete.
Well, but that was more USA asking them for more TV time.
I think it had far more to do with AEW than the WWE will ever say.
Oh, it definitely
Just look at the ratings alone.
No. While I agree, I'm not disputing your point. While I agree, remember, the only thing keeping USA alive right now is WWE.
I agree.
USA was desperate in and of themselves.
So WWE ruins their feeder division.
Yep.
And now they have no feeders to go up, but they've got talent that has ran their role in NXT.
But
so now what do you do with them?
So here, let me jump in. But
what if you just turn it into, hey, because Rhea Ripley to me is the prime example. There was nothing left for Rhea to do. They killed her they buried her on NXT, so now she can come to Raw fresh. She's still the Nightmare, but but there's no reason for because see her coming back after that beatdown makes no sense.
Right.
But my point is, what if it's no longer a feeder, but it's just we're all on the same level, but now we're just hopping shows?
Here's the thing. There's no problem with it not being a feeder program anymore. Because Vince was only going to pluck the certain ones he wanted anyway.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So
that's fair.
So you brought up Rhea Ripley. By the way, I'm nervous. I'm nervous because she's coming up around WrestleMania after the blonde hair fucking monster's already declared she wants us at WrestleMania. That's nervous.
Sounds like a burial to me.
That sounds like you're about to get your ass whooped by Charlotte to me, and I hate that thought. But the reason the feeder system didn't work anymore. I mean, so. Of course, we all know the story that Andrade recently requested his release. He's not going to get it.
No, he already did.
He didn't. He was already.
So it's already been denied.
But and to be fair to Vince, he's got 6 months on his contract. He'll be gone.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing from a business perspective. If you cut him, it's going to cost you more.
Right. Oh, totally.
This is the argument that football fans never get: is you can't just cut a guy.
No.
Or you can't just trade a guy because, again, the meme is out there. I shared it. Dak Prescott is making $22.5 million, but that's all coming from the Cowboys. The Colts have a free year of Carson Wentz because they ain't paying a dime for him.
Yep.
Philadelphia's got $38.5 million dead cap space on a guy they got rid of. This is how sports works. Vince, because, see, my dad got laid off. It cost his company 3 times what it would have been just to keep him.
Yep.
But they got rid of him for 3 times. It cost them more. I'm not going to go into the rest of it, but it's just I agree Vince has messed up Andrade. Not denying that. I am also agreeing with Vince's business decision of not to grant the release. I'm agreeing with all of it, but again, the fans are going to look at Vince and call him a bad guy, but it's like if you wait the 6 months, you pay him for the 6 months instead of cutting him, which means I have to give him the severance package because every contract's got that.
And here's the biggest thing when it comes to it being its own brand, because it was already becoming its own brand even before AEW.
Oh, agreed.
More on the booking of Paul, though.
But
agreed.
He was just booking it better.
And here's the biggest reason why. And by the way, one thing we have talked about, and this is going to be very telling for AEW in a couple months when that move happens on to Tuesday.
Can you stand alone?
You're going to have to stand alone.
Seriously,
I think they can.
I hope so.
I think what we're actually going to wind up seeing is I think both NXT and AEW are going to
I have never
grow.
wanted them off air. So. I'm just annoyed at a bunch of the stuff they've done. I don't want AEW gone. I just want it to be what I believe to be better. Whether or not you guys agree or not is a different story. Anyway,
so
finish it up.
So the big thing is, Adam's going to one of the two bigger shows. As Vince would call him. In my
opinion, put him on Raw. Hear me out. Put them on Raw. Let the Hurt Business run their table, and I still think that Cole can put on good matches with those big guys. But while you're in this idea of big guys, Drew and Randy and Bobby, while you're in the idea of the big guys, before we bring it back around to the Daniel Bryan idea, which is Cole right now, before we bring it back around, Cole can have a great mid-card run while the main events working their way out of the heavyweights.
He needs to go to SmackDown because you're leaving out two very big. You're leaving out one big component, and that is that big scary motherfucker that likes to wear a mask and the number one seller of all wrestling merchandise.
Yep.
He'll be back.
I think he'll be back within the next month.
Yeah, he'll be back, and I love Adam Cole. But
now,
if you feed him to that monster, I
hear
don't
me
know
out though.
what
Hear me out though. It's still a 3-hour show. You've got the Firefly
Damn,
Funhouse.
I love Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, I know, me too, dude.
But holy shit, I love Bray Wyatt.
But hear me out, and Cal, I'll throw it to you. You've got the heavyweight segment with the belt. You've got Riddle, who, despite what people think, despite the stoner thing, he hasn't had a bad match since his call-up.
No, Riddle's good.
Am I wrong?
Riddle's
the actual
solid.
matches are great.
I
love
only
Riddle.
dislike him because of his arrogance, but you're right.
But okay, so okay,
Yeah,
you've got the Hurt Business, which covers your heavyweight division. It covers your tag team division. You've got Riddle covering this. Remember, 3-hour television. We've got about like 12 segments here. Then you've got the Fiend, which will cover about 2-3 segments with Randy and Alexa. Yep. You've got Asuka, who can still hold her own. But after that, you're missing a component, and Cole could be that component for Raw to get out from what everyone believes to be right now wrestling purgatory. I think Cole is that shot up the ass that they need.
I think
tribute to your boy Kenny,
doesn't.
who used to have his finishing maneuver over there with the Golden Lovers, but you know.
I think WWE doesn't get out of wrestling purgatory till they quit booking themselves in corners.
Yes.
No, deal. But what I'm saying is that this is an opportunity. Is all I'm saying.
I agree.
Right, I agree.
Yeah. That's my only point. That's my only point.
That's why it's not
I also
the worst
think
thing that he's gonna
SmackDown.
get
I also
moved
think SmackDown, in my opinion, right now, I wouldn't touch that roster for a year. Right now, SmackDown has built everybody yes, okay. Every show, whether it's Dynamite, MLW, Fusion, Power, whatever, everyone's got duds. Not going to deny that. Yep. Otis, Chad, dud. I'll agree. Mysterio, Dominic, right now a dud. I'm okay with that. But everyone else on SmackDown has a direction, and it makes sense.
The unfortunate thing, too, though, is that, in my mind, there's no reason Mysterio and Dominic are a dud. That has money written all
I
over
agree.
it.
All I'm saying is that all I'm asking is just give them a direction that doesn't move somebody else along the line.
Agreed.
That's all I'm saying.
Because then all they did was put fucking Murphy back with Seth Rollins, which I was.
I didn't like that storyline at all.
Not at all.
I hated that storyline. But I think those two, like Mysterio and his son, especially with how long Dominic has been on WWE TV, even as a little kid.
Yes.
Oh my God, dude! How are you guys not?
Agreed. All right, so I love ending on stuff like that because it allows for future stuff. Cal, thank you so much. Corey, it's been great to have you back.
Yes. Always love coming here.
We have a lot of stuff coming up here, folks. We are going to try to
Fastlane next week.
Fastlane's next week. We'll be previewing that before the show. Can't wait for that. Corey, you're welcome back anytime. Cal as well. Doors always open. Same time recording every week. Right. Jesse, where can we find you as always?
Twitch.tv/theblackness89. Check me out gaming. And I'm also going to start Jay's Take once again live on Twitch on Wednesday.
And I guess we can say this now, Jay's Take and the Blackness 89 moving under the 13 Cards umbrella at some point. We're going to be having Jesse live on our YouTube channel more often.
Yes, sir.
Jay's Take will become a main feature of our YouTube channel. There's 186 people on our Facebook page and 44 subscribers on YouTube. We need to flip that number, y'all. All right.
Definitely do that.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please go check out DPW Discuss Pro Wrestling on Facebook with Cal and Corey. Can't wait to see you guys with DPW. Where can we find you guys right now?
I'm mostly just on Facebook. Okay. Corey McCauley. Pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
Cal?
I guess you can just find me on the DPW thing.
Okay.
That's where I'd probably interact with you more. Because
we will have these guys on closer to the actual dates.
Oh yeah.
Of DPW. We will preview the show, and actually, I'm just gonna ask now. We would love to get you guys, Eric, Abby, whoever. We would love to get you all together if we can, safely, and discuss that first show after the show. And I would actually like a week away because I want that to marinate for a week. Yeah, exactly. I want that to marinate for a week, but I would love to have all you guys on to discuss that show.
That'd be fun.
That'd be a fun time for us because we're obviously going to be there helping you guys out backstage and everything.
Right, yeah.
But anyway, thank you guys so much for this. This was a blast. Loved it. Longest show we've ever done. But the best part about this show is we just keep going and we have fun with it. So I hope you guys enjoyed it.
It seems like we got the date like forever ago, but remember, it's some month. The 22nd of 2021.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand by what I said with Jacob. That is still beef between him and I. I want him to know that it's not going to die if he ever comes to Duluth.
I'm calling it now. If you guys have a random need for a segment, DPW2, Abby versus Jesse. Anyway. Thank you boys so much for that. It was an absolute pleasure. Leroy, anything for final comments?
Busy. Keep following us on Podomatic. I want to thank everybody on Podomatic. Last 2 weeks, we were in the top 5. Thank you.
For best wrestling podcast on Podomatic. We're also top
5 out of 45.
And we're also top 3,500 for all the podcasts on Podomatic, which is a lot of fun there.
I want to thank everybody for watching. Remember, we're going to have that WrestleMania show 3 days. We got so much crap we got to...
And we all have those days off, so there's no reason why we can't do those days.
And I got more of our episodes on YouTube. I got up to 35. I'm going to put a couple more
Corey's
up
episode
there.
is now the premiere episode on there, your first show.
If you like us on Facebook...
Please go to YouTube. We would love for you to give you guys there. We want the Allison Chronicles is still on there. My beautiful fiance has her takes every night for live wrestling takes. Family friendly, of course, because that's just how YouTube works these days. Jay's Take will be on there soon. We're working on that, folks. But anyway, from DPW, Cal, and Corey, we thank you guys. From everyone here at 13 Card Sub Exchange, please like and subscribe. Hit that bell on YouTube. And we thank you all, and we will see you all next week.